great scenes from great plays with your host, Walter Hampden, and starring tonight Mr. Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln. And now your host, the distinguished actor-manager, Mr. Walter Hampden.
Thank you, and good evening. Our play tonight is memorable for its portrayal of one of our greatest men in his youth. It's called Young Mr. Lincoln. Now, though he's already tall and well-known out in Illinois, in tonight's story, Abraham Lincoln has not yet cast his long, historic shadow on our land. He's just young Lincoln. And our play deals with just one episode in his life. An episode which is an inspiring illustration of his greatness. And here to portray this man for us is the distinguished star of the current Broadway hit, Mr. Roberts. I'm pleased to have you meet Mr. Henry Fonda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hampden. You know, we sort of always think of Lincoln as a sorrowful man of history. You forget about Abe, the young fellow full of sass, country humor, and homely beginnings. His downright plainness for one, a kind of twinkling honesty, and already that sense of justice burning inside him. That's what this story shows. That's the Springfield Lincoln.
Yes, Henry, our play shows the greatness born of humility. So let us raise the curtain now on Young Mr. Lincoln, adapted for radio by Alan Sloan and starring Henry Fonda. The heart of Springfield in Illinois back in America's youngish days is like most small towns of the time, a public square formed by courthouse and church, store and tavern, bank and blacksmithy, plain-clad people on the wooden sidewalks, the gentry in smart carriages on dirt roads. But the young man who comes riding in upon a borrowed pony is quite unlike most people, so much so he's quickly recognized even in the state capital.
What are you doing in Springfield?
Going to be a lawyer, friend.
Oh, what do you know about law?
Not enough to hurt me.
An ungainly figure, legs too long, pantaloons too short, coat too skimpy, hat too high, horse too small even. And his face...
Say, Abe, I got a watch rightfully belongs to you.
How come, friend?
Fella said I was to keep it till I met someone uglier than me. Boy, you've won it.
If you're going on looks, friend, maybe you better throw in the chain, too.
Young Mr. Lincoln came to Springfield to be a lawyer. Behind him, the rail splitting, the love and the loss of a girl called Anne, the hard study of law in borrowed books. Ahead, small cases, tall tales told down in the courthouse square.
I told him, sure, I'm common folks. Lord must have loved the common folks. He made so many of them.
Say, Abe.
How's that?
Hey, look there. Isn't that Steve Douglas walking there with the lady?
Sure is. Don't he strut, though?
Ah, look at that. She's gone and caught her parasol in the cottonwood tree.
Look at him stretch, though.
Well, now, my legs will come in handy there.
Please don't tear it, Mr. Douglas. Do be careful.
Excuse me, ma'am. Now, I'll fetch it down. There.
Why, thank you, Mr.
May I present Mr. Abraham Lincoln, Mr. Lincoln, Miss Mary Todd.
It's a pleasure, ma'am, I'm sure.
Thank you. I've heard some mighty fine things about you.
Well, ma'am, just don't you believe all you hear.
I hear you've got that murder case on for tomorrow.
That's true, but I don't hear, Mr. Douglas, that your silver tongue is assisting the state to prosecute. If it was, I reckon I wouldn't have a chance.
Oh, balderdash. I had been approached on the matter, but previous commitments...
Of a political nature?
Interfered.
Naturally. Well, ma'am, I'll be leaving now, if you'll allow.
I hope we'll meet again, Mr. Lincoln. Won't you call?
Ma'am, it'll take a court order to stop me.
So that's Abraham Lincoln. My.
Very quaint. You should see him in court.
Oh, yes. What is this case you spoke of?
Oh, a village affair. 2 young men held for the murder of a third. Lincoln is defending the 2 brothers. The state requested my advice, but to my opinion, it was unnecessary. Lincoln can't win.
I should like to go to the trial.
Would you accompany me and see him make a fool of himself?
Why, yes, I'd be delighted. I'd like to see him in court.
Court of the 8th Judicial Circuit of the State of Illinois is now in session. Judge Herbert A. Ball presiding.
All right, Mr. Clerk, let's get started.
Yes, Your Honor. The State of Illinois versus Matt Clay and Adam Clay, brothers, charged with the murder of Henry C., known as Scrub White.
Is the state ready, Mr. Felder?
May it please the court, the state is ready. Ready, sir, and waiting.
And the defense? The defense!
Oh, as soon as I fix these galluses of mine, Your Honor, I'll pitch in like a dog into a root. Now, Ed, you being the last of these 12 good men and true, I got a right to challenge as jurors. Mind if I ask you, you drink?
Well, yes.
Cuss?
Well, yes.
Got a job?
Well, no.
Like to loaf?
Yes.
Ever tell a lie?
Why, sure.
And you're just the kind of honest man I'm looking for. Take your place. Mr. Prosecutor, it's your move.
Gentlemen of the jury, the good book says, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill. But Matt Clay and Adam Clay did not heed that commandment. 2 against 1. They came at Scrub White with their deadly weapons. Scrub White, a man, an American who loved life, loved the blue heavens, the soft caress of the wind, the gentleness of a woman's smile. He loved life, but he is dead. And there, gentlemen, sit his murderers. I tell you, gentlemen, they ought to be wiped out as a man wipeth a plate.
Friend, I hope you aren't going to charge a state mileage for all the traveling you've done up and down in front of that jury.
Your Honor, I would like to call Sheriff Billings. Sheriff, as duly sworn officer of the law, have you ever seen this knife before?
Yes, sir. It's a knife they killed Scrub with.
Sheriff, did you see him do it?
No, but counsel will voice his objections to the court.
Sheriff, what else did you find at the scene?
A jug of liquor, about 3/4 full.
They'd been drinking?
As usual, they said.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
Sheriff, where's that jug now?
In my jail.
Any left?
Well, some.
How much?
Oh, about 1/4.
Who drank it?
Well...
That's all.
Your Honor, I submit that in attempting to discredit the witness, an officer of the law, my worthy colleague, is not only casting discredit upon the state, but in so doing is departing the merits of the case itself. I object.
Sustained. Mr. Lincoln, I'll ask you to confine your remarks to this.
Trial goes on. Young Mr. Lincoln makes his small points, but the trend of the trial is clear. The state has a case. And so that night, after adjournment, young Mr. Lincoln rides out from town to visit the mother of his 2 clients.
Well, Mother Clay, I split you some kindling. People used to say I could sink an axe deeper than anybody they ever did see. Now, I want you to do something for me. But first, you mustn't be afraid of me.
I aid, sir.
It's for my boys, I'm afraid.
I know, but you've got to answer me some questions. You've got to tell me the truth. Bible says to.
Yes, I know.
Well, then, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
All right, then. Mrs. Clay, which one of your boys killed Scrub White? You've got to tell me. Was it Adam? Was it Matt, then? Tell me. I'm your lawyer. You can trust me.
I can't tell you. I just can't.
I don't want to scare you, ma'am, but I've got a fight on my hands. I've got to know what I'm doing. I've got to know. Whose knife was it, then? Adam's or...
I can't. I trust you, sir, but I can't tell.
Why? Why not?
Because it'd be like choosing between them to live or die.
But what made them both say they'd done it?
Well, Matt said it because he's the oldest. And Adam, he said it because Matt's got a wife and baby, I reckon. Mr. Lincoln, I'd like to help you, but I can't choose between my boys.
Just one more question. Could I stretch out here in front of the hearth and do some work?
Work?
Writing. Sort of note down some ideas about the trial. I have to figure things out. Need some paper, too.
Oh, paper. Well, we don't have none, but could you use this, maybe?
I reckon I could, but, ma'am, I hate to take your almanac.
Hey, Abe Lincoln.
Right here. What's the trouble?
Down to the jail. There's a mob down there yelling for blood. They're out to hang the Clay boys.
You'll have to excuse me, Miss Clay. I better get right down there.
Burn it down! Lower it up! String him up! Lynch him! Lynch him!
Hold on, you men. Hold on now. Listen to me.
Get out of the way! Run him down!
Get off that step.
We got nothing against you, Lincoln, but get down.
Which one of you is man enough to make me? Well, that's better.
Ain't nobody scared of you. Go get him, man!
Well, I thought I'd find that big mouth of yours here telling others what to do.
Get off in there, Lincoln, or we'll give it to you, too!
Well, first time I ever heard of you trying to break into jail. Now, gentlemen, all joking aside, let's look at this matter from my side. You all know I'm a fresh lawyer trying to get ahead. What are you boys trying to do? Do me out of my first clients?
Go ahead, Abe.
It's more than that, though. I can get other clients, I hope, but hanging these without the pomp and show of law, why, that's a little permanent.
I guess you're right.
The chief trouble is when you start taking the law into your own hands, you're just as apt in the confusion and fun to hang somebody who's not a murderer as somebody who is. Might get so a fella can't pass a tree or look at a rope without feeling uneasy.
He makes sense.
Oh, we sort of lose our heads times like this and do things together we'd be mighty ashamed to do by ourselves. Why, take Jeremiah Carter there. There's not a finer, more God-fearing man in Springfield. Jeremiah, I wouldn't be surprised if you were to go right home now, take down a certain book and look into it. Maybe you'll just happen to hit on these words. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. That's all I've got to say, friends. Good night. Reckon I'll see y'all tomorrow, though, at the trial.
Mr. Felder, you may resume for the state.
Your Honor, I should like to recall my witness, Mr. J. Palmer Cass. Mr. Cass. Mr. Cass, just what did you and Scrub White do the day of the murder?
Objection. Sustained.
Or the day of the occurrence?
Well, Scrub and me had a little argument, and he went off by himself. Next thing I knew, I heard shouting, and I run as fast as I could. When I got there, Scrub was laying on the ground, and these two fellas were standing over him.
Where was the knife?
Right on the ground between them.
Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
Brother Cass, well, what was this argument about between you and the late Scrub?
Rather not say.
I'd rather you did say.
Well, if you gotta know, it was politics.
That's so?
Yeah. I said I figured you had more sense in politics than Stephen Douglas. And Scrub said you had no more sense than a hen in a duck pond.
You see, Miss Todd, that man Lincoln is hopeless.
Yes, Mr. Douglas. I'm afraid he is.
Now, let's see what further blunders
Your
the man
Honor,
may make.
I would like to call a surprise witness. May it please the court, the state desires to call at this time an eyewitness, Mrs. Abigail Clay.
Miss Abigail Clay?
What does he expect to gain by calling her?
Abigail Clay.
Do I have to go?
Reckon so. Reckon there's anything I can do about it.
Take a stand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Say I do.
I do.
You are the mother of Adam and Matt Clay here.
Yes, sir.
You love your boys, don't you, Mrs. Clay?
Yes, sir.
You'd like to save their lives, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm sure you would. Now, you were present the night Scrub White was killed.
I seen him fighting.
Don't be afraid of me. I have no desire to see you lose your two only sons. No man could wish that less. So, Mrs. Clay, on behalf of the great state of Illinois, on behalf of the people, I offer you the life of one of your sons. Provided you tell me which of your boys stabbed and killed Scrub White. Don't prompt her, Mr. Lincoln. Let her answer.
I can't.
Mrs. Clay, don't you know that under the law both your boys are equally guilty of murder? That they may both be hanged?
I won't tell you. You can't make me tell.
Don't you understand? I'm offering you the life of one son. Take it and tell us which one killed Scrub.
No.
Don't you know that this court can make you answer, that you can be sent to jail yourself? That by your mistaken affection, you're deliberately sending both boys to the gallows? Don't you know, Abigail Clay?
Enough of that.
Your Honor, I object.
Your Honor, I protest against the prosecution's attempt to force this woman to decide which of her sons shall live and which die. In her eyes, those boys hold equal place.
Your Honor, the law...
I may not know much of the law, Mr. Prosecutor, but I do know what's right and what's wrong, and I know that what you're doing, what you're asking, is wrong. Your Honor, look at this woman, a plain, ordinary countrywoman who can't even write her own name. But has she no feelings, no heart?
Your Honor, please.
Mr. Lincoln.
Gentlemen of the jury, I've seen Mrs. Abigail Clay only 3 times in my life, but I know everything there is to know about her. And so do you. We've seen women like her, hundreds, working in the fields, working in the kitchens, nursing the sick and helpless children. And I will tell you that such a woman will never answer the question that's been put to her here. It will take a higher court than man can summon to force her to do that, and a higher justice to judge her. Mrs. Clay, I'd rather see both your sons taken from you than see you break your heart by saving one at the expense of the other. So don't, Mrs. Clay. Don't you tell them.
May it please the court. The state wishes to spare the jury any more harrowing outbursts. And so I call to the stand one other eyewitness to the murder of Scrub White. Recall Palmer Cass to the stand. Very simply now, Mr. Cass. Where were you at the time Scrub White was killed?
Well, 100 yards away, I reckon.
You saw the killing with your own eyes?
Yes, sir, I saw it.
Will you tell us how you happened to see so clearly?
Well, it was moon bright.
I see. Moon bright. The moon was full.
Sure was, bright as day.
Therefore, you could clearly see which boy pulled the knife.
Yes, sir.
The defendants will stand up. Now tell us, Mr. Cass, which of the defendants did you see stab and kill Scrub White?
That one. The big one, Adam.
Hang him!
Mr. Lincoln, your witness, if there is anything you can think of to ask him.
Oh, reckon I'll think of something. Brother Cass, can you read?
Why, sure.
That's good. But first, you're sure it was Adam Clay you saw kill Scrub White?
That's what I said.
And you stick to that.
Yep.
Reason you could see him was it was moonbright.
Moonbright it was.
All right.
All right. Huh?
That's all.
There now, Miss Todd. He's hanged his clients. What do you think of your Mr. Lincoln now?
I think I'd like to leave, Mr. Douglas. Would you be so kind?
Cass! Hey? You said you could read. Read this.
Huh?
This page. Just the line I got marked with a pencil. Read that line, J. Palmer Cass. Read it clear and strong to the court.
This here?
That there. Read it. Right from the almanac.
Well, I don't hanker to, but... On the evening of April 16th...
The night of the killing, that is. Go on, read.
The moon will be in its first quarter. It will set at 10:21.
And the murder, by your own testimony, took place at 11. So it couldn't have been moonbright, could it? You couldn't have seen it, could you? You didn't see it, did you? Did you? No, you lied. You weren't trying to save anybody's neck but your own, Cass, were you?
No.
Why did you lie?
I didn't.
You did, and I'll tell you why. That argument you had wasn't over politics. Me and Douglas. Everybody knows what you and Scrub argue about. It was liquor and women and money.
No, sir, you're wrong, sir. It was nothing. It was a friendly fight.
I'll tell you what
he
you
was
did.
my friend.
You heard a row, you saw a fight, you saw Scrub fall, you ran over, and he was still living.
No, I don't remember. I was drinking. I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing.
Then may God have mercy on your soul, Cass. Because when you saw that knife Matt dropped, a knife he had used in self-defense, you picked it up, and you stabbed Scrub in the back and killed him.
No, I don't remember.
These two boys, Matt and Adam, each knew he didn't do it, and each thought the other did, and that's why each confessed. And their mother couldn't say because she didn't want to hang them both. They were helpless because you killed him. You lied, and your own lie tripped you up. Now deny you did it now, can you? Answer me.
I didn't. I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to. But you did. That's all. Your witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Lincoln, sir.
It's all right, Mrs. Clay. It's going to be all right now.
We ain't got much, but after what you've done, why, I want you to take this.
Now, ma'am, there's no call to... Why, thank you, ma'am. Hope all my clients pay off as fast.
Mr. Lincoln?
Well, howdy, Steve.
My, congratulations.
And mine, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, Miss Todd, you've been here all this long while?
Yes, and I must tell you...
Very masterly, Lincoln. Very well handled.
Reckon neither one of us better underestimate the other from here on out.
I imagine not. Now, Miss Todd?
Mr. Douglas, if I might speak to Mr. Lincoln.
Well, yes, of course.
Alone.
Well, I bid you good day. Good day.
Mr. Lincoln.
Ma'am?
Mr. Lincoln, I saw everything. And I think, well, I'll just say thank you, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, thank you, ma'am.
Would you accompany me home?
I'd be proud to someday, ma'am. Right now, Reckon I'll saddle up and kind of ride out a bit. I want to get the smell of the country in my nose. I'm riding out. Won't be far. Good day, Miss Todd.
Good day, Mr. Lincoln. Not far. I think you'll go far, Mr. Lincoln. Very far.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's Sunday. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? Vanity of vanities, all is vanities, saith the good book. And while the Bible doesn't mean it exactly the way I mean it, it does apply to our story, which is about the trouble caused by the vanity of one man. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these events really happened to. But meanwhile, maybe you'll be able to guess. For some months, our country, unprepared as usual, had been at war. A bitter, bloody struggle. One morning, after a stormy cabinet meeting, I walked back to my own study.
No progress, Mr. President?
Did you ever drive a pair of horses, Miss Sarah?
No.
They have to move at the same rate, or you haven't got a team. And if you've got a lot of horses instead of only two...
The cabinet wouldn't appreciate being called a disjointed team of horses.
Oh, horses are fine. The trouble is I've got some mules in my train.
If you mean Secretary of War Miller, I'd have classified him with the peacock.
Oh, well, you're right. I don't think I ever met a man with so much vanity and so little basis for it. Anyway, I'm not going to put up with him any longer. I can't run a war and tame a peacock at the same time, so I'm going to turn the peacock loose. It's not a domestic bird anyway. It's wild. Let it enjoy its freedom.
Resign, Mr. President. Me resign? Why?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mr. Miller, but I'm afraid I've got to.
It isn't my feelings, Mr. President. It's far more than that. I'm thinking of the future of our country.
Oh, fine. So am I. Sit down, please, Mr. Miller.
I'm quite happy standing, sir.
It makes me a little uncomfortable to feel I'm talking to a statue.
What?
Please sit down, Mr. Miller. And thank you. Now, sir, we're in a war, and at the moment we're not winning. As we're talking here, young men of our country are dying. Families are being smashed. A powerful enemy wants to destroy all the rest of us. My job is to preserve our country. That's my only thought in everything I'm going to say to you. Do you understand?
Of course, but...
Now, let me go on. You're in my cabinet, Mr. Miller, not because you're qualified for the Secretary of War's job in any way, but because of political alliances and promises made in our party before the war started.
Why are you in the White House, Mr. President?
Because most of my fellow citizens chose me. And I've got to answer to them for everything I do. If anyone asks me now, why is your Secretary of War unable to manage his job, what can I answer?
Mr. President, I take exception to your whole attitude.
I'm sorry, but I don't think the War Department is being run very well. I've got to put somebody in there whom I can have more confidence in. And that's why I want you to resign.
This is the most outrageous thing that's ever been said to me.
Oh, please don't stand up again, Mr. Miller.
My feelings don't allow me to go on sitting. I say to you, sir, there's no greater patriot in all the nation than I.
I'm willing to believe it. However...
There is no man in Washington who takes his job more seriously.
No doubt about it,
And in the face of those two facts, you ask me to resign? Haven't you stopped to realize how you're humiliating me?
Mr. Miller, I dislike hurting people. But if I can avoid the death of one American soldier by hurting your feelings or anybody else's, I'll jump on him all day long. In your job, I want patriotism. I want hard work. But I want more than that. I want results. And I don't think you can give them to me.
You've been misled, Mr. President. The only reason for the present state of affairs in my department is the enormous pressure of events.
I know a little about the pressure of events.
And in a few weeks, all that confusion will pass.
You're only making this more painful for both of us. I've asked for your resignation. I'd like to have it, please.
I refuse to be made a scapegoat, a victim of... Why, the shame would last me the rest of my life.
Soldiers fighting and dying don't think about shame.
Mr. President, I beg you, try to understand what's happened, the problems I've had to face. I promise you that things will be improved in my department.
I'm sorry, Miller. It's too late for promises. My concern is for American lives. Your resignation will help save them. Well?
I refuse to resign. And I think, Mr. President, that if you try to force me to, you'll get more than you bargained for.
Mr. President, Senator Harper to see you.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Fred.
Good
Come
morning,
in.
Mr. President.
Good morning. I'm glad you're here, Fred. I want to sound you out about something.
All right, sir. Sound away.
If I nominate a new man for the cabinet as Secretary of War, will you support him when his name comes before the Senate?
A new man? Well, what's happened to Ben Miller?
Fred, I like to think I'm a tolerant man, and the Lord knows none of us is perfect. But I can't stand him anymore.
It's as simple as that.
Every bit.
What's the matter? Well, before you pick a new man, you have to get rid of the old one. Or have you done that already?
No, I haven't yet.
Well, is he so inefficient?
Peacocks are probably the stupidest birds there are.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, well, never mind. Yes, he's inefficient. He's vain. He doesn't use his office to help his country. He uses it as a platform for himself to strut upon.
Have you any evidence of inefficiency, sir?
The man himself, I'm sorry to say.
Oh. Well, I understand, Mr. President, but getting rid of him will be expensive.
Expensive? How?
You remember when you took office this term, sir? You were forced to make good on a number of political promises made by the party in your name. Well, Miller got into the cabinet on one of those promises, only because he's so powerful in the Pennsylvania branch of the party.
Party isn't so important when you're at war, Fred.
Well, right now, national unity is almost more important than anything else.
You don't seriously believe that national unity depends on Ben Miller?
Well, no, not alone, of course. But these days I'd be willing to pay almost any price to avoid the slightest strain on it.
Including a poorly equipped army and lost battles?
Well, almost.
So you suggest I keep the Secretary of War with all his inefficiency and vanity?
Oh, Mr. President, please. All I'm saying is wait a little while. A man of Miller's type with a political weight that he can swing can make more trouble outside the cabinet than in it, and can cause more battles to be lost.
Well, I think you're overestimating his strength, Fred. But if you're right, the problem is much too serious for me to risk any controversy now, which might split the country and retard our war effort. I'm trapped, Miss Sarah.
But, Mr. President, why can't you simply remove Mr. Miller?
Usually it's enough to ask a cabinet member for his resignation. But to remove a man, you need evidence, grounds that'll stand up before public opinion.
Your word that he's inefficient should be enough.
It should be, but maybe Senator Harper is right. Maybe Miller could rock the boat. Maybe my way of doing things isn't the only way.
Well, you're the one that's responsible.
I know, Miss Sarah. Miller made the usual excuses, and he did go through the motions of promising to improve his department. Well, let's see just what he can do. Sometimes if you take a man at his word, he has to make it good.
Mr. President, what are you talking about?
About Mr. Miller's personality.
Oh.
A peacock loves to strut. Miss Sarah, take a letter to Mr. Miller.
All right, sir.
Dear Mr. Miller, upon reconsidering the subject of our discussion this morning, I believe it is to the best interests of the country not to demand your resignation at this time. You indicated that you could improve your department. I trust that you will do so and that you will include evidence of such improvement in your War Department report to be attached to my annual message to Congress.
Is that all, Mr. President?
Isn't that enough to get Miller going?
I had a message that you wanted to see me.
Yes, Cummings. Come in. Close the door.
Certainly. But worried. What's the trouble?
Sit down, Cummings.
No, it's all right.
I dislike talking to a man who towers over me like a statue.
Huh? Oh, all right. Now what got you to enter up?
It's not a joking matter. I've been insulted.
Oh, that's bad, isn't it?
By the president.
That's worse.
But I've decided to ignore the insult.
Very generous of you. What do you say?
I've decided to ignore the insult and heap coals of fire on his head.
How?
Please listen, Cummings, and don't interrupt.
Beg your pardon.
I want to show him that the War Department is the model department of them all. In other words, I want you to act more quickly.
Why the hurry?
See here, Cummings, I've made the War Department funds available to you to buy military supplies. I've as good as presented you with $1 million or more in brokerage fees. But it's perfectly legal. I only did it to save time. I've done nothing wrong. And I'm still giving the orders.
Of course you are, Mr. Miller. When I said why the hurry, I only meant we don't want to make any mistakes.
I'll worry about mistakes, Cummings. Meanwhile, I want you to move much faster. Every factory must be drained of whatever we need immediately. Weapons, ammunition, clothing, medical supplies, everything. I want to make the president eat his... I've got to prepare my report quite soon. And I want to impress the president with the efficiency of the War Department.
Mr. President, Representative Kent is here to see you, sir.
Kent?
He has an appointment.
He has? Well, I don't know what he wants, but you know what Kent's like. If he starts to talk too loud, you break in after a while, will you please?
I'll keep an ear cocked, Mr.
Thank
President.
you.
I'll bring him in now. Mr. Kent, will you come in, please?
Thank you.
Oh, come right in, Mr. Kent.
You look tired, Mr. President.
Oh, no.
You look much more tired than when I saw you last.
Well, you're a plain-spoken man, Kent.
Life's too short to be roundabout. What do you think of Ben Miller?
Why?
Well, now, let's not be roundabout or crafty, Mr. President. We belong to opposite parties, but we're in a desperate war. Nothing else counts. What do you think of Ben Miller?
He's a vain peacock and an inefficient war secretary.
Understood. But is that all?
Well, I know of, yes.
Want to get rid of him?
I'd like nothing better, but entirely between us, Kent, his vanity prevents me. Besides, certain political reasons interfere.
Understood. We're dealing with human beings, and human beings can't do anything without getting political, no matter what it is. My wife, for instance...
Yes,
Well, let me ask you. Political influence wouldn't protect Miller if he were corrupt, would it?
Corrupt? Is he? How do you know?
I don't know, but I suspect, and on a huge scale.
That surprises me, Kent. Can you prove it? Can anybody prove it?
Not yet, but my committee is going to investigate. Why don't you get rid of him anyway?
I told you why. Besides, he suggested that given a little time, he could run the War Department much better.
Do you believe him?
Not exactly. But, well, the President of the United States doesn't know everything just because he's President. And we all have our faults and weaknesses.
You're very tolerant.
Kent, I'm not tolerant of the way the war is run. I'm quite sure you understand.
I think I do. Good day, Mr. President.
One thing, Kent. I want to make you a promise.
Yes?
Let me have evidence that Miller is corrupt and he'll be out of office in 20 minutes. In other words, I'll back your committee.
Understood.
In return, I want you to support the man I recommend to take Miller's place if it falls vacant.
Understood. But this understanding had better remain a secret of our own.
Oh, certainly. Oh, my own part, it would fly at my throat.
Understood.
Yeah.
Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Mr. Kent.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you for your help, even if I didn't need it.
He seemed quite peaceful today, didn't he?
The interview was quite surprising.
Oh, I'm very glad. What happened?
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, a secret?
Kent's and mine. Don't be offended now, please. Don't be offended.
You won't forget you're due at the fort this afternoon.
Oh, yes, the military review.
Well, you've got to wear your heaviest coat, Mr. President. You'll have to be out there in the cold wind for over an hour. I suppose it was about Mr. Miller.
You suppose what was about Mr. Miller?
Mr. Kent's coming here.
You won't worm it out of me that way, Miss Sarah. Now, where did you say that heavy coat of mine is? General.
Yes, Mr. President.
It's a fine body of men.
Thank you, sir.
Don't you think so, Fred?
Certainly, sir. Mr. President.
Yes?
I've changed my mind about Ben Miller.
Oh?
I was wrong, sir. I think you ought to get rid of him no matter what it costs.
What made you change, Fred?
There's a fellow named Cummings who seems to be in Miller's confidence, sort of a broker. I've heard of him before, and he's not a very savory character.
Go on.
Well, I'm sure that if you forced Miller to resign and he threatened to make trouble, our knowing about his dealings with Cummings would keep him quiet.
Fred, I can't get rid of Miller.
What?
I'm keeping him in his job for the reasons you gave me.
But, sir, knowing what we know now...
What do we know? Sheer speculation. And look at those soldiers, Fred. Some of them are going to be killed in a few weeks. I think fewer will be killed if Miller stays in his job, at least for a while.
But what are you waiting for, sir? What changed your mind?
Gentlemen, the flag. Miss Sarah, I'm ready now.
Very well, Mr. President. Is your message to Congress finished?
Yes, here it is. How about the individual reports from the Cabinet office that go with it?
Oh, they're all here. Navy, Treasury, Attorney General. What's funny?
What?
I don't see Secretary Miller's report from the War Department.
Well, it must be there.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. President, it's not.
Well, it may have gone astray. Send a messenger over to his office, will you, please? Otherwise, we'll be late getting this report out.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Mr. Miller's report isn't coming to this office.
Why not?
He's had it printed and sent to newspapers all over the country, sir, without your seeing it at all.
Miss Sarah, have every one of those copies recalled and get Miller in here to see me inside of the next hour. Miller, what do you mean by issuing your report to the newspapers without my seeing it first?
I meant nothing.
You know every cabinet member has to come with his report to me. And that all reports, including the president's, are issued together.
Yes, I know.
Then why did you ignore that rule?
Because I had something very important to say in my report, and I didn't want it buried among the reports of the other cabinet members.
You didn't want it. You didn't want it. And what about the efficiency and cooperation you promised me?
My report is part of that.
In what way? What does your report say?
Most of it is routine, sir. Normal operations of the War Department. But the most important section deals with methods of buying war supplies.
Is that all?
It also deals with the racial problem in the Army.
Miller, Miller, don't you know that's one of the most ticklish issues the administration faces?
Of course. My idea...
I don't care what your idea is. It's not your business to set policy on a matter of this kind. I've ordered that report of yours recalled from the newspapers.
Mr. President, that's a deliberate insult.
Is that all you can think of, your feelings? If you've got a good idea about the Army's racial problems, I'll be only too happy to listen to it. But you know very well I can't have a delicate matter like that aired in public at a time like this. Now, after deleting the section on racial problems, I'll release your report along with the others. Good afternoon. Well, what do the papers say?
War Secretary's policy favored. One in favor of Miller.
Miller plan outspoken. That's two in favor. Mr. President, do you realize almost half the papers approve Miller's plan?
Yes, Fred, I do.
Here, listen to this. Miller's straightforward approach to the racial problem in the Army is commendable. This editor wonders why the President was so desirous of suppressing Secretary Miller's comments on this problem.
I'd like to know why so many papers printed that section after you cut it out, sir.
That's easy, Miss Sarah. When we ordered Miller's copies recalled, not all the papers responded. They were the ones who printed it so they could embarrass me.
Yeah, that must be it. Just listen to this. President suppresses part of War Department report. Does he seek to stifle independent expression? Oh, when are you going to get rid of Miller?
I don't know, friend. But remember, no road is so long.
I'm sorry, sir, to keep after you about this.
Oh, I know, Fred. I'm as anxious as you are, but until I'm in a position to prove...
President.
Yes.
A message from Representative Kent. He'd like to see you in the morning. It's important, sir.
Important? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe that road has an end after all, Miss Sarah. I tell you, Kent, I can't stand it much longer. You've come just in time.
I hope so, sir.
Well, let me hear what you found out.
You seem eager to prove another man a thief, sir.
It's not that, and you know it. Come on, Ken. Let me hear all of it.
My committee has completed its secret investigation of Secretary of War Miller. Here's a copy of the resolution I'm presenting to the entire House tomorrow. I guarantee you it will be passed.
Well?
Resolved that Benjamin Miller, Secretary of War, by investing Henry Cummings with the control of large sums of money and authority to purchase military supplies, has adopted a policy highly injurious to the public service and deserves the censure of the House.
Is that all?
Yes.
And there was no evidence of corruption?
Not exactly.
What do you mean, Kent? Now, come, don't keep me dangling.
There's no corruption on Miller's part or Cummings.
But that resolution?
There is no corruption, at least none that we found. In other words, Miller is honest. But he's fabulously inefficient. He's dangerous to our success in the war. Does that help you?
It doesn't solve the bottom problem, Ken. Oh, I can force him out of the cabinet, but he's got to go gracefully, if you know what I mean.
I do not.
If his feelings are ruffled, he'll tear my own party apart from under my feet. As I told you, it comes down to a problem of vanity, Kent. What other job can I induce him to take? That'll make him feel he's been promoted.
Understood, but I'm sorry I can't help you there. However, my promise to support your new man is still good.
Understood.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Miss Sarah?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kent's leaving, Miss Sarah.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day. Mr. President, some letters and dispatches.
All right, put them on the desk, please.
I'll take this one back, Mr. President. I'm sure you don't want to worry about it. From our minister in Russia, he's asking to be relieved so he can come home and join the army.
We'll send it over to the State Department.
Yes, by the next messenger.
Thank you.
Was Mr. Kent's visit about Mr. Miller again?
Yes.
Is it still secret?
No, I thought I had a chance of forcing Miller to resign without any trouble. I was wrong, but I'm beginning to think Miss Sarah, let me see that letter.
Which one, sir?
The one from Russia.
Oh, sorry.
Minister to Russia, huh? Miss Sarah, I want to see Fred Harper right away.
Cummings, you've seen this congressional resolution?
Yes, I'm getting famous, I'm sorry to say.
You think everything's a joke. It's not a joke. Look at what a fool it makes out of me.
Oh, I don't think any resolution could do that.
Look how humiliating it is. Cummings, I wish I were out of this job. There were only some way I could get out of it gracefully.
Wait a minute, Mr. Miller. You're doing a wonderful job for our country.
And for you. You're making enormous profits for yourself.
You said yourself there's nothing illegal in it, and Kent's committee couldn't find anything wrong in it. Besides, it's the fate of all great men to be criticized.
Just the same, Cummings. I meant what I say. Come in. Oh, Senator Harper. Come in, sir. You know Mr. Cummings?
We've met, I think.
Yes, Senator.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, please don't go.
What is it, Senator?
I brought this note for you from the president.
Oh, thank you. Dear Mr. Miller, after much consideration, I have decided that your services to your country can be best utilized in a diplomatic capacity. I therefore recommend that you accept appointment. Senator Harper, what does this mean?
Just what it says, Mr. Miller.
He asked for my resignation and I refused. Now he's simply trying to kick me upstairs. This is humiliating, Senator. I'm giving the very best that's in me, and this is the thanks I get. A brief letter. He throws me a bone. Well, Senator, just tell the president for me. I'm not that hungry.
But I don't quite understand you, Fred. Wasn't he interested in the post?
Well, I told you, sir. He said you were throwing him a bone, so he couldn't have thought it was very important.
Not important.
And he seemed hurt by the fact that he was suddenly notified in a brief letter.
Oh, a brief letter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was quite angry, sir.
Well, of course he was. I don't blame him.
You don't what?
Look, Fred, I made a mistake about Miller. I want you to go back and see him again.
But he's already refused.
I want you to tell him I admit being hasty. I want you to tell him that, No, on second thought, don't tell him anything. I'll tell him myself at the cabinet meeting tomorrow.
Mr. President.
All the cabinet here?
Everyone except Mr. Miller.
Well, there's no point in starting until he gets here.
Senator Harvard. Here he is now.
Mr. President, Miller has arrived.
Oh, thank you, Fred. That's fine.
Shall I escort him in, sir?
By all means.
I'll do it, Senator.
Thank you, Miss Edda.
Ready, Mr. Miller? Mr. President, gentlemen of the cabinet. Secretary of War Miller.
Oh, come in, Miller.
Mr. President, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, now that we have assembled, I should like to submit to you an important decision I've made. I need not remind you that we are still in a state of crisis, that we need not only help here at home, but strong support from abroad. And abroad there is no more important post at this time than that of the Minister to Russia. So, gentlemen, I have decided to recall our present minister and to replace him with a man whose patriotism has been unquestioned, whose energies are tireless, a man who will be able to render services to our country abroad, not less important than those he could render here at home. I know of only one man whose qualifications can properly guarantee our friendly relations with that great country. Gentlemen, I submit the name of Benjamin Miller as Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to Russia.
Mr. President, I am honored.
Not at all, Minister Miller. The honor and the pleasure are all mine.
In that case, I must tender my resignation as Secretary of War, Mr. President.
And I must regretfully accept it, Mr. Miller, but I am sure that your loss to us as a cabinet member will be more than compensated for by your contribution to our international relations.
Mr. President, I am so glad that's over.
So am I, Miss Sarah, so am I.
You made the appointment even before he'd resigned.
Well, I had to take a chance, Miss Sarah. I had tried everything else, but his vanity got in the way. And there was only one thing I could do, appeal to that vanity. And the best way I could do that would be to expose it. Presenting my idea before the entire cabinet on such a patriotic basis, he didn't dare refuse. In fact, he seemed quite honored.
Imagine.
Well, while we can, Miss Sarah, let's try to see the funny side of it, huh? Now, at least, we don't have a mixed team of horses. We got rid of the peacock.
Yes, but what about the mules, Mr. President?
Well, I think we have only one mule left.
Well, who's that? Oh, you mean...
Oh, now, don't be so polite, Miss Sarah.
Oh, no, Mr. President, you don't mean...
No.
You? A mule?
What's wrong with a mule?
Well, nothing, after all. A mule does do more work than a peacock.
Understood, Miss Sarah, understood. Well, have you guessed which president it was who had so much political trouble getting rid of his Secretary of War? The time was 1862, and Abraham Lincoln was Mr. President. The War Secretary we've called Miller tonight was in reality Simon Cameron, who did in fact become Minister to Russia. This was probably President Lincoln's most difficult period. With the war going badly and without public support, he had to make some of the most important decisions of his career. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Thank you, and goodbye until then.
Appeared as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Abraham Lincoln. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now a special program note. Tonight, 4 great shows are coming your way over this ABC station. Sunday evening hour, Walter Winchell, Luella Parsons, and Theater Guild on the air. Be sure to hear all 4. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. This is a dream. This is a portent. This is the shape of things to come. A man dreams of walking down a vaulted and empty corridor.
Soldier. Soldier.
Sir?
Who lies dead here?
Look for yourself, sir. Do you see who it is, sir?
Yes.
Who is it?
It is I.
Tonight, my report to you on the assassination of Abraham Lincoln.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
It was April in 1865, and it was Washington, D.C. A hero had come into the city. His name was Grant, a general of the time who, a few days before, had accepted surrender from another general of the time whose name was Lee. So it was a time of victory celebration, of burning candles for prayer and illumination and thanksgiving, of dancing in the streets, of noises and silences, of reunion, of shrill, of tears. The sounds that mankind makes when something is won or lost forever, or returns, or perishes. That was the sound John F. Parker made as he throws a whiskey bottle against the wall of the room. His friend was happy too.
Open another bottle, please.
Sure. Yeah.
Do it.
Now lean back your head.
Slow now. Trickle it. Open. I told her downstairs I didn't want to be disturbed.
Ah, Johnny.
Whoever it is.
I'll send him away.
Send him away.
Go away. Go away.
Is John...
Go away.
Get out of my way. Get up, Parker. Williams, you got no right to... Now get up. You woman.
What do you want?
Where's this stuff?
There.
Let's go, Parker.
What for?
You got duty tonight.
Oh, no.
You're guarding President Lincoln.
John F. Parker, member of the Metropolitan Police Force of Washington, the District of Columbia. John F. Parker, a rumpot. He was about 35 years old, and he was married. And the laughing lady you just heard was not his wife. He had been in the Union Army for a little while, but was dismissed from it for the good of the war effort. His record shows that he couldn't hold an assignment to any one beat for any length of time, for reasons ranging from sleeping in an alley on his beat or sleeping in a doorway on his beat. This is a man who was assigned to guard President Lincoln. How did this happen? Simply, Mrs. Lincoln wrote a note.
To Provost Marshal James R. O'Beirne. This is to certify that John F. Parker, a member of the Metropolitan Police, has been detailed for duty at the Executive Mansion by order of Mrs. Lincoln.
Why did Mrs. Lincoln write such a note? No one ever asked her, so I can't say. But we know that John F. Parker, more or less sober, appeared at the White House, and he and Mrs. Lincoln had a small chat.
There are rumors, of course, Mr. Parker. You must have heard them.
Rumors, ma'am?
About Mr. Lincoln.
About Mr. Lincoln, ma'am?
That there are conspirators and attempts will be made on his life.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Parker?
May I ask a question?
Of course.
Why was I selected to bodyguard Mr. Lincoln?
Because...
Mary, prevail upon him. Prevail upon him.
What's the matter, Mr. Lincoln?
General Grant here.
He's changed his mind.
That's right, Mrs. Lincoln, I have.
Prevail upon him, Mary.
Oh, but surely, General, the people are expecting you. All over Washington, they expect an appearance from you, and it's the theater tonight.
It's impossible.
But suddenly you tell us it's impossible. Why?
I'm going home. I'm going to Burlington.
But tomorrow you can go to Burlington.
Tonight.
General...
Ma'am?
Even the newspapers headline your name above Mr. Lincoln's. Surely, for such a privilege, you would not disappoint...
I've been long from home, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, you have.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln?
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It troubles me.
What does?
So suddenly he changed his mind. Strangenesses are...
Mr. Lincoln.
Yes, Mary.
This is your guard. His name is John Parker.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. President.
I did not wish to appear rude, sir. In truth, I did not see you. This...
You may go, Mr. Parker.
Mary.
Oh, what if he won't go to the theater with us? What matter? We'll ask that young couple, that Major Rathbone you seem so at ease with. We'll... What is it, Mr. Lincoln?
Melancholy, worn thin, the infinite sadness.
But there's victory now,
No, listen. You should know it. For it has lain against me for a week now, chill and dread, and I fear it.
What are you trying to say?
I dreamed, and now I must tell you of it, for I can no longer bear the coldness and heaviness of it. I dreamed, and this is what it was. There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs as if a person were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. There the silence was broken by the same pitiful sobbing, but the mourner wasn't visible. I arrived at the east room, which I entered. There I met with a sickening surprise. Before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse, wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it were stationed soldiers who were acting as guards. Who lies dead here? I asked one of them. He bade me look for myself. And I did. And I saw that it was I who lay there, dead by an assassin. Mary.
You should not have told me of it.
Mary.
You should not have told me of it.
Famous man you'll be.
Nah, Mary.
And we'll drink to it. Bartender, hand us back the bottle. Pour me, famous man.
I will. It's such a toast. It's nothing but another duty.
To guard a president. Now we'll drink to it. Everybody!
Shush you, Millie.
John here's gonna guard the president.
You just sit down, Millie, and shut up.
Oh, no.
Just drink and shut up.
No. John?
What do you want?
How come I saw in the paper what I did
What are you talking about?
today in the newspapers?
About what?
A report on the telegraph that was in the paper. A newspaper in New York had it that Mr. Lincoln was murdered. He was murdered yesterday.
What?
It's the truth. Well, it said right in the newspaper the president had been assassinated.
That's crazy.
Well, I saw it. You get a newspaper. You'll see it, too.
Mischief, that's what it is. Drink your drink.
But it was true. Several newspapers in different sections of the country had it that Mr. Lincoln had been slain, which, of course, was not so. This was late afternoon of April 14th, and Mr. Lincoln was alive, spending time with Mr. Stanton, his Secretary of War, then with his valet, who attended him while he dressed, then with Mrs. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln was alive, and in good mood.
How nice you look, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Lincoln. The carriage is waiting.
And Major Rathbun and his fiancée?
At Senator Harris is home. He'll pick them up.
The young lady is very comely.
Yes. We'll be late.
My arm. Thank you, Mr.
Parker, sir.
Mr. Parker. The driver knows where to go, does he not?
Ford's Theater.
Ford's Theater.
All right, driver.
It was a raw night, and before they reached the theater, it drizzled a little, then stopped. And all over Washington, tens of thousands of candles burned. Backdrop for victory, for celebration, for remembrance. Backdrop for tears. I would like to speak to you briefly about what I consider to be a fairly uninteresting play. It's called Our American Cousin, a drama in 3 acts by Tom Taylor. There were characters in it with such names as Lord Dundreary, Captain De Boots, Mr. Buddycombe, and Mrs. Mount Chessington. I would like to give you an example of the kind of entertainment the play provided. One of the ladies says,
Why, Papa, it's a letter from my dear brother Ned. He writes from Brattleboro, Vermont, that he's quite well and just come in from a shooting excursion with a party of crows. Splendid fellows, 6 feet high.
and Lord Dundreary answers to the effect that he is amazed to hear of birds 6 feet high, that they must be tremendous animals indeed. And the actress answers,
Oh, I see what my brother means. A tribe of Injuns called crows, not birds.
Now, that's not very sparkling, is it? But this is the play that the president elected to see on the night of April 14th, 1865. When he entered the theater with his party, Laura Keene, the actress playing the part of Florence Trenchard, was speaking her lines in an early scene of Act One.
Good morning, Billy. The letter bag I saw coming. Will you study this? I thought I could catch him before I reached the house.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. We are always delighted to be guests of your theater.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. I'll take care of the president, the major, and the ladies.
Where will you sit, Mr. Parker?
There's a chair out here in the hall for me.
Will you? Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
You sit there in the rocker, Mr. President. Mrs. Lincoln, the major, and you, lady. Right there. And if anybody wants anything, I'll be right outside in the hall.
I thought I could catch him before I reached the house. So off I started. I forgot to ask. You came for over. I got over. Got in. I wish you'd speak up. You were trying to part of it.
For an ass. Don't you take me for an angler?
Now, John Parker was a fidgety man, and he knew it. So, to soothe the fidgets, he had a bottle tucked away. It was a dull evening, and John Parker never liked plays anyhow. Just sit, the drone of the play. Walk around a little. Notice that a peephole had been bored into the door of the president's box, and not wonder why. No wonder why no other boxes were occupied. Just other people enjoying themselves, not him. Yeah. Because it was dreary and his bottle was empty. I would like to say that 5 years later, John Parker was fired from the police for falling asleep under a lamppost. Not for leaving the president unguarded, which he did this night. Left the president and went to the bar across the street.
What will you have, sir? Whiskey. And oysters, dozen.
Yes, sir. Blue Point?
Ah, Blue Point. Marty?
Be with you?
Not in a minute. Immediately. What about my oysters?
Just a second, sir. What can I do for you, Mr. Booth?
Brandy.
Oh, there's enough.
Now. Here's your money. The change is yours, barkeep.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
John Wilkes Booth was 27 years old. He was an actor, had achieved some success in Shakespearean roles. A handsome man, a darling of women, a man who sported black flowing ties and an Inverness cape and an ivory-headed cane. It is interesting to note that he had been a member of the Virginia Regiment which captured and executed John Brown. It is interesting to note, too, that his father, who was Junius Brutus Booth, was insane. John Wilkes Booth just passed John Parker and went out of the bar and into the street and walked south for 4 blocks to a livery stable. Here, 2 men waited for him.
Mr. Booth, I thought you wouldn't get here.
Whose name was Louis Payne.
I knew he'd get here. Him.
Whose name was George E. Atzerodt.
Him. Can't stop him. Not John Wilkes. Nobody can.
How does it go, gentlemen? Are we ready? Not him. Not him, Mr. Booth. What is this? He's not going. Shut up. I'll kill him if you say the word, Mr. Booth. He'll stop. Just leave him alone. He'll stop. He told me just a moment ago he said he's not going through with it. Yes, he will. I'll kill him if you want me to. Don't lust too much for killing, Mr. Payne. Kill those who need it. Only those.
Not that I'm afraid, me. No.
Just excited, is that it?
Not going. That's the word.
You see? Silence, Mr. Payne. He'll ruin all of it. Little man. Little man, you would, too. You'd ruin all of it. You know what you have to do. Have to.
No.
Ask him why. Ask Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne? But he's got no reasons. Ask him why. Little man. Why?
Say, do you? I am at the Kirkwood House, in the room, near the man, near the vice president, near Andrew Johnson.
Yes.
Near. I see him. Knife and gun I have. Here. And in the room, in the place, he hit on the door. And when he opened it, the door shoot him.
Do it.
Or the knife. Or the... No, I can't.
Of course you can.
In my head, I see me doing it to him, and I can't.
Of course you can.
No,
You
no.
see, little man.
Yeah, no.
Listen to him, little man.
No.
He's mad.
No,
As each of us is mad, Mr. Payne. Madness suckles us, and the warmth of it goes down easily. You are mad, and I am the little man. And he, most honestly, the little man. Are you trying to say you are insane too, Mr. Payne? Is there doubt of it? You are sworn to kill this night Mr. Seward, Secretary of State to this country of evil men. And he, little man, tonight you will be a hero. And listen, little man, when it is done, when Andrew Johnson is dead, I will give you a present. A thing that sparkles and shines. And you will love it.
Will it be round?
Round. And you will do what I tell you to do. You see, Mr. Payne? Of be wasted upon the two of you if I say we lie deep in fair darkness, yet at our side, glory. Go, do what you must.
And each of them took a horse from the stable and rode away. This little man, George Atzerodt, became confused and just rode to exhaustion, and he did not kill. And Mr. Payne, he entered the home of Mr. Seward and fractured the skull of Mr. Seward's son and cut the throat of Mr. Seward. So it was feared for a time he would die. And John Wilkes Booth, he rode toward the theater, and a block from it, in a shadow pool that edged the fall of light from a street lamp, Anna Surratt waited there.
John Wilkes.
Yes?
Now the time has come. Now what you're going to do will be done.
Yes.
You on your horse there, and the fever in your heart to do this thing. I cannot tell you now again not to do this thing.
No.
A burning,
Yes.
a hating.
Yes.
How do these things find place among all the tenderness of you? I wish I knew, but I cannot.
No.
Oh, I love you.
And now only a small way more, 1 block more, and John Wilkes Booth rode it. And John Parker, bodyguard to the President of the United States, he was still in the same bar where we left him, choking down another tumbler of whiskey, drinking his way into history's oblivion. Then Booth was at the theater.
Abraham Lincoln, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Lincoln, Jack Edwards as John Wilkes Booth, and Clayton Post as John Parker. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, William Conrad, Mary Jane Croft, Betty Lou Gerson, Sammy Hill, Barney Phillips, Roy Glenn, and Junius Matthews. Bob Lamont speaking.
Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of Beauty in Nature and Art, and many other books. In these talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages, and how each one influences his own in future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Jefferson, philosopher of democracy. We present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, the careers of Jefferson and Hamilton centered in the making of our government, and in them appears that first cleavage of political philosophy which divided our country for many decades and culminated in the Civil War. Jefferson's Welsh-descended father was of great physical vigor and liberal mind. Though dying when Jefferson was but 14, he was the first strong influence determining his son's lifelong liberalism in politics and religion. Contrasting with several of our greatest men, Jefferson had thorough schooling. At 17, he entered William and Mary College, the mother of so many important leaders, and proved equally capable in languages, mathematics, and science, becoming eventually the most broadly cultivated of all the fathers of our country. Soon after entering college, he was honored by the invitation to be the fourth in a group of eminent men who dined together several times a week, including Governor Faulkner, Dr. Small, the foremost liberal scholar in Virginia, and Wythe, leader of the bar. Their conversation was of high value in Jefferson's education, and Dr. Small became the second strong influence confirming his liberalism. Leaving college at 19, Jefferson studied law 5 years with Wythe and began practice with immediate success. Through 7 years at the law, he doubled his inherited fortune. 6 of those years he served in the Virginia Assembly. His personal life was established by his marriage with the lovely young widow Martha Skelton, gifted in music, to which he also was devoted. Soon after his wedding, he drove with his bride 100 miles west to the home he had begun building 2 years before at Monticello. The little mountain rises 600 feet above the countryside, with marvelous views across the rolling hills to the majestic Blue Ridge. Jefferson was his own architect, constructing the mansion on classic lines, Doric columns rising at full height. Jefferson's marriage was exceptionally happy during the 10 years of his wife's life. Only 2 daughters of his 6 children grew up to maturity, the elder becoming the mother of 11 children. It is interesting that the father's chief anxiety was to have his daughters acquire the manners and culture of gentlewomen. The great Democrat was distinctly an aristocrat in personal life. Monticello, remote from the settled part of Virginia, was even more than Mount Vernon, a little world to itself. All the bricks for the mansion were made by slaves on the estate. Jefferson brought better breeds of animals from Europe, introduced rice culture in the South, practiced rotation of crops, a great advance in farming. Though owning slaves, Jefferson was bitterly opposed to slavery, saying of it, "Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." The death of Jefferson's father-in-law brought him 40,000 more acres of land, with 135 slaves, again doubling his property. This was not an unmixed blessing, as there was a heavy mortgage, which in the end Jefferson paid several times over, collecting the money in our depreciated currency and paying it in gold at London. Jefferson was a delegate to the Second Continental Congress, and in May 1776, Virginia passed resolutions of independence, sending a copy to the Congress, asking that it take similar action. Jefferson was appointed on the committee and requested by the other members to draw up the Declaration. He spent 18 days at the task. His draft, accepted by the committee, was bitterly attacked in Congress, but with some changes was finally adopted and signed traditionally on July 4th. Jefferson thus became the author of the birth charter of our nation. It is now the fashion among smart cynics to call the Declaration of Independence a tissue of glittering generalities. Rightly understood, that is just what it is, a fabric of shining general truths, the only basis on which men can widely unite. Had Jefferson done nothing else than write the Declaration, his fame as philosopher of democracy would have been amply warranted. In the autumn of 1776, Congress asked Jefferson to go to France with Franklin, but his wife's illness caused his return home. Elected to the legislature, he was appointed to revise the Virginia statutes. That work was of supreme importance, not only to Virginia, but for the nation. He succeeded quickly in eliminating the laws entailing estates on eldest sons, thus ending the development of a Virginia landed aristocracy. Gradually, he substituted the just and liberal penal system for the barbaric one then in force. His bills provided for a complete state system of education and for the elimination of slavery. Of these measures, he achieved only the prohibition of further importation of slaves into Virginia and the later founding of the university. The most important item, won through a 10 years fight, was the abrogation of the vicious colonial laws on religion, replacing them with his great statute on religious freedom, which reads, "Be it therefore enacted by the General Assembly that no man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship place or ministry whatsoever, nor shall be enforced, restrained, molested, or burdened in his body or goods, nor shall otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or beliefs, but that all men shall be free to profess and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion, and that the same shall in no wise diminish, enlarge, or affect their civil capacities." That is not the earliest statute on religious freedom in our country, but is one of the noblest, and through Jefferson's prestige and influence, helped to give us a similar guarantee in those first amendments to the Constitution forming our Bill of Rights. Jefferson thus became the father of American religious freedom. And in a day such as this, with worldwide revival of religious intolerance and persecution, we need, as never before, to return to his great ideas and follow them. In the darkest period of the war, Jefferson served 2 terms as governor when Virginia was ravaged by British troops. He narrowly escaped capture at Monticello, fleeing by an underground passage as the British came over the brow of the hill. Elected to Congress, Jefferson drafted the law for the government of the Northwest Territory, providing in it that slavery should cease there from the beginning of 1800. Finally adopted by the Congress, this made Union victory possible in the Civil War. His original bill further provided that slavery should cease in the Southwest Territory at the same date. This Congress rejected. Had it carried, there would have been no Civil War. In 1784, Jefferson was again asked to go to France. His wife had died in the meantime, and he accepted, soon succeeding Franklin as ambassador. His 5 years in Paris were happy. His culture made him welcome at the court of the last King Louis, but alone among our statesmen, he was able to see the true meaning of the French Revolution. Shortly after the fall of the Bastille, he came home, permanently loving France, but wholeheartedly American. He remarked to Monroe that to love one's own country, one should live abroad a while. Advice as good today as when Jefferson gave it. Reluctantly, he accepted appointment as Secretary of State in the first cabinet, but was increasingly alarmed at the growing power of the federal government fostered by Hamilton with Washington's sanction. Jefferson believed in the least central government consistent with law and order. Hamilton wanted the strongest government consistent with liberty. At the close of 1793, Jefferson resigned and went home to Monticello. In 1796, the largest electoral vote was for John Adams for president, the next for Jefferson. As the Constitution then provided, this made Jefferson vice president. During his term, he devoted himself to organizing the opposition to the Federalist policies, thus founding the first political party to be consciously formed. He called it Republican, in contrast to the monarchical, as he stigmatized the Federalists. It was afterwards named Republican Democratic and finally Democratic. It has had the longest life of any political party in America, and although called dying some years ago, recently took office with the largest majority given in decades. During Adams' administration, there was threat of war with France, and the Federalists passed the vicious alien and sedition laws. Jefferson wrote protesting resolutions passed by the Kentucky legislature denying the right of the federal government to assume any power not specifically given it in the Constitution, and affirming the right of each state on its own initiative to nullify such action. While needed at the time, those resolutions contained germs of grave trouble to develop later into the Civil War. In 1800, the electoral vote was equally divided between Jefferson and Aaron Burr, throwing the election into the Federalist House. As chief opposition leader, Jefferson was bitterly hated, and the House inclined to give the election to Burr, which would have been a national calamity. At this point, Hamilton intervened. Distrusting Burr and recognizing Jefferson's devotion to the country's welfare, he influenced enough votes to make his enemy, Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States. Jefferson's inaugural address was a masterpiece, stating his whole philosophy of democracy. He pardoned all sedition law convicts, gradually removed the midnight judges, last-minute appointees of Adams, and sought to eliminate all aristocratic customs. His great achievement was the Louisiana Purchase. The year he took office, Spain ceded to Napoleon her claim to that empire extending from New Orleans to the Pacific Northwest. When Jefferson learned of this, he exclaimed, "We must marry ourselves to the British nation and fleet." He hoped, however, to buy New Orleans and some adjacent territory, an idea earlier urged, and sent Monroe to negotiate. Napoleon had not been able to shake the dominance of the British fleet, and finally offered to sell the whole territory to Jefferson for $16 million. For that sum of national small change, Jefferson bought the empire that made our greater America. He did it in direct violation of his expressed views of the constitutional powers of the federal government. Taking as president the action he saw was necessary to the nation's welfare. His second election was almost unanimous, but the party split behind its leaders, as usually follows when a party takes office with too large a majority. Believing no generation should limit a subsequent one, Jefferson was anxious to pay off the national debt before leaving office. To accomplish that, he must avoid war, and so accepted grave humiliation to maintain peace at any price. He refused a third term, establishing the tradition founded by Washington, and left office saddened, but with the heart of the people still with him. His later life was given to the 16 years' fight to establish the University of Virginia. He planned its simple but beautiful buildings, and as rector inaugurated educational reforms carried out nearly a century later in northern institutions. In the last year, Jefferson suffered increasing financial distress from a combination of causes, including the throng of visitors who came. He had to sell his beloved library, collected through 60 years. To keep the books together, he let Congress have it for about half its public auction value. A large gift from friends in other states enabled him to remain at Monticello. After his death, his daughter had to leave, and the great estate was sold for $10,000. So Jefferson died at Monticello, and strange to say, on July 4th, 1826, anniversary of the signing of his draft of the nation's birth charter. Stranger yet, John Adams died the same day in Massachusetts, and almost his last words were, "Thomas Jefferson still survives," but Jefferson had died several hours earlier. He wrote his own epitaph, which reads, "Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the American Declaration of Independence, of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia." No mention of his other great services. Those were the three by which he wished to be remembered. Author of the American Declaration of Independence, philosopher of democracy for all time, of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, father of our American religious liberty, and father of the University of Virginia, first of our statesmen to recognize fully the responsibility of the state for the education of the citizen under democracy. Jefferson thus stands for a few great simple ideas: freedom of speech and press, freedom in religion, freedom of person and conduct, ideas for which we must ever fight to keep the soul of democracy in our great, ever-growing, more powerful and centralized republic.
Jefferson, philosopher of democracy, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
Great Plays. The Great Plays series of the National Broadcasting Company presents Prologue to Glory. Your enjoyment of the Great Plays series may have been greatly enhanced by the Listener's Aid, published through the cooperation of the University Press of Columbia University in New York, which so many of you have already acquired. Listen at the end of this program to learn how you may obtain a copy of the Great Plays Drama Guide containing complete information about this series. It will serve as a permanent record and reference work. Today's great play, the last in the current series, was written by E.P. Kunkel and was first produced professionally on Broadway in 1938 by the Federal Theater Project. Prologue to Glory as a play is not primarily concerned with details of historical accuracy. It attempts rather to be true to the spirit of the times and to its central character, Abraham Lincoln. The scene is laid in and around New Salem, Illinois, in the year 1831. Abe Lincoln was then in his early 20s and had already left the farm to take a job as storekeeper for Denton Offutt in the little town of New Salem. Well, one winter evening, Lincoln was in the store reading to his friend Dave.
Oh, admirable man. Oh, great preceptor of his country. No wonder everybody loved him, who by his unwearied attention to the public good manifested the tenderest love for everybody. No wonder his country delighted to honor him. Since the day God created man on the earth, none ever displayed the power of industry more signally than did George Washington.
Oh, Abe, I don't see how you can sit hour after hour with your nose into a book. Them things you read is all big fibs, Abe.
They're mighty good fibs, Dave. Most of the things a fellow wants to know is in books.
Don't you never wish you had nothing?
Not much. Only to read, maybe.
Don't you never have no hankering to go on down the pike to see what's on the other side?
Well, I know a lot of things that's there. I can learn 'em reading. I never seed Washington or heard tell of him till I got this book. You can sit right here and learn things without moving your little finger, Dave.
Now, here comes Mrs. Hankins, Abe. I'll just go on back.
All right.
Such a day, ain't it, Lincoln?
Snow's getting thick and heavy. What can I get for you, Mrs. Hankins?
I didn't justly come to buy anything. I come to see, would you write a letter home for me? I can't write, and William ain't able to, and little Carrie's going to learning school from Master Graham, but she can't touch hand to paper yet.
Oh, I'd be mighty proud to write, Mrs. Hankins.
People tell me you was such a good writer, so willing to help a person out.
Where'd you want it to go, Mrs. Hankins?
Mistress Beulah Cullen, nigh Harrisonburg in Pennsylvania. She's my daughter.
Oh. Well, you tell me what you want to say, and I'll write it out in full tonight and mail it tomorrow.
Just tell her, me and William ain't heard from her in many a fortnight. The last we heard, Thaddeus, her man, was tucked down with the milk sick.
Milk sick?
Yes, maybe she's tuck with it. Maybe she's gone.
I lost my ma with milk sick. There was no doctor, no preacher to lay her poor head down.
The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away.
Amen.
Tell her, me and William have been having a parcel of trouble with Thomas, but it will pass when Thomas gets married. That William is in good health and tolerable spirits. That William's crops are good, and that we all look forward to the hour when we shall meet, whether it be on this side of the river or t'other.
All right. You reckon that'll be all?
Yes. I was wondering if you could make it sound like the beautiful letter you writ for Patrick O'Keefe to his ma. I knowed Patrick never could have thought of them things himself.
I'd be mighty pleased to do whatever I can, Mrs. Hankins.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good evening, Liz.
Get darn cold. Getting colder.
Yeah, how do, Abe? You can start the evening session now. We're here.
Say, I've done made a new rule for this here store.
Yeah,
You
what's that?
fellas stay out of that Cracker Barrel. 3/4 gone already, and I ain't sold but 1 pound.
Where you suppose them crackers went to, Bert?
Search me?
What with Offutt drinking up the profits and you fellas eating us out of house and home, this here store's coming to a pretty pass.
Now, Abe, I wouldn't have come here if it wasn't for you. Well, we gets better entertainment here than we does home.
My woman says you're an Abe Lincoln witty woman.
Well, is all of us steady loafers here?
Yeah, session's ready to begin.
Let's set. Well, Abe, come on over. Let's begin. What's that there barrel stave for, Abe?
It's for the next fella that dips into them crackers.
Hey, here's your drunken partner, Abe.
Hey, you fellers. Come on back and try my new keg of rum. Have you heard? I took an Abe in and made him a partner. Tooken him in on a wave of prosperity. Come on, fellers. Abe, did you order them goods?
Yeah. They sent a letter back saying they want money.
Money? Them sons of Satan can take our credit. There ain't no money out here but wildcat money. You know that.
Well, I ain't seen none.
I give you credit, you give me credit, and Potter and Slinkers give us credit. That's the way business is carried on. Come on, let's celebrate. Abe takes care of the details, and I go out and boom up the caterwallop and off it concern.
Drunk again.
Offutt didn't put your head on the chopping block, did he, Abe? Making you a half partner?
Well, Dave, these improvements they've been talking of, and land going up and settlers coming in, Maybe we can make a go of it.
Well, maybe. I hear some customers coming. We better go on back, fellas.
Yeah, why can't we just sit here?
Evening, Aunt Polly.
Good evening, Abe.
Evening, Ann.
Evening.
Howdy, Squire.
Evening, Abe.
I want a shilling's worth of sugar. Come on out tomorrow, Abe. Bolin and me's been married going on 40 years. Going to celebrate life.
I'd be mighty happy to, Aunt Polly. A shilling's worth of sugar, you say?
Can I weigh it out, Abe?
I reckon you can do just about anything around here you care to, Ann.
Abe, Myrtle's little boy's been deviling his pa to make him a sailing boat like you made him. I guess we're going to have to put his duds together and ship him in here to you.
Well, you fetch him in, Aunt Polly. I'll make a regular merchant prince out of him.
Like Arthur? No, you won't, Mother. Touchy-touch.
Yeah, that boy's going to be a lawyer. Lawyers are amongst God's giftedest critters. Now, Abe...
Hurry with the sugar, Bolin's set to talking law again.
Say, Squire, I've been thinking of that Ohio case you set me on to. You know, them two fellas running a ferry.
What did you figure out?
Well, I figured that if the steamboat was on the Indiana side and the fella come from Indiana, he wasn't encroaching no Ohio license, and the Ohio fellas didn't have a leg to stand on.
That's what I figured, too. The Ohio fellas didn't like it none, neither. Blast take me, Abe. You got a genuine legal mind like mine. Say, you let up on this Shakespeare business and go over to Athens and get that set of Blackstone that Daniel Smithers has got. It ain't but a 32-mile walk.
Bolin, come along.
The law's a noble profession, Abe. Keeping people at peace with themselves.
Bolin?
Yes, Polly. Say, Abe...
Well, take care of yourself.
Thank you, Aunt Polly. Good night, Squire. Well, Ann, what can I do for you this fine evening? I got a brand new layout of Crocs and horseshoe chawing tobacco.
Abe, Henry Arnstad asked me to see if you would debate at the forum meeting tomorrow night. It'll be a grand chance for you. Mary's going, and so am I. All we girls.
What's the debate on?
Which is more valuable, the bee or the ant? Henry Arnstad has lots of books to look into, so you have to be on your mettle.
Well, Henry'd be what you'd call having a right smart head start.
Well, you'll need it to stand against you. You'll do it, won't you?
Oh, I reckon not. I ain't smart enough.
Smart enough? You're sure you're not just too lazy, Abe?
I ain't got no right to go about telling people which is the most valuable, the bee or the ant. I ain't done enough thinking on that subject, nor any other, to get up before people and talk.
If it was telling a story to your cronies, I guess you could do it.
Well, they're kind of my own people, Aunt.
Of course, it's no business of mine, but you could talk as well as David or Henry. An ambitious young man has got to make his mark in oratory nowadays.
Well, maybe.
Do you mean to tell me you intend to stay in this store all your livelong life?
I never much thunk of anything else, Aunt. If a fella can get along without fighting...
Well, you never hear a Rutledge man say that, Abe Lincoln. He'd get out and try to get some independence and respect. He'd try and get some refinement about him, Abe.
Oh, I've had some etiquette lessons, Ann.
Oh, it isn't that, Abe.
I know I'm rough, but there's so many things I want to learn. I know there's places a lot better than around here. I've read about them. But all my life, I've never seen a nicer store than this one. And being clerk here is 2 notches higher than any situation my pa ever had. Everybody here thinks I'm doing first rate. I begun to think so myself till you come along and set a charge of gunpowder under me.
I wasn't aiming to.
Ann,
Yes, Abe?
set some more under me.
Well, if you were a Rutledge, my father would be asking you about now, just what do you figure on doing for a living, Abe? You're reading and studying all the time. What do you expect to be?
I read because I like to, Ann. I don't read for much purpose, just for guess and bagosh. I just like reading.
Did you ever think of getting married, Abe?
I sort of calculated to someday, Ann.
Well, why should any girl marry you in this state of poverty, Abe?
Well, I don't rightly know, Ann.
What would there be? What would her future be?
Kind of hog and hominy at the present writing.
Abe, you're not even keeping the store well.
No, Ann.
Going in debt. Broke. If you were my brother, I'd say you'd have to stop the sitting in the sun and shade just satisfied with yourself.
Hey, you make things sound plague serious. Well, I always kind of took it for granted the Lord would take care of his goats as well as his sheep.
But don't depend too much on the Lord, Abe.
Well, Ann, if you'll just tell me what I ought to do and be...
You're all right, Abe. It's just, well, you could be so much more. Sitting here with no ambition, satisfied. Oh, sakes of mercy, why am I talking like this to you?
I was wondering that same thing, Ann.
Where's my grammar book? I'm sure I fetched
Well,
it.
I reckon this is it. English grammar in familiar lectures accompanied by a compendium embracing a new systematic order of parsing by Samuel Kirkham. I've been through this old book 47 times, Ann. What are you on now?
On phrases.
A phrase is an assemblage of words not constituting an entire proposition, but performing a distinct office in the structure of a sentence or another phrase.
Oh, that's fine, Abe. Mary Cameron and I have been trying to learn that for 3 days now. Oh, you're not angry with me for what I said tonight, Abe?
I reckon not. 'Twas the God's truth.
And you'll talk tomorrow night at the meeting?
You want that I should?
Oh, I think you ought to. They need someone in there to get them talking sense, Abe. Talking about bees and ants.
Yes. Yeah, there is so much else to talk about. The land a-growing around us, people's minds opening up, not knowing what to think, what laws to make. All the politicians talking of national problems and internal improvements, building things. Why, we could dredge that plague-gone Sangamon River and...
That's good, Abe. You go tell them that.
I guess maybe I will, Ann.
How do you feel, Abe?
Like a row of pumpkins, Ann, pretty close to earth.
Have you got your points all down?
I don't know whether they're down or up. Ann, I'm sure starting something tonight.
What is it?
I don't know just yet.
I can't wait.
You never hear tell of the fella lit a fuse the keg of powder he was setting on to see what had happened?
You're going to wrestle somebody, Abe?
Not like you think.
How you feel, Abe?
Doctor, do you know what Abe's got up his sleeve?
Giving a big speech, ain't you, Abe?
I reckon so.
Oh, sakes alive, a person would think it was something important.
Well, you can begin the fracas now. I'm here.
A little quiet, please. Quiet. You folks all take seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the New Salem Forum Society is happy to welcome you as guests.
Hey, shut that door.
In this open meeting, we will try not only to entertain you, but also to enlighten you. We're here tonight to listen to a debate. As you probably know, the Society tries always to discuss questions being discussed all over the country. The subject for tonight's debate is resolved that bees are more valuable than ants. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate in having Henry Onstadt, who has debated before us many times, to open the question. Mr. Onstadt.
Mr. Chairman, the subject for debate has been given. I shall not go into a definition of terms, as I believe it is sufficiently understood that the bee, in general, is a member of the superfamily Apoides, and the ant is only a hymenopterous member of the family Formicodea. I am happy to have for my task the defense of the bee. Not that it is the more easy to defend, but it is my heartfelt conviction that the bee is the more useful animal.
Just what I told you, Luke.
Hence, can I argue from genuine conviction? Hence, is my argument won already?
Ray for Henry!
Order, please! Order!
Let these interruptions cease, please. I wish to base my argument on 3 main points. Nature has given the bee one primal function, to pollinate the flower. See his busy body fluttering from flower to flower, collecting nectar and pollen and aiding the plant to propagate. What would the world be without flowers? Hence, without bees. Hence, without a second generation. Hence, barrenness everywhere. The material value of this function of the bee is alone enormous. The apple crop, pollinated solely by bees in Asbury County, Maine, was 1,740 pounds 10 years ago. Need I go further into this? Need I?
Need he? Order, please. Order.
Which brings me to my second main point. Ladies and gentlemen, do you realize that the bee is the sole maker of honey? No. What would this vile world be without honey? The Bible speaks of it. Witness it. And he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion, and behold, there was a swarm of bees and honey in it. The value of the honey crop in Sudburyshire for the year 1823 was 85 pounds, 3 shillings, 8 pence. May I ask, can the ant produce anything of similar value? Can my opponent produce anything of similar value? Can my opponent measure his ant up to my bee in there or in any other respects? Yet, I have one more point.
Well, sharpen her, Henry.
The lessons which the bee teaches us are inestimable. Hour on hour he labors to store away for the winter. The blizzard is on him, but his honey is in the comb. Let us go and do likewise. Let us emulate his social structure, his queen, his mason bees, his workers who store his honey. Each bee has his work. Each bee does his work.
That's right.
Let us study his life. Let us go to him and learn. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter who you be, or whom, or where you be, or of what intelligence, it must appear to you that the bee is much more valuable than the ant. First, he fertilizes. Second, he gives honey. Third, he shows how we should live. Can there be any doubt in your mind?
Order, please.
No, there's no doubt. I hereby challenge the negative to fetch forward a single main point he can stand upon, unimpeached. Ladies and gentlemen, the positive rests.
Good work,
And now I am happy to introduce a young man who needs no introduction. Abe Lincoln. Who will uphold the negative.
Hooray! Come on, Abe. Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, I've done most of my public speaking on stumps for the benefit of God's green forests and Tom Lincoln's tater rows. So I probably won't show up very bright again, an eloquent, polished speaker like the Honorable Positive. I should like to add my praises to theirs, though, Henry, for the able manner in which you handled them bees without getting stung. Now, one of the subjects that appears to be bothering this forum club is whether bees are more valuable than ants. It wouldn't take me long to point out a few important functions of the ant, if I was a mind to. It is well known that he has moderate intelligence and lives in just as ordered a society as the bee. His commerce and trade abound. I've not got any books to prove it, but I maintain an ant can lift many times its own weight and could, if it was a mind to, outrun, out-wrestle, and out-argue Henry and me both.
Order, please.
But more important than all these, ants are known to have better sense and more of it than to stand arguing on such sniveling subjects as we are. Ants ain't akin bees. Both of them are valuable and have their God-given purposes, folks. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't worry me a continental which is more valuable so long as each keeps into his proper place. Now, if Henry's bees was to get into your bonnets or my ants was to get into your breeches, that'd be a subject for discussion and immediate action. I'm sorry, but I can't imbibe of the same high seriousness for this subject as my opponent. It seems to me that the subjects for debate before this forum ought to be alive. Subjects for action, useful for living. The things we hear, the decisions we arrive at ought to be helpful to us. The Lord knows there are plenty of problems here with us folks in Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman is beside the point of this debate.
Abe, will you please keep to the subject?
Put him out.
Order.
Hey, you fellas, hold your taters now. Hold your taters. I'll fetch the subject back to ants or bust a hamstring. Now, folks, I've had some long talks with several ants along the Sangamon River. You know what they told me? Well, they said if they was us, they'd do something about those bends in the river that keep the steamboat Talisman from coming up from St. Louis, that keep New Salem from sending its goods to a market in St. Louis and New Orleans. We've got the land, the pastures, the crops, All we need is a market to sell in, an outlet. We could raise our crops, and the broad river would carry them to market and fetch us back sugar and iron and furniture. Things we can't raise or otherwise get. Ladies and gentlemen, what I propose to you tonight is...
Order, please. Order.
Now, if there seems to be no connection twixt what I have to say and the subject under discussion...
Go to her, Abe!
Let Abe give his proposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll sit down as soon as you let me say what I've come here to say. And the upshot of my whole speech here tonight is that by my own initiative and through the offices of my kind friends, I want to take this opportunity hereby and forthwith to announce myself as candidate for Sangamon County to the legislature of the state of Illinois. I do wish to announce my platform as one of local reform and internal developments, as the politicians say. I am especially interested in the development of waterways and the natural resources of Sangamon County and its marketing. I am, ladies and gentlemen, further done, I reckon.
Did you know Abe was going to do that, Bill?
No, didn't Yes, Abe sure cooked Henry's goose. I'm going to tell the other fellas. Abe's a-running, and so am I.
Hey, fellas, wait for me. Running again, the Democrats got his nerve, hasn't he?
I'll vote for him. Well, them long legs is more for sitting than just for sitting, I'll tell you.
A fine speaker in spite of it all.
Yeah, the world can't beat him.
What's your platform you standing on, Abe?
The Whig, I reckon.
Oh, good Lord. You haven't got a ghost of a chance, sir. Not a ghost.
This will bring Abe prominently before the people. Do him a lot of good.
Did you know about this, Doctor?
Sort of, Anne.
Abe, you bit off a big hunk. Old Pete Cartwright's a good man.
Well, if I lose, it ain't going to be because I never tried.
Oh, tutty-tut, Abe. Never say the word to me, you scallywag, did
Looks
you?
like you might fetch this side of the county.
Well, we got to be going home, bowling.
Yeah.
Good night, Abe.
Good night,
Coming,
Father.
Mrs. Rutley?
Coming home, daughter?
Yes, Father.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Oh, it was perfect, Abe.
Oh, now, Anne.
Well, you sure have started something. Phew.
You're not disappointed at my going Whig, Anne?
Well, sakes of mercy, yes.
Well, Doc Allen, the squire, and all the people but your folks, it's what they stand for, Anne.
I know, Abe.
You coming home, Ann?
Yes.
I reckon I'm like the fella got on the Texas steer. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm on my way.
Well, it takes my breath away. You're sure you're feeling all right, Abe?
Well, it doesn't seem much like a Lincoln to start a thing like this. Everything inside me was saying, Lord sakes, Abe, sit down. Why'd you ever stir up this mess? If Tom Lincoln could see me now, he'd not know his boy. But it was right interesting standing up there watching people think this way and that. I feel powerful better doing this. Thanks to you, Ann.
Oh, now, Abe.
Ann, we're waiting.
Oh, in a minute, Father.
I wonder, Ann,
Yes?
could I fetch you home, Ann?
Oh, it wouldn't seem like a Lincoln to start such a thing as that either, would it?
Well, I suppose not. But...
You can fetch me, Abe.
Oh, thanks, Ann. I wish my pa could see me now.
Hello, Abe.
Hello, Granny.
Come on in and sit.
Thank you, Granny.
Well, Abe, don't you think you're something now? All trigged out like a brand new breastpin.
It's time I was kind of slicking up, ain't it, Granny?
Ann won't be out for a spell. Oh, don't think I don't know what you come for. Ann's a mighty fine gal. She'd been baking corn pone with sorghum molasses for sweetening, just for me.
I reckon Ann's a mighty tarnal fine gal, Granny. You reckon she'll be out directly?
Yeah.
Dave Vance is waiting for me.
I reckon so. Abe,
Yeah, Granny?
what come of that Offutt feller?
I guess he just kind of sauntered off, Granny.
Gone off and left New Salem for good?
I reckon so.
Gone and left you with all them store debts, the colonel was saying. Been a blessing if he took down with a milk sick. Almost.
I guess I couldn't wish that on to nobody, Granny.
Avery,
Yes, Granny?
know what I'd like? Particular?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Anne and the plagued electioneering can just wait till you read some Bible to Granny Rutledge. Well, what'll it be today, eh?
Well, I reckon I'll just do you a mite from Job, Granny.
No one recites like you, Avery. Plain and tolerable, too.
Let's see now. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job.
Yes.
And that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and turned away from evil.
Yeah.
And his substance was 7,000 sheep, and 500 yoke of oxen, and a frog. And the frog, desirous of equaling the ox, swelled herself. She swole and swole, and her son cried out, "Though you bust, mother, you will never exceed the ox." But when she'd swolled a third time, she bust.
Are that in there, Avery?
Why, of course, Granny. And his sons went and held a feast in the house, and they sent for the 3 sisters. And the Sultan awoke and found himself on the royal couch, with attendants kissing the ground before him, upon which he beheld a pavilion, whose walls were adorned with gold. And he saw lighted lamps, and female slaves, and more female slaves, whereat he cried, "By Allah, either I am dreaming or this is paradise."
Oh, well, Avery Lincoln, you...
Granny, don't hit me with that cane. But I did kind of fool you, didn't I, Granny?
Well, I heard the Bible read many times, but I knowed I never heard things like that in it afore. Sakes alive. Anne can have you. Sakes alive. Avery, you sure had me going plumb galley west.
You ain't mad, are you, Granny?
Lord's sake, no. You'll just get that spindle bed of mine for that.
If and I get Anne first.
Well, you won't get her unless you ask her, that's sure. Well, I'll go see what's keeping her.
Thank you, Granny.
Shall I tell Anne you got something extra special to say to her today? Anne!
Yes, Granny?
Avery's out here waiting for you.
Oh, thank you, Granny. Is he here already? Oh,
Howdy, Anne.
howdy, Abe.
How are you?
Oh, just grand. So you're off to the wars, Abe.
Yeah. I'm talking over toward Antioch tonight and then around over east.
Did you get a horse?
No, I'm riding with Dave Vance a piece and then I'll traipse on alone.
How does it feel to be nearly elected to something, Abe? The Honorable Abe Lincoln.
Oh, no, Anne, sit down, be still. I'll probably not really get it.
Oh, with that brand new white cambric shirt on, Abe, you can't help it. Oh, isn't it a grand day? Let's run someplace, Abe.
Run?
Well, fly then, down to Memphis. I've always wanted to see the cotton fields and songs.
Sometimes that ain't such a happy sight, Anne. The darkies don't always sing.
And they'll be dancing on the street, Abe, for you when you're elected.
Oh, now, Anne.
Oh, come on, Abe, let's dance. Da 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 da.
Oh, for Lord's sake, Anne, you know I can't dance one step on top of another.
Oh, try it, Abe. Da 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 da.
It's no use. I can't do it. Oh, for Lord's sake, Anne, stop it.
Oh, you're a very handsome fellow, Squire Lincoln, and you may get a seat in the councils of the war. But you haven't any way with the gals. I'm going to have to take you in hand. Why, Mary Cameron says you stare at her. She's afraid you'll step on her toes when she comes in to buy muslin. Can't help it. Oh, isn't it a grand day? Let's run someplace, Abe.
Run?
Well, fly then, down to Memphis. I've always wanted to see the cotton fields and songs.
Sometimes that ain't such a happy sight, Anne. The darkies don't always sing.
And they'll be dancing on the street, Abe, for you when you're elected.
Oh, now, Anne.
Oh, come on, Abe, let's dance. Da 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 da.
Oh, for Lord's sake, Anne, you know I can't dance one step on top of another.
Oh, try it, Abe. Da 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 da.
It's no use. I can't do it. Oh, for Lord's sake, Anne, stop it.
Oh, you're a very handsome fellow, Squire Lincoln, and you may get a seat in the councils of the war. But you haven't any way with the gals. I'm going to have to take you in hand. Why, Mary Cameron says you stare at her. She's afraid you'll step on her toes when she comes in to buy muslin.
Are you afeard of me, Anne?
Oh, yes, terribly.
Oh, plague take it all, Anne. Anne, will you marry me?
Marry you, Abe?
I reckon so. I mean, will you? Oh, Ann, I reckon I love you past any mortal love.
Do you, Abe?
Yeah. I've got no right to hope nor expect anything, but I do. I can't help it. I've tried, and I just can't.
Yes, Abe?
I know I've got no work now. The store is gone, Offutt's gone, debts. So all I can do nowadays is to keep body and soul together. Ain't much to look at, I know.
You're not speaking very well for yourself, are you, Abe?
I reckon I'd be a good walking delegate for a long spell of bad weather, Ann. Of course, I might win the election. I've thought everything out as clear as I could. Folks seem to like to hear me talk, but you can't tell nary a thing how they'll vote, though. Wish I knew. I've thought of going on blacksmithing if I don't get it. I've never known a blacksmith that died of starvation. Did you, Ann?
No.
And there you are. And they're always good storytellers, too.
Well, that's a lot, Abe.
I've thought of surveying. Then there's law. Well, every now and then I get money for writing contracts and deeds. Bolin wants me to take up the law, and, well, I guess I could make a little pin money working at harvest, whipsawing out coffins and such like, Ann. So's you could have a falderall now and then.
A falderall, Abe?
Yes. Like for your hair, or a breastpin for your dress, or a poke of sweets.
I never use falderalls, though, Abe.
Well, you could have some when we're married, Ann.
Yes, Abe?
I've undertaken to write you a snatch of poetry. I just want you to know before I light out, I think muchly of you.
Well, read it to me, Abe.
I don't know whether I can. Well, time, what a empty vapor 'tis, and days how swift they are, swift as an Indian arrow, fly on like a shooting star.
Go on, Abe.
The present moment just is here, then slides away in haste, that we can never say they're ours, but only say they're past.
Oh, that's lovely, Abe.
It's for you, Ann.
It doesn't say much about love, but it's lovely. I'll put it in my scrapbook. A remembrance of a lovely day.
Thanks, Ann.
You know, Abe, once I thought I shouldn't marry you.
You knew I was going to ask you?
Well, every other young fellow here has, Abe.
Oh.
No? Once I thought I'd not marry you. I thought I'd let Mary Cameron have you. You know, I was engaged once.
Yes, I knew that, Ann.
He went east. He didn't write.
Yes, I know.
Oh, I wanted you to know. Because I like you, Abe. Muchly. I never thought of the poverty, the debts.
Oh, Ann, will you marry me? I can't go on without you.
Oh, I like you, you gangling fellow.
Will you?
If it would make you happy.
Oh, Ann.
Yes, Abe? I think perhaps I will.
Doggone, Ann. I'm busting. I'm plumb busting. Whoa, hooray!
For goodness sakes, Abe, you have the whole town over here.
Let them come. I want to tell them we're going to be married. I'm going out to win this election for you, Ann. I'm going to make a big thing out of it. I'm going to put steamboats on the wide breast of this river.
Dave, you coming?
That's Dave. He's been waiting. I'm coming. Where's my hat?
Here it is, Abe. Have you plumb lost your mind, boy?
I reckon so, Ann. Let me lose it just this once. I'm gonna sit on the seat of the Almighty and consult with the Lord, Ann.
Goodbye, Abe, dear. I hope you will.
Goodbye, Ann. Come, thou fount of every blessing, tune my heart to sing thy grace. Streams of mercy never ceasing, call for soul.
Wonder there ain't someone giving a speech around here today.
Heard Uncle Pete Cartwright was in these parts.
Yeah, so we heard. Thought he'd be.
Hitting off pretty lively for an old feller, ain't he?
Always been an enemy of gambling and high learning, ain't he? Here, this Lincoln air's pretty strong down New Salem way.
Any man running agin old Hickory and the Democrats ain't got no chance.
Well, my folks writ Lincoln's got a chance in them parts.
We need a strong fella here, no string bean upstart.
Carries about a good opossum grease to soft soap people.
Hey, you men, come here.
Huh?
I don't want no fooling.
What's the matter?
What's up, Judge?
Well, Judge Higgins is down to my place with this fellow Lincoln. Heard there was a sale here today, so he came up to speak.
Run him out on a rail.
What's he doing down there?
Looking over my new lightning rod. Us Democrats have got to take care of this fella.
Don't make yourself sick worrying about it.
Say, George, how much is that highfalutin lightning rod set you back?
Oh, shut up. I'm getting tired of hearing about that rod. It don't make no difference how much it costs. But I can tell you this. If Cartwright ain't elected, it's going to cost you fellows a plenty. Now, the plan is the party is going to make offices for 15 or 20 men around here when it gets in. Old Pete don't know that, but I do. And you fellas do now.
Look, fellas, here comes something.
Yeah, that's him. Lincoln.
Looks like the running gears of a katydid.
What's he got there whittling?
Danged if I can make it out.
Might say he was a feller to be looked up to.
He stand out like the hind giants of a Kansas grasshopper.
Listen to what he's saying.
Now, you fellas remember what I told you.
Hickory's a good fella, Judge, but I can't make up my mind to see no one at Washington that's been mixed up in brawls and duels and killed, slashed, and clawed various American citizens.
That's right.
A Whig, all right.
What's he playing around with?
But I ain't so much interested in that. Our party's got to get under local improvements. That's where our success lays.
I reckon maybe so. Gentlemen, this is Abe Lincoln from down New Salem way.
Howdy.
Howdy, gents.
Howdy, how do?
Stranger, what you think you got there? Show 'em, Abe.
Oh, this contraption I'm whittling?
What you call her?
She's a boat.
A boat?
You gents never seen one like this before?
Don't recollect ever.
Well, what's these here doofaddles down here?
Well, you see these long flicky doodles?
Yeah,
sure.
Well, you hook two bellows to them below the waterline.
Oh, down here.
Yeah. Your boat is sailing along like a chip on a lake when she comes to a shoal. Well, what do you do?
I don't know.
Well, what do you do?
Yeah. What do you do?
Well, you just fill these here bellows with air, and they raise up your boat, and she floats over the shoal.
Do tell. Sure that'll work, Lincoln?
Are you sure about that?
Well, I'm not sure, but she sounds good, don't she?
Say, you're thinking of getting this contraption patented?
I'm thinking some of it. When I get her whittled out and dressed up.
Know how to go about it?
No.
Well, I think he could
I could tell you if I was a mind to.
You must be the only fella in the country who knows how.
Well, I am. Silas invented a triggin to break the hind wheels of a buggy. I'd got it patented if there hadn't been 25 wheel breakers before Silas's.
That's right.
Sure did.
Oh, you think there are any more gadgets like this one?
Don't hardly think so. Say, Lincoln, you come over to my place for supper tonight, and I'll show you a triggin that by George, I plumb forgot myself.
Howdy, stranger.
I ain't no stranger. I live here.
Oh, I reckon you're Mr. Voorhees.
This is George, Abe.
I'm the head of the Democratic Party around here.
I thought I used to hear you being a Whig once, Mr. Voorhees.
Well, that don't make no difference now. I got better sense since then.
I was inspecting your new lightning rod as I come past.
It don't need as much inspecting as much as that party of yours does.
Well, maybe not, but...
You're again Andy Jackson, and I...
Now, Mr. Voorhees, I ain't so much again Jackson as I am for the people of Sangamon County here.
What do you mean?
I'd like to tell you, gentlemen, in a few words, with your kind permission.
Oh, let the fella talk. Don't look like he could make much of a dent.
You're out after Pete Cartwright's votes. Now, we got no use...
No, I'm only after a few of my own. I'm one of you men. I know what you have to put up with here. I guess I could do a lot of good besides helping you in the legislature down there.
You're a Whig, by gad. You're a Henry Clay Whig. How do you stand on this secession question, fella? What's your stand on slavery? What about log rolling?
Now, fellow citizens.
You're a young demagogue, and you're going to be took down. Now, I'm running the politics in this precinct, and I don't need no upstart a barging in here telling me my business. You look here, Lincoln.
Mr. Voorhees has said that I'm a young man that should be taken down.
This territory here is mine.
It is for you men, not for him to say whether I'm up or down.
You stop this, Lincoln, I warn you.
I desire to live, and I desire place and distinction. But I would rather die now than like the gentleman here live to see the day that I would change my politics for an office worth $3,000 a year, and then feel compelled to erect a lightning rod to protect a guilty conscience from the wrath of an offended God.
He can't talk that way about this. And you better not beat this fella, George.
Oh, go on, George.
We'll tell you what he said tomorrow.
Gentlemen, there are three ideas I want to stand before you on. Internal improvements, a lower rate of usury, and a better system of education. On the former, I believe these handbills will give you my ideas how the poorest counties can be benefited by the opening of good roads and the clearing of navigable streams like our Sangamon. On the next, I may say that the practice of loaning money at exorbitant rates of interest is a baneful practice and as harmful to the interests of the community as a tax of several $1,000s for the benefit of a few people. I propose to introduce a law fixing the limits of usury. On the subject of education, I should like to say that I view it as one of the most important subjects in which we can engage.
I agree with you.
That every individual may receive at least a moderate education, and thereby being able to read the histories of his own and other countries, that they may duly appreciate the values of our free institutions, is of vital importance. To say nothing of the blessings to be derived from all being able to read the scriptures and other works of religious, education, or moral nature. As modesty should always attend youth, it is probable that I've already been more forward than becomes me.
What else?
But every man is said to have his own ambition. I've got no other so great as that of being truly esteemed by my fellow men, by rendering myself worthy of that esteem. I was born 22 years ago last February.
Huh?
And these years have been spent in the most humble walks of life. As I have no wealthy or popular relations to recommend me, I throw my case entirely upon the independent voters. If elected, I shall be unremitting in my labors to serve you. But if your wisdom dictates to keep me in the background, I am too familiar with disappointments to be very much chagrined. Thank you.
A good feller, Begani. Knows more than all the rest of them put together.
George made a mistake when he allowed that fellow to come here.
Well, I ought to be going, Judge. I'm walking over to Athens Township for nightfall.
You've done yourself a good turn here, Abe.
Count on my vote, Lincoln. That'll balance one of George's 10.
You'll find a lot of opposition. A Democrat's a born Democrat 3 generations back up here.
Yes,
you
sir.
think it's going to rain, Lincoln? Notice you're carrying an umbrella.
When I left home a month ago, I reckoned it might happen to. It's not rained a drop yet, but I still got hope.
But hey, you fellas here of an Abe Lincoln, B.A.'s pond.
Yes, Goldie is right over there.
Dave, what's up?
Milk sick.
Milkshake.
It struck New Salem, Abe. It's pretty bad there. People coming down every night. When I left a couple of days ago, 3 was taken dead. Abe, the little girl.
And?
I was coming to that.
She's not bad.
Yeah, she's taken pretty bad, Abe. She was calling for you to come home.
Why, I've got to go then. Now. Roseanne, Mrs. Rutledge?
She's sleeping now, Abe.
Yes.
Come in.
I'm sorry your daughter's under the weather, Colonel. Thought I'd visit. Howdy, Granny.
Howdy.
Mrs. Rutledge.
How do you do?
Yes, milkshake, Mr. Smith. Abe, this is Frank Smith, our new neighbor.
Howdy, Lincoln. Milkshake, eh? Well, they call it the Trembles where I come from. Suppose you've tried Barks and Jalop and Bone Set tea.
We've tried everything. Everything.
Oh. Yeah, you're reading a mighty fine book there, Granny.
No finer ever writ, Mr. Smith.
We grow in love and arrive at grace abounding.
Amen.
Say, young feller, you must have plenty of gumption to run again old Pete Cartwright.
Yeah.
Now, how do you stand on the slavery question, Lincoln?
I ain't been thinking much about slavery lately, Mr. Smith.
No? Well, you're a politician, ain't you? These your abolitionists say that the slaves ought to be set free, and then
I reckon no one's got more sympathy for the sore oppressed than me. But we can't afford to make up our minds till we know the facts. Southerners would stand to lose millions if they were freed. Seems to me whether slavery is or is not wrong depends on whether the slave is or is not a man. I think I don't rightly care to talk about it now, Mr. Smith.
Your sweetheart, maybe.
Yes.
Well, good night, Colonel.
Good night. Good sleep.
Good night, Granny.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Rutledge.
Good night.
Good night, Lincoln.
Good night.
Doc hasn't come yet.
No. He's probably not back from Decatur yet.
What if they don't have any calomel over there, John?
Oh, they're sure to have it at Renshaw's.
I've got your supper set out, Abe. Can't you go in and try to eat a bite?
Ain't much hungry, Mrs. Rutledge.
We must keep our own strength, Abe. Come, Father. I think you should close the shutter tight in Anne's room.
All right, Mother dear, come on.
Granny,
Yes, Avery?
expect the calomel will help her?
Maybe. Maybe only the dear Jesus can do that now, Avery.
But she seemed better this afternoon, Granny. She even wanted me to tell her a story, and it can't be that... Why, she was even sitting up in bed, Granny, and I told her the story about little Bud, and she laughed.
It lingers. Lingers. She's a brave little soldier, Avery, but she's mighty bad sick. You might as well know that. I laid 5 of my own away with the trembles. They was all bright little critters.
If we could do something.
Maybe you'd better get a mite of sleep. I can sit up. I can walk.
I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't do nothing.
She loved the spicewood fire. I've seen her sit here by it for hours in a little pinafore, singing, mending.
They can't carry her off now. In her young years, when she's just beginning to live.
They took little Robbie.
We'd only begun to know our love, to plan things out in the years, to realize. And now this, all going.
They took little Mercy.
Waiting, helpless and waiting. If a man could only rise up and do something.
Oh, such bright little critters.
I went through something like this once before. Someone you love, standing helpless, waiting. I sat day by day reading more parts of the Bible she liked best. On the 6th day, she called me to her bed. Talked of many strange things, principalities and powers, things present, things to come. She urged me and my sister Sarah always to walk in the paths of goodness and truth. Told us many things would come to him that served God, and the best way to serve him was to serve his people. She was among the lowliest of mankind. She walked the earth with her poor feet in the dust, but her head in the stars. Pa took me down into the woods to make her a coffin. Pa was sawing. I was hammering the pegs in. The hammer dropped at my feet. It was like someone was driving them into my heart. It's just going through all that again now.
Yes, Avery.
How much does the Lord require of a man? Oh, Doc, you got the calomel?
Yes, Abe, I got it. How's she been?
Sleeping. They're in there with her. Doc, you gotta do something.
I'll do all I can do. Evening, Granny.
Evening, Doc. It's coming. It's coming. Avery, come throw on another log. It's getting cold in here. Cold.
Doc, she's better. She's only a little tired.
She's mighty tired, Abe.
She'll get well.
It's only a matter of minutes. She was calling you, Abe.
Me?
Yes. Go on in.
They took little Ronnie. They took little Mercy.
I'll just be out here in the kitchen, Granny.
Dear God, be with us in our hour of need. Keep her precious unto thee until we shall meet in the sweet by and by. Sustain us who are afflicted, that we may be more like thee in thy hour.
I guess we've got to bear these things like men, Abe.
Bear these things like men? I've got to feel it like a man first.
And you know how you enjoyed going around speaking, moving people's minds? You've got a useful life ahead of you, Abe, if you'll just make it useful.
There's nothing I want to do now. Nothing ahead. You can't have a light like her come and lose it without everything going black before your eyes, Aunt Polly. I've made a failure at everything I've laid hands to.
Tut, Abe. You're just a-starting.
That's right, Abe.
Starting? She showed me my power and strength, and she's gone. I've got no wish to go on. I'm just tired of all this law and everything.
Yeah, I don't want to torment you, Abe. I just want you to come to peace of mind.
You want me to forget, to go on, to be brave. What is bravery?
Well, now, Blackstone says that...
It's mostly to hold up your head amongst men, spite of adversity, Abe.
All I can think is she ought to be living now. It can't be right for a good God to do a thing like this. To take one so promising.
Maybe her good work was done, Abe.
Done? How could her work be done? She was only beginning to live. Why, she... Never to see her smile no more.
Hey, don't you think there's area hereafter, Abe?
I'm afeard I can't. It's awful to think that when we die, that's the end of us. That's what hurts. That's why I want to get away from it all.
Well, I won't trouble you no more, Abe. This is something a person must feel. We've all got to carry out our earthly destiny as best we can.
Destiny?
Oh, gosh almighty, boy. A young feller of your age and with your book learning ought to use it. You got a practical slant on things. You got a good passel of humor. You got the strength to do things.
You mustn't forget, Abe. Anne wouldn't be very proud of you moping about and cursing the Lord.
Anne? Yes, I reckon maybe she'd not be very proud.
An ambitious young man has got to make his mark in oratory nowadays. My father would be asking, just what do you figure on doing for a living, Abe? What do you expect to be? Oh, you're all right, Abe. It's just, well, you could be so much more. Oh, sakes of mercy. Why am I talking like this to you?
I was wondering that same thing, Anne.
What's that, Abe?
Oh, I was just wondering. I reckon I ought to try and live the way she'd want me to, Aunt Polly. Yes, I reckon I ought to.
And so we conclude Prologue to Glory by E.P. Conkle. And in doing so, we bring to a close this current series of great plays. The adaptation of today's play for radio was made by Richard Moranis. The special music was composed by Tom Bennett, with the orchestra conducted by Joseph Honte. Abe Lincoln was played by Wesley Addy, and Ann Rutledge was played by Colleen Ward. In order that you may recapture some of the moments you've enjoyed while listening to this series of great plays, and to have as a permanent record the summaries of the plots, sketches of the authors' lives, and pertinent facts about each of the 30 plays which have been presented, we suggest that you write for a copy of the Great Plays Drama Guide by Blevins Davis, who arranged for the series. Send 25 cents in coin or money.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and we're doing business as usual, featuring our full assortment of the mysterious and the bizarre. Quis custodiet ipsos custodes? Who shall guard the guards? Or, to take it a step higher, who shall judge the judges? This was a problem that plagued the ancient Romans, and obviously it remains with us to this very day. And actually, the act of judging is a highly hazardous affair, because the book warns us, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." And so, between the necessity to judge and the admonition not to do it, we human beings are in a constant state of doubt, which is not the worst thing in the world.
Hold! Hold on there.
What you want?
What are you doing with that pistol?
That's hardly your affair, Mr. Lincoln.
A man prowling about at night holding a loaded pistol is certainly an object of curiosity.
Only to those that don't mind their own affairs.
I consider the safety of the community to be very much my affair, Mr. Barnes. You'll oblige me by handing over that pistol.
And you'll oblige me by going about your own business, Mr. Lincoln.
I'm afraid I'll have to take that pistol.
I'd advise you not to try it.
Hand it over, sir.
I warn you, not another step.
Our mystery drama, It's Murder, Mr. Lincoln, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Keir DeLay. When conditions are bad, we Americans always spend a great deal of energy not in finding a solution to the problem, but rather in deciding what to call it. Is it a depression? Is it a recession? Back in 1837, they called it a panic. So you see, we have made progress. 1837 was certainly a year to tighten one's belt. Definitely, it was not a favorable year to embark upon a new career. And a young man named Abraham Lincoln is discovering this the hard way. He has just settled in Springfield, Illinois, where he has opened a law office. Abe Lincoln sits in his law office and waits for clients. This afternoon, as usual, he is sitting and waiting. And although he is completely unaware of it, a case is being created for him just down the street in Fellman's Tavern.
Now, what I want to know is, what's the point in having Martin Van Buren sitting in the White House? Why, we might just as well have Andy Jackson.
Oh, well, Tom, Andy's old and sick. Why, he's half dead.
Well, better an Andy Jackson who's half dead than a Martin Van Buren who's all alive. Yes, that's a good one, huh?
Yeah, it sure is.
I have to remember that one.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. You want to hear a good one, sir? I was just saying to this gentleman here, Mr. Ephraim Barnes, I was saying, better a half-dead Jackson than an all-alive Van Buren. Isn't that what I said, Ephraim?
Something like that.
Are you Tom Feldman?
Yeah, in the flesh.
I'd like a room.
Costs you $1.
All right.
In advance. Owe no man anything, as it says in Corinthians. Or is it, Acts?
Well, here's your $1.
Thank you. Drink?
Oh, no, not for me, thanks.
Well, comes with the price of the room.
I never drink while there's work to be done.
Huh? Well, what's your name, stranger? You know mine. I'm Tom Feldman, and this gentleman here is Ephraim Barnes. He runs the bank.
Ah, glad to meet you, Mr.
Jones? Franklin Jones.
What's the business, Mr. Jones? I assure you, the First National Farmers and Merchants Bank of Springfield is very much at your service.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Barnes. I'll keep that in mind. Could either of you gentlemen tell me where I might find a Mr. Cyrus Darrow?
Cy Darrow? Why, he's got a farm. Big place it is, too, just north of here. Now, you just follow the road right out of town.
We inquire your business with Mr. Darrow, sir?
Well, that depends on Mr. Darrow.
Well, that's playing the cards close to the vest, huh? Bread eaten in secret is the sweetest, as it says in Proverbs. Or is that Leviticus?
There's nothing secret about my business with Mr. Darrow. He swindled me out of some money. Now he's either going to pay it back or I intend to blow his head off.
Now, Mr. Jones, there's no need for that. If you have proof, you can take him to court.
Well, I don't have proof, so I'll just have to do it my way. I've come here to get what's mine by rights, and I have the instrument with which to secure it.
Well, that's a wicked-looking weapon you got there, sir.
I fought in Florida in the Seminole War. This pistol was first and last fired in the service of my country. I earned the right to use it in my own behalf.
Now, sir, you cannot flout the law.
Yes, indeedy. The law is sitting right here by your side. In me, you see the sheriff, and Mr. Barnes is the judge for this term.
Well, gentlemen, all I can say is that if a man don't get no justice, he will have to make his own. My room, sir?
Up the stairs. First door to your right. Supper's at 5 o'clock.
That young fellow bears a bit of watching.
Yeah. I pity him if he goes up against old man Darrow. Cyrus will just chew him up and spit him out.
Wicked-looking pistol, that.
You know, I'm not a wagering man, Ephraim, but if I was, I'd lay my money on Cyrus Darrow. Poor fella. Seems kind of young to die after surviving an Indian war and all.
Who the devil's name's out there this time of night? What's your business with me? Go on home. Got a bone to pick with Cyrus Darrow? You come round in the daylight time, like honest, respectable folk. All right. Don't bust her down. I'm coming. Oh, well, so it's you, eh? Come whining around to see if I'll leave you off the hook, eh? Well, you can hang there and squirm till I'm good and ready to... You think that pistol can scare me, eh? You ain't man enough to... come on now. Hand it over before I make you chew it up. Oh, you yellow-bellied...
What? Who's there?
The sheriff.
Sheriff?
That's right. Open up in the name of the law.
All right. Oh, hi, Mr. Feldman. Oh, Mr. Feldman, the tavern keeper.
No, sir. It's Mr. Feldman, the sheriff. You'll have to come along with me, son.
What for?
What for? Mr. Jones, it looks like you did what you came here to do.
What's that?
Kill Cyrus Darrow.
Killed Cyrus Darrow, but I didn't.
He's dead, son. Big hole in his forehead caused by the forcible entry of a pistol ball.
There must be some mistake.
No, sir. There's no mistake. This your pistol?
Of course it's my
It
pistol.
was found 50 yards away from Cyrus's house.
No, you couldn't have found it 50 yards away because...
Because?
Well, it can't be my pistol. I remember I put it back in my bag.
Yes?
Yeah. Hey, it isn't here.
Of course not. How could it be in that bag and in my hand at one and the same time?
I didn't...
Mr. Jones, as sheriff of Springfield County, I hereby arrest you for the murder of Cyrus Darrow.
What?
And may the Lord have mercy on your soul.
What are you saying?
Well, that's right. That's right. I shouldn't say that just yet. After all, you ain't been tried. But you'll get a fair trial before they hang you.
I don't know what to say, Franklin. I don't know what to say.
I didn't kill him, Emily. I didn't.
Franklin, everyone says...
I don't care what everyone says. You just got to believe in me.
Why did you have to come here with a pistol? Why did you have to threaten him in public? Why?
Why? Because I'm stupid, that's why.
Oh, Franklin, I'm sorry.
I guess I really am in the soup this time.
This man, Cyrus Darrow, was very well liked. And the evidence against you, it's so strong.
Evidence? What evidence?
What evidence? Oh, Franklin, your threats to kill him, the pistol.
I swear to you, Em.
I believe you, darling. But there's gonna be a trial.
Well, I'll make them believe me. I'll make everyone believe me.
You'll need a lawyer.
Yeah, well, I'll hire a lawyer.
And
what is it, dear?
a lawyer...
Yeah, well, that's just what I said, my darling. I'll hire a lawyer.
Dear, there are no lawyers.
No lawyers here in Springfield, the state capital? Why, in a place like this, there are nothing but lawyers.
I've been asking around, and I've gotten answers. One fella says, sorry, ma'am, I just couldn't take on another case. And meanwhile, he's got his feet on the desk, and I can see the holes in his shoes. And then another fella says, I never did try a murder case.
What is it?
There isn't nobody in this town doing 15 cents worth of business, and they say, each of them say to me, sorry, Miss Jones, I just can't see my way clear.
Well, why won't they take my case?
Well,
Is it because they don't think they can win? Emily, that should make no difference. Law says every man's entitled to a lawyer.
I know, but what the law really means, every man's entitled to a lawyer provided he can get one.
Yes, ma'am?
Are you Judge Barnes?
Well, here in the bank this week, I'm Mr. Barnes. I don't start being Judge Barnes till next week. Now, whom do I have the pleasure of addressing?
My name is Jones. Emily Jones. Mrs. Franklin Jones.
Oh?
Judge, my husband can't find himself a lawyer.
Surely, Miss Barnes, in all of Springfield, there must be somebody who
don't mind ruining his reputation?
Now, Miss Barnes, lawyers don't see things that way at all.
Then how does it happen no lawyer's willing to defend my husband?
Well, it's a busy time.
How busy? Look at your bank. Ain't a soul in here except you and me.
Yeah, well,
Well, what, sir? People going broke left and right, nothing being brought in or sold, no contracts to draw up. What are all these lawyers doing?
Well, I'm sure if you look around...
I looked everywhere. And everybody's turned me down.
Everybody?
Everybody.
Have you spoken to a man named Lincoln? Abe Lincoln?
Abe Lincoln? No, the names ain't familiar.
Well, I should give Abe a try. He's the kind of lawyer take any case he can get.
Well, I must say, Judge, that don't sound like a very enthusiastic recommendation.
Well, ma'am, it's the only recommendation I can give you.
Yes, ma'am?
Will you please tell Mr. Abe Lincoln I'm here?
There's no need to do that, ma'am. You've already done so.
You? You're Abe Lincoln?
The plea is guilty, ma'am. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of...
But you don't...
I know I don't look like a lawyer. Well, the fact is, I don't look very much of anything else either.
Well,
Won't you have a seat, ma'am? Now,
My name is Emily Jones. My husband, Franklin.
Was he named after Ben Franklin?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
The great man.
Yes, sir. He, my husband, is going to be tried for murder.
Yes, I know.
And I need a lawyer.
Well, you've come to the right place.
You mean you're willing to defend him?
I'm ready, ma'am.
Well, that may be, but I've got to ask you about your qualifications. How many murder cases have you tried?
How many? To be exact, ma'am, none.
None?
Miss Jones, a fella has to start someplace.
Well, but not with my husband.
Well, I do have one qualification. Matter of fact, it could turn out to be the most important qualification of all.
What's that?
I'm the only lawyer in town willing to take the case.
Didn't Longfellow say, "Lives of great men all remind us we can make our own sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time"? Yes, he did. However, what we should realize about the lives of great men is the fact that most of them weren't always great. Can you imagine being unhappy to have Abraham Lincoln as your lawyer? I'll return shortly with Act Two. His name is Franklin Jones. Right now, he is in the jailhouse in Springfield, Illinois, in the early autumn of the year 1837. He's accused of murder. His prospects are bleak. The betting is better than 10-1. He'll feel a rope around his neck before the month is out. The odds have not been lowered by the fact that his lawyer is a young man named Abe Lincoln.
And who was in the tavern when you came in?
Mr. Fellman, Mr. Barnes.
No one else?
No, no one else. I asked if they knew where I could find Mr. Cyrus Darrow, and they asked why, and I told them.
Couldn't you tell them that it was your own affair?
Well, I didn't.
Oh, you always have to be bragging about something, no matter how many times I tell them.
Please, Emily. Mr. Lincoln here ain't interested in our personal business.
Oh, but I am.
You are? Why?
Because you never can tell what might be important.
All that's important is to keep the rope away from Franklin's neck.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do, Miss Jones. Now, Frank, you came here night before last from Valley Junction.
That's right. We just started farming.
Miss Jones, I'd appreciate it if we'd let Frank answer.
Well, I can give you the facts fast and clear.
I know, ma'am, but, well, Frank's going to need practice. He'll be the one that has to answer at the trial. So, Frank, you came here the other night. You engaged a room. You stated your business to Mr. Fellman and to Mr. Barnes.
Like a fool.
Yes, sir, that's right.
And you showed them the pistol. Why?
Well, the pistol was a present to my dad from General William Henry Harrison. Dad was with Harrison at the Tippecanoe.
You see? He wanted to brag about it.
Mr. Fellman and Mr. Barnes, well, they weren't easy fellas to talk to. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Frank.
So I just went upstairs to my room and I went to bed, figuring I'd see Cyrus Darrow first thing in the morning.
And,
well, the next thing I knew, there was a knock on the door, and it's the sheriff. I'm being arrested for murder.
And at no time during the night did you arise from your bed and go forth to Mr. Darrow's place and shoot him?
I did not shoot him. I was asleep in my room.
Well, we have to make that defense stand up.
You sound like you don't believe him.
Oh, I believe him. I'm not the problem. We've got a judge and a jury to consider. Now, Frank, the pistol, where was it?
In my bag.
You placed it in the bag before you went to sleep?
Yes, sir.
Well, how did it get to where it was found? In the field, 50 yards from Mr. Darrow's door?
I don't know.
Well, the prosecution will say that you went there, shot Cy Darrow, fled from the scene, and in your guilty terror and confusion, you dropped the gun.
Well, I couldn't have dropped the gun when I wasn't even carrying it to start with. I wasn't there.
Well, then we must claim that someone came into this room while you were asleep and stole that pistol.
Yeah, well, that's the only way it could have happened.
You were conscious of no one?
Oh, I was asleep.
Tell me this. What was your business with Mr. Darrow?
Why do you want to know?
Frank?
Is that important?
It's the first question the prosecutor will ask. I should know.
Oh, all that was before he was killed.
Frank.
Well, I enlisted in 1829.
1830.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And I served in Georgia and Florida. And when I wanted to marry Emily, well, you don't get married on sergeant's pay.
Oh, not to me, you don't.
Anyway, there was this fella in the company, first platoon he was, a funny little fella, fat and baldy, you know, but smart. He was a Frenchman or a German or something like that. He spoke funny. You know, the Army's full of all kinds of foreigners. Well, they had to run here because they're having all kinds of revolutions in Europe.
Will you get to the point? Now, why should Mr. Lincoln care beans about them revolutions in Europe?
Yeah, well, his name was Fuller, and he knew all about plants and flowers, you know, and he said, Jonesy, some of these varieties could grow very well up north if...
Yeah? If what?
Yeah, well, I never did find out. You see, he and I were going into business, and we collected boxes and boxes of various seeds, and we was going to sell them to farmers up this way, where I was well known. That is, I knew some people.
And since Cyrus Darrow was one of the biggest farmers in this parts, well, we wrote to him, and he wrote back offering to buy a special kind of feed grass.
Yeah, we sent him $30 worth, and he never did pay up.
So we wrote and we asked him for our money.
And he sent back an answer saying he'd be hanged if he'd pay a cent for some sticky Georgia thistles.
What was that man talking about anyway?
Well, I don't know. I could have made a mistake and not cleaned out the seed like Fulda said you had to do. Well, he invited me to come up and look at his brand new thistle patch, and also give him the opportunity to wring my neck at one and the same time.
And I said, Frank, you go up there and you get your money. Well, did I know he was going to take a gun?
And at no time, then, did you visit Darrow's farm?
No, sir, he did not. He was nowhere near that place.
Frank?
No, sir.
As far as you know, it could, that is, the seed you sold him could very well have been thistle, or burrs, or whatever.
Well, supposing there was. What does this have to do with the killing of Cyrus Darrow?
You weren't up there, Frank?
Well, I said I wasn't.
Well, I better be getting along.
Where are you off to?
I think I'll ride up to Darrow Farm.
Whatever for?
I might learn something.
What's to learn? The man's been murdered. We know that.
Well, I might find some evidence.
What kind?
I have no idea, but I have to look.
You mean you're going to look for something and you don't know what?
Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. What was that, Miss Jones?
Nothing. Just,
Hello, Abe.
How are you, Tom?
Fine.
Sit down.
Doing anything?
Well, I'm about to take a run up to Darrow Farm. Maybe some evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Evidence. Evidence of things not seen, as it says in Leviticus.
Hebrews.
Yeah. No. Leaving soon?
Well, I'd like to get back before supper.
You've taken the Jones case?
Yep. I was retained this morning.
Well, Abe, you think that's wise?
Wise? I'm a lawyer.
Well, you have to think of your career. You know, you gotta lose that case. It's plain as a cabbage on a rose bush. The boy's guilty.
Isn't that why we're having a trial?
Oh, we're having a trial because the law says he's got to get one. Well, you know what the verdict's going to be.
Tom, I'm surprised at you.
No, Abe. You're the surprised one. Now, look, you can't win. If you lose, you look bad because you're a loser. And if by some miracle, you could have a miracle, because as Milton says, the age of miracles is forever here.
That was Carlyle.
Carlyle. Well, anyhow, if by a miracle you win, well, folks will resent it.
Why?
Well, the boy's so obviously guilty, people want him to hang. Look, Abe, I'm thinking of your future.
My future?
Yeah, you could have a great future in politics. I've seen you operate. Why was you single-handed got the state capital to move up here from Vandalia?
Oh, no, that's not really true.
It is. Now, Abe, you could go far.
Oh, no, not me.
No, why do you say no?
Well, I just don't look like a politician.
Well, there's no special way a politician's supposed to look.
That isn't so. He's got to look kind of solidly dignified, like Daniel Webster, or sharp and smart like Clay or Calhoun, or shrewd like Tom Benton or even jolly like Steve Douglas, but he can't, well, he can't afford to be funny looking like me.
Well, I wouldn't say he was all that funny looking, Abe.
I'm too tall, too thin, and I'm too bony and gawky.
But you got all the brains.
Well, brains alone was never enough.
Abe, is there some way you could get out of trying this case? No, I mean it for your own good. Cy Darrow was well-liked.
I wouldn't get out even if I could, Tom.
Cy was very well-liked, and folks are mad to think about that.
Well, there's nothing to think about.
Well, just thought I'd paint you a picture. After all, as William Shakespeare said, forewarned is forearmed.
No, that was Miguel Cervantes.
Wow. Hello there, Abe.
Good day, Mr. Bennett.
What brings you out here, Abe?
Oh, I thought I'd come out here and look.
For what?
Oh, for anything I could find. I saw someone moving around in the house. Turns out to be you.
Well, I was his lawyer. I'm just getting his papers put together. Well, come in. Look around, if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Right here in the doorway is where he fell. I found the body, in the morning. I'd come by to go over some contracts. There he was, dead.
You going through his papers?
I'm trying to.
Mm-hmm. Anything missing?
Well, Abe, either stuff is missing or he hid him away somewhere.
What do you mean?
I mean, he didn't tell his lawyer everything. No client ever does. You're going to find that out.
Well, what would seem to be missing?
I haven't had a chance to go through it all, but I know for a fact he's been lending out money all over town. The way things are with the banks and all, he was the only one with hard cash.
Yes, I heard. Well, you could say there were plenty of folks who might have had a motive, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, you could say that, Abe. But I think your man's going to pay the bill.
But he told me he never even came up here.
Now, I know, Abe. But when you've had as many clients as I have, you learn how easily they can lie to you.
It's hard to believe this boy isn't telling me the truth.
Yeah, that's what makes it so dang difficult. Maybe he thinks he's telling you the truth. Abe, you're in trouble on this case. Admit it.
I never denied it.
Let's step outside, Abe.
What for?
We might find a way out of this problem. Now, Abe, just off to your left, leading to the road, there's a full acre, and it's planted in what?
Now, hold on, Mr. Bennett. That's a wild field.
No, that's a planted field, Abe.
But who'd want to plant all those weeds and burrs and thistles?
They come from the seeds my client bought from your client.
That's hard to believe. Why?
Let's say your client's a sharper, or he made an honest mistake. Don't matter. But he made my client mad. My old Cy was ready to kill that boy on sight. Get my point?
Mr. Bennett, I think I do.
Now, taking it straight from there, you begin to see a new line of approach in the case.
Mr. Bennett, let me tell you, sir, I am eternally in your debt. To think, I had just considered this case was hopeless.
Abe, when everything looks hopeless, that's the time you really start to hope.
And, of course, that was a lesson that Abe Lincoln never forgot. Certainly in the years to come, he would be faced with more apparently hopeless situations than almost any other president. But our concern is with the case in hand. And what is the light that has suddenly dawned? Well, that will all be made visible when I return in just a few moments with Act 3. It is always surprising to consider that what we call psychology is a science of recent vintage. We speak so easily of things like the split personality, the other self, the protective falsehood, without realizing that these terms would be unintelligible to people who lived even 100 years ago. But although our forebears did not know these things intellectually, they could understand their implications. After all, Sigmund Freud was only 10 years old when Abe Lincoln died, yet Lincoln already sensed a great deal of what Freud was to discover.
No, Mr. Lincoln, he don't lie to me. That's one thing he don't do. He don't lie to me.
Emily, maybe he has no choice.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe he's afraid he'd lose you if you knew he was a murderer. What would you do if he confessed?
What would I do?
Would you leave him?
Well,
You see?
Oh, I'd raise up a storm, I guess. I'd holler and rip, but afterward, well, I'd stand by him.
Well, then you must convince him of that.
But will it save him?
At least it's a defense. I could plead it. This way, all I'm doing is begging the mercy of the court.
But will it work?
Self-defense always gives a man a chance.
How much of a chance?
Well, I'm a lawyer, Emily. I'm not a prophet, but we can get witnesses to prove that Cy Darrell was furious with Franklin.
But why?
Because Franklin had sold him nothing but weeds.
How do you know?
I was up there, Emily. I saw them. A strange kind of growth for this part of the country. Brambles and burrs and weeds.
It really wasn't Frank's fault, Mr. Lincoln. He just doesn't know.
But Cyrus Darrow was boiling mad. Now, oddly enough, this could create some sympathy for Franklin.
How? They'll all think Frank was a swindler.
Well, maybe not a swindler, more of a sharper.
Oh, what's the difference?
Well, Emily, you have to know these old horse traders up here. They might even admire him.
Why?
Because he's done something nobody else was ever able to bring off.
What's that?
He got the better of Cy Darrow in the deal. He went up to see Cy to brazen it out, being careful, of course, to bring his pistol. The fact that the pistol was given to him by General Harrison won't hurt either.
Well, then, you think we've got a chance?
Yes, Emily, I would say, what with one thing and another, we've got a fighting chance.
No!
No? What do you mean, no?
You heard, Emily. I said no.
But Mr. Lincoln just explained.
I know what Mr. Lincoln just explained.
Don't you understand? If you don't plead self-defense, you're sure to hang.
Well, I ain't gonna do it.
Why?
I told you once. I told you 1,000 times. I wasn't there.
But, Frank?
I didn't kill him.
I give up. What can you do with him, Mr. Lincoln?
Mr. Lincoln, would you want me to get up there on that stand and tell a lie?
Is it a lie, Franklin? You mean you didn't kill Cy Darrow in self-defense?
Huh. Here's a hole to be in. A man's wife won't believe him. His lawyer won't believe him.
Frank, we only
Franklin, I can only plead the defense my client gives me. Since I wasn't at the scene of the crime when the murder took place, I don't know what happened.
Well, I don't know neither. I wasn't there myself. I was asleep in bed in my room at Feldman's Tavern.
But, Franklin, nobody's going to believe that.
Well, ain't that what I got a lawyer for, so he can make folks believe me? Or is this case too tough for you, Mr. Lincoln?
Well, it's tough enough.
Hey, did you find anything up there at Darrow's place?
How'd you know I was up there?
Well, look at your pants.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, them little burrs. Almost too small to see, unless you're looking for them. Yes, sir, you'll be picking them off your pants legs for weeks.
I thought I'd gotten rid of most of them.
No, sir, they're hidden where you can't even see them. And some of the seeds, why, they'll even germinate on the clothes, seems like. You better boil those pants.
Oh, well, thank you.
I guess Darrow was right, Emily. We did sell him weeds. I didn't mean to, Mr. Lincoln. It's just that Corporal Fulda would have known what to do. He said you have to wash the seed in something called alkali. I don't even know what it is.
What are you going to do now, Mr. Lincoln?
Tell me, who else was in the tavern when you came in?
Well, I told you, just Mr. Feldman and Mr. Barnes.
Nobody else?
No, sir.
You positive?
I'll swear to it.
Well, do you know anyone in the town?
No, sir. Not a single solitary soul.
Why do you ask?
Well, Emily, it's about time I started asking questions.
But you've been asking questions all along.
No, not the right questions, and I haven't been asking the right people either.
Well, Abe, I can only tell you the boy insists on having a rope put around his neck.
He refuses to plead self-defense.
In my opinion, he'd rather die having his wife think he's not a murderer.
I believe him.
It can be a dangerous business when you start believing clients.
It can even be a more dangerous business when you don't.
What can I do for you, Abe?
You been through all the size papers yet?
All I was able to turn up.
Would either Tom Fellman or Ephraim Barnes have owed him money?
Well, now, Abe, this is a lawyer-client relationship. You asking me to break it?
Well, the client's dead, Mr. Bennett. And I'm not asking out of idle curiosity.
Yes, he did have a mortgage on Fellman's.
I thought Tom Fellman owned the place free and clear. It's been a moneymaker for years.
Don't you know there's been a panic on him? There ain't a nickel's worth of cash to be had.
Well, why would Tom Fellman go to Cy Darrow when he could get money at bank rates from his good friend Ephraim Barnes?
Banks don't have it either, Abe.
Did you find any papers for either Tom or Ephraim?
What are you trying to say, Abe?
I'm just asking, Mr. Bennett.
To answer your question, no. There was no papers for either one of them.
And yet, they both owed him money.
I'm reasonably sure of it, Abe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, Abe.
Afternoon, Abe.
Have a drink. How's the law business coming?
Slow.
Well, slow but sure moves mighty mountains. Aristotle.
Euripides.
Abe, I swear one day I'm going to catch you.
Gentlemen, we have some business to discuss.
They discuss business at my office only.
This is legal business, Ephraim.
Then I'd rather discuss it at your office.
It has to do with the upcoming trial of Franklin Jones.
In that case, I don't discuss it at all. I'm scheduled to be presiding judge, you know.
I don't think so, Ephraim.
Well, what you saying? You can see the calendar.
I'm going to ask you to disqualify yourself, Ephraim.
What are you saying, Abe? Eve here's one of the finest...
Abe, don't you believe I'm a fair man?
It's nothing personal, Ephraim.
Well, then why...
Well, to begin with, you're a material witness.
Who is?
You are. You and Tom here. You're the ones, the only ones who heard Tom ask for the whereabouts of Cy Darrow, and who heard Tom threaten to kill him.
Yeah, well...
Well, you can't be a judge and a witness at the same time, can you?
Yeah, but you...
Besides, there's more to it than that.
What are you driving at, Abe?
Well, my client insists that he's not guilty.
Well, now, you wouldn't expect him to admit it now, would you?
Yes, if he were guilty, I would, especially since I found a way he could plead guilty and still save his neck at the same time.
What's that?
Self-defense. Old Cy was born and mad at him. Mad enough to kill him. But the boy refuses to take that defense, which proves to me that he's a young man of his word, and I have to respect that word.
Abe, if Franklin Jones didn't kill Cy Darrow, who in thunder did?
Well, we'll have to sit down, the three of us, and reason together. If Franklin didn't kill Cy, who did? We know somebody did, because Cy's dead.
I'd like you to come straight and tell me exactly what you're driving at, Abe.
Well, it couldn't be suicide. After all, how would Cy get a hold of Frank's pistol?
Well, what motive would Cy have for doing away with himself?
None. But you can't be too careful in these things. You have to explore every possibility.
But you also have to be headed someplace.
Don't be impatient, Ephraim. I am. So if it wasn't Frank, who else could it be? Who else knew Frank was in town? Who else knew Frank was mad enough to go to Cy's place with a pistol? Who else would even know that Frank had a pistol? The answer? Either one of you two.
Well, hold on there, Abe. Are you saying that Eve here, or me, could have killed Cy Darrow? Huh? Well, Abe, I am your best friend in town. How could you even think...
Abe, I thought you was always a man of good sense. But this is monstrous.
Have either of you gentlemen been up to see Cy lately? Well?
I ain't been up to Cy Darrow's place since I bought a pony from him in 33... No, it was 34. Well, yeah, it's been 3 years.
Ephraim?
It's been at least a year since I had occasion to visit Cy's farm.
Where'd you transact your business?
Whatever business we would transact, we would do at the bank.
Gentlemen, one of you two is lying.
Hey, now look here.
You want to be careful now, Abe. friendship only excuses just so much.
Let me borrow that chair. Now, I'm going to put my foot up on the seat of it.
What for?
Oh, come on, let's humor him. He's mad.
You'll notice that the lower part of my trouser leg is covered with very tiny little sticky burrs.
Yeah, so?
So these are typical of a growth that occurs only in northern Florida or southern Georgia. You can't find them anywhere else in the country except at Cy Darrow's farm.
Well, now, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
They grew from seeds sold to Darrow by mistake by Franklin Jones.
I still don't see what you're driving at.
I was up there just before. That's how they got all over my pants leg. Now, will each of you gentlemen please place his foot up on the chair?
I'll be hanged if I do.
Is that a prophecy, Ephraim?
Eve, them little burrs, them sticky little burrs. You got them on your... Ephraim, if you wasn't up at the Darrow place, how'd them little burrs get all over your pants?
Pour me a drink, Tom.
Eve, you was always an honest man.
Yeah. For 50 years, I've been honest as the day is long. And where did it get me? I didn't speculate. I didn't hedge. I guarded my customers' money. And I got wiped out. I had to borrow from Cy Darrow. And he was going to take away my bank. Well, this boy came marching in here and...
And you decided to steal his pistol and kill Darrow yourself.
Well, it wasn't that clear cut, you know. It just worked out. And I found my notes and destroyed them. Yours too, Tom.
Ephraim, a man like you, could you really let that boy hang for you? Could you?
Abe, I'd like to think that in the end, I wouldn't let that boy hang for me. I'd like to think that.
Would your conscience let you?
Conscience. Abe, when you face the rope, you know the saying, conscience does make cowards of us all.
Cervantes.
No, Shakespeare.
You're a good lawyer, Abe. Would you defend me?
Ephraim, you mean you want me? Why, you could have anyone, even Stephen Douglas.
I want you, Abe. Nobody but you.
Thank you, Ephraim. I'm grateful. I'm humbly grateful.
Well, the case went to trial with a new judge and a new defendant. And the young lawyer Abe Lincoln argued ably and well. And the result was a hung jury. But, as Abe Lincoln said afterwards, better a hung jury than a hung client. Well, you hang around. I'll be back shortly. Franklin and Emily Jones, Tom Fellman, Ephraim Barnes, they are all obscure footnotes in the book of Abraham Lincoln's life. And yet, these are some of the nameless, unknown people who helped shape his character. All around us are young men and women whom we, in our anonymous fashion, are also molding by our precept and by our example. And we are molding them into what? Think about it. Our cast included Keir DeLay, Jennifer Harmon, Paul Hecht, Joe Silver, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater
for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thomas Jefferson, First Inaugural Address, in Washington, D.C., Wednesday, March 4th, 1801. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friends and fellow citizens, called upon to undertake the duties of the first executive office of our country, I avail myself of the presence of that portion of my fellow citizens which is here assembled to express my grateful thanks for the favor with which they have been pleased to look towards me, to declare a sincere consciousness that the task is above my talents, and that I approach it with those anxious and awful presentiments which the greatness of the charge and the weakness of my powers so justly inspire. A rising nation, spread over a wide and fruitful land, traversing all the seas with the rich productions of their industry, engaged in commerce with nations who feel power and forget right, advancing rapidly to destinies beyond the reach of mortal eye. When I contemplate these transcendent objects and see the honor, the happiness, and the hopes of this beloved country committed to the issue, and the auspices of this day, I shrink from the contemplation and humble myself before the magnitude of the undertaking. Utterly, indeed, should I despair did not the presence of many whom I here see remind me that in the other high authorities provided by our Constitution I shall find resources of wisdom, of virtue, and of zeal on which to rely under all difficulties. To you, then, gentlemen, who are charged with the sovereign functions of legislation, and to those associated with you, I look with encouragement for that guidance and support which may enable us to steer with safety the vessel in which we are all embarked amidst the conflicting elements of a troubled world. During the contest of opinion through which we have passed, the animation of discussions and of exertions has sometimes worn an aspect which might impose on strangers unused to think freely and to speak and to write what they think. But this being now decided by the voice of the nation, announced according to the rules of the Constitution, all will, of course, arrange themselves under the will of the law and unite in common efforts for the common good. All, too, will bear in mind the sacred principle that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Let us then, fellow citizens, unite with one heart and one mind. Let us restore to social intercourse that harmony and affection without which liberty and even life itself are but dreary things. And let us reflect that, having banished from our land that religious intolerance under which mankind so long bled and suffered, we have yet gained little if we countenance a political intolerance as despotic, as wicked, and capable of as bitter and bloody persecutions. During the throes and convulsions of the ancient world, during the antagonizing spasms of infuriated man, seeking through blood and slaughter his long-lost liberty, it was not wonderful that the agitation of the billows should reach even this distant and peaceful shore, that this should be more felt and feared by some and less than others, and should divide opinions as to measures of safety. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this Union, or to change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated, where reason is left free to combat it. I know, indeed, that some honest men fear that a Republican government cannot be strong, that this government is not strong enough. But would the honest patriot, in the full tide of successful experiment, abandon a government which has so far kept us free and firm on the theoretic and visionary fear that this government, the world's best hope, may by possibility want energy to preserve itself? I trust not. I believe this, on the contrary, the strongest government on earth. I believe it the only one where every man at the call of law would fly to the standard of the law and would meet invasions of the public order as his own personal concern. Sometimes it is said that a man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Can he then be trusted with the government of others? Or have we found angels in the form of kings to govern him? Let history answer this question. Let us then, with courage and confidence, pursue our own federal and republican principles, our attachment to union and representative government. Kindly separated by nature and a wide ocean from the exterminating havoc of one quarter of the globe, too high-minded to endure the degradations of the others, possessing a chosen country with room enough for our descendants to the thousandth generation, entertaining a due sense of our equal right to the use of our own faculties, to the acquisitions of our own industry, to honor and confidence from our fellow citizens, resulting not from birth, but from our actions and their sense of them, enlightened by a benign religion, professed indeed and practiced in various forms, yet all of them inculcating honesty, truth, temperance, gratitude, and the love of man, acknowledging and adoring an overruling providence, which by all its dispensations proves that it delights in the happiness of man here and his greater happiness thereafter. With all these blessings, what more is necessary to make us a happy and prosperous people? Still one more thing, fellow citizens, a wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. About to enter, fellow citizens, on the exercise of duties which comprehend everything dear and valuable to you, it is proper you should understand what I deem the essential principles of our government, and consequently those which ought to shape its administration. I will compress them within the narrowest compass they will bear, stating the general principle, but not all its limitations. Equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political. Peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. The support of the state governments in all their rights as the most competent administrations for our domestic concerns and the surest bulwarks against anti-republican tendencies. The preservation of the general government in its whole constitutional vigor as the sheet anchor of our peace at home and safety abroad. A jealous care of the right of election by the people. A mild and safe corrective of abuses which are locked by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority, the vital principle of republics, from which is no appeal but to force, the vital principle and immediate parent of despotism. A well-disciplined militia, our best reliance in peace and for the first moments of war, till regulars may relieve them. The supremacy of the civil over the military authority, economic in the public expense, that labor may be lightly burdened, the honest payment of our debts and sacred preservation of the public faith, encouragement of agriculture and of commerce as its handmaid, the diffusion of information and arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom of person under protection of habeas corpus, and trial by juries impartially selected. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those who we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or of alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety. I repair then, fellow citizens, to the post you have assigned me. With experience enough in subordinate offices to have seen the difficulties of this greatest of all, I have learnt to expect that it will rarely fall to the lot of imperfect man to retire from this station with the reputation and the favor which bring him into it, without pretensions to that high confidence you reposed in our first and greatest revolutionary character, whose preeminent services has entitled him to the first place in his country's love, and destined for him the fairest page in the volume of faithful history. I ask so much confidence only as may give firmness and effect to the legal administration of your affairs. I shall often go wrong through defect of judgment. When right, I shall often be thought wrong by those whose positions will not command a view of the whole ground. I ask your indulgence for my own errors, which will never be intentional, and your support against the errors of others, who may condemn what they would not if seen in all of its parts. The approbation implied by your suffrage is a great consolation to me for the past, and my future solicitude will be to retain the good opinion of those who have bestowed it in advance, to conciliate that of others by doing them all the good in my power, and to be instrumental to the happiness and freedom of all. Relying then on the patronage of your good will, I advance with obedience to the work, ready to retire from it whenever you become sensible how much better choice it is in your power to make. And may that infinite power, which rules the destinies of the universe, lead our counsels to what is best, and give them a favorable issue for your peace and prosperity. End Thomas Jefferson First Inaugural Address. Read by M.L. Cohen, MojoMove411.com, Cleveland, Ohio, September 2007.
The Mercury Theater on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure once again in bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in the unique summer series which signalizes radio's first presentation of a complete theatrical producing company. In tonight's performance, the sixth in a group of 9 weekly broadcasts, the regular CBS stations are joined by a coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Here is Orson Welles himself, the director of the Mercury Theater, star and producer of these programs, to tell you about tonight's play. Mr. Welles.
Wherever you are in the world, an hour and a half from now, there will come to you through these same radio facilities the voice of the President of the United States. Until then, here is another president. His words, at least, which on Monday, August the 15th, 1938, are still entirely alive, and his person preserved in a fine and very famous play. His words we have collected for this broadcast from many sources, from letters and speeches, debates and proclamations, and from the written record of his own private conversation. They amount to a testament of his abiding faith in this, our land of the free. Much of it you will recognize, and much of it is as new as though this microphone were in the White House tonight. I was born February 12th, 1809, in Hardin County, Kentucky. My parents were both in Virginia, of distinguished families, second families, perhaps I should say. My mother, who died in my 10th year, was of a family of the name of Hanks, some of whom now reside in Macon County, Illinois. My paternal grandfather emigrated from Rockingham County, Virginia, to Kentucky, where a year or two later he was killed by the Indians. When I came of age, somehow I could read, write, and cipher to the rule of 3. That was all. I have not been to school since. The little advance I now have upon this store of education I picked up from time to time under the pressure of necessity. I was raised to farm work, which I continued till I was 22. 21, I came to New Salem, where I remained a year as a sort of clerk in a store. Then came the Black Hawk War, and I was elected a captain of the volunteers. A success which gave me more pleasure than any I've had since. From 1849 to 1854, I practiced law in Springfield. What I have done since then is pretty well known. If any personal description of me is thought desirable, it may be said I am in height 6 feet 4 inches, nearly and lean in flesh, weighing on an average 180 pounds, dark complexion with coarse black hair and gray eyes. No other marks or brands recollected. Yours truly, Abraham Lincoln.
Gentlemen, you said this was a great evening for me. It is. And I'll say more than I mostly do because it is. I'm likely to go into history now with a great man. For now I know better than any how great he is. I'm plain-looking, and I've a sharp tongue, and I've a mind that doesn't always go in his easy highway. And that's what history will see, and it will laugh a little and say, "Poor Abe Lincoln." That's all right, but it's not all. I've always known when he should go forward and when he should hold back. I've watched and watched. There are women like that, lots of them. But I'm lucky. My work's going farther than Illinois. It's going farther than any of us can tell. I made things easy for him to think and sink when we were poor. And now his thinking has brought him to this. They wanted to make him governor of Oregon. And he would have gone and have come to nothing there. I stopped him. Now they're coming from Chicago, from the Republican convention there, to ask him to be president. And I've told him to go.
It's a great place for a man to fill. You know, it's hard to believe. When I think of the times I've sat in this room of an evening and seen your husband come in, ma'am, with his battered hat and tie falling off the back of his head, and stuffed with papers that won't go into his pockets, and God darning some rascal who done him about an assignment or a trespass. Why, I can't think he's gone up there into the eyes of the world.
Well, Mary. How do, Samuel? How do, Timothy?
Good evening, Abraham. Good evening, Abraham. Well, we'll be going. We only came in to give you good faring, so to say. Great word you've got to speak this evening.
Makes a humble body almost afraid of himself, Abraham, to know his friend is to be one of the great ones of the earth, with his yes and no law for these many, many thousands of folk.
Makes a man humble to be chosen so, Samuel. So humble that no man but would say no to such bidding if he dare. To be president of this people, and trouble gathering everywhere in men's hearts. And it's a searching thing. Bitterness and scorn and
wrestling often with men I shall despise, and perhaps nothing truly done at the end. But I must go. Samuel, Timothy, let's glass that cordial, Mary, before they leave. Who may the devil smudge that girl? Susan Deddington. Where's that darnation cordial?
It's all right, Abraham. I told the girl to keep it out. Oh, the cupboard's choked with papers. There you are.
Poor hospitality for whiskey-drinking rascals like yourselves, but the thought's good.
Oh, don't mention it, Abraham.
We wish you well, Abraham. Our compliments, man. Samuel, I give you the United States of America and Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you.
Samuel, Timothy, I drink to the hope of honest friends. Mary, the friendship. I'll need that always, for I've a queer, anxious heart. Give you the United States of America.
Well, good night, Abraham. Good night, ma'am.
Good night.
Night, ma'am.
Good night, Mr. Stone. Good night, Mr.
Good night,
Cuthbert.
Samuel. Good night, Timothy. Thanks for coming.
You'd better see them in here.
5 minutes to 7. You're sure about it, Mary?
Yes. Aren't you?
We mean to set bonds to slavery. The South will resist. They may try to break away from the Union. If the Union is set aside, America will crumble. Saving of it may mean blood.
Who is to shape it all if you don't?
There's nobody. I know it.
Then go.
Go.
The gentlemen have come.
I'll come to them. I'll send them in. Abraham, I believe in you.
I know. I know. I hold that there is no reason in the world why the Negro is not entitled to all the natural rights enumerated in the Declaration of Independence. The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I hold that he is as much entitled to these as the white man, and the right to eat the bread without the leave of anybody else, which his own hand earns. He is my equal, and the equal of every living man.
November 6, 1860. Republican Party 180 out of 303 electoral votes. 1,857,000 out of 4,645,000 popular votes. Lincoln elected president.
Fellow citizens of the Senate and House of Representatives, this issue, the right of secession, embraces more than the fate of these United States. It presents to the whole family of men the question whether a constitutional republic or democracy, a government of the people, by the same people, can or cannot maintain its territorial integrity against its own domestic forces. It presents the question whether discontented individuals, too few in numbers to control administration, can always, upon the pretenses or arbitrarily without any pretense, break up their government and thus practically put an end the free government upon the earth? Is there, in all republics, this inherent and fatal weakness? Must the government of necessity be too strong for the liberties of its own people, or too weak to maintain its own existence?
Common feeling in the South, Mr. Seward, that as Secretary of State, you are the one man here at Washington to see this thing with large imagination. I say this with no disrespect to the President. But what does his experience of great affairs of state amount to beside yours, Mr. Seward?
My support of the President is, of course, unquestionable, Mr. Jennings.
Oh, entirely. But how can your support be more valuable than in lending him your unequaled understanding?
You understand, of course, that I can say nothing officially.
These are nothing but informal suggestions.
But I may tell you that I am not unsympathetic.
I was sure that that would be so.
Yes, come in.
The President is coming up the stairs, sir.
Thank you. This is unfortunate. Say nothing and go at once.
Here he is.
Good morning, Mr. Seward. Good morning, Mr. Jennings.
Good morning, Mr. President.
And I am obliged to you for calling, Mr. Jennings. Good morning.
Perhaps Mr. Jennings could spare me 10 minutes. Say 5 minutes. I'm anxious always for any opportunity to exchange views with our friends in the South. Much enlightenment may be gained in 5 minutes. Excuse, I beg you, Mr. Seward will allow us.
By all means. Shall I leave you?
Leave us, but why? I may want your support, Mr. Secretary, if we should not wholly agree. Well, Mr. Jennings, you have messages for us.
Mr. Jennings, in his anxiety for peace, was merely seeking the best channel through which suggestions could be made.
To whom?
To the government.
The head of the government is here.
But,
Come, sir. What is it?
It's this matter of Fort Sumter, Mr. President.
Yes?
If you withdraw your garrison from Fort Sumter, it won't be looked upon as weakness in you. We believe that the South at heart does not want secession. It wants to establish the right to decide for itself.
The South wants the stamp of national approval upon slavery. Can't have it.
Mr. President, if I may say so, you don't quite understand.
Does Mr. Seward understand?
I believe so.
You were wrong. He doesn't understand because you didn't mean him to. I don't blame you. You think you're acting for the best. You think you've got an honest case, but I'll put your case for you, and I'll put it naked. Many people in this country want abolition, many don't. But every man, whether he wants it or not, knows it may come. Why does the South propose secession? Because it knows abolition may come, and it wants to avoid it. I said the other day that Fort Sumter would be held as long as we could hold it. I said it because I know exactly what it means.
I see how it is. You may force freedom as much as you like, but we are to beware how we force slavery.
Couldn't be put better, Mr. Jennings. That's what the Union means. It is a union that stands for common right. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, do not allow it to break our bonds of affection. That is our answer. Tell them that. Will you tell them that?
You are determined?
I beg you to tell them.
It shall be as you wish.
Implore them to order your troops' return. You can telegraph it now from here. Will you do that?
If you wish it. But it will do no good, Mr. Lincoln. They won't give way.
It's a grave decision. Terribly grave. For all of us. Morning, Mr. Jennings. So this won't do.
You don't suspect, Mr.
I do not, but let us be plain. No man can say how wisely, but Providence has brought me to the leadership of this country with a task before me greater than that which rested on Washington himself. When I made my cabinet, you were the first man I chose. I do not regret it. I think I never shall. But remember, faith earns faith. What is it? Why didn't this man come to see me?
He thought my word might bear more weight with you than his.
Your word for what?
Discretion about Fort Sumter.
Discretion?
It's devastating, this thought of civil war.
It is. You think I'm less sensible of that than you. War should be impossible. But you can only make it impossible by destroying its causes. If we withdraw from Fort Sumter, we do nothing to destroy that cause. We can only destroy it by convincing the southern states that secession is a betrayal of their trust. Please God, we may do so.
Has there perhaps been some timidity in making all this clear to the country?
Timidity? You were talking of discretion.
I mean that perhaps our policy has not been sufficiently defined.
And have you not concurred in all our decisions? Seward, you may think I'm simple, but I can see your mind working as plainly as you might see the innards of a clock. You can bring great gifts to this government with your zeal and your administrative experience and your love of men. Don't spoil it by thinking I've got a dull brain.
Yes, I see. I've not been thinking quite clearly about it all. Mr. President, I beg your pardon.
Well, that's brave of you. Give me your hand. Come in.
There's a messenger from Major Anderson, sir. He's ridden straight from Fort Sumter.
All right, Hay, bring him in.
Yes, sir.
I don't like the sound of it. One moment, Hay.
Yes?
Are there any gentlemen of the cabinet in the house?
Mr. Chase and Mr. Blair, I believe.
My compliments to them, and will they be prepared to see me here at once if necessary? Send the same message to any other cabinet members you can find.
Yes,
Seward, we may have to decide now. Now, come in. Are you the messenger from Fort Sumter?
Yes, sir. Word of mouth, sir.
Well?
Major Anderson presents his duty to the government. He can hold the fort 3 days more without provisions and reinforcements.
Things very bad at the fort.
The major says 3 days, sir. Most of us would have said 24 hours.
I see. Thank you. Wait outside, please.
Yes, sir.
3 days, Seward, 3 days. My God. My God, Seward, we need great courage, great faith. There is a tide in the affairs of men. Did you read Shakespeare, Seward?
Shakespeare? No.
The cabinet is here, sir. Mr. Chase, Mr. Hook, and Mr. Wells.
Show them in.
Yes, sir.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Wells, Mr. Hook.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning,
Mr. President. How do you do, Mr. Seward? Something urgent?
Let us be seated. Gentlemen, we meet in a crisis, the most fateful, perhaps, that has ever faced any government in this country. Can be stated briefly. Messages just come from Anderson. He can hold Fort Sumter 3 days at most unless we send men and provisions.
Mr. President, I consider that we should withdraw.
Don't you see that to withdraw may postpone war, but that it will make it inevitable in the end?
It is inevitable if we resist.
I fear it will be so, but in that case we shall enter it with uncompromised principles. Mr. Chase?
It is difficult, but on the whole, my opinion is with yours, Mr. President.
And you, Seward?
I respect your opinion, but I must differ.
I charge you, all of you, to weigh this thing with all your understanding. To temporize now cannot, in my opinion, avert war. To speak plainly to the world and standing by our resolution to hold Fort Sumter with all our means and in a plain declaration that the Union must be preserved will leave us with a clean cause, simply and loyally supported. I tremble at the thought of war. But we have in our hands a sacred trust. It is threatened. Persuasion has failed, and I conceive it to be our duty to resist. To withhold supplies from Fort Sumter would be to deny that duty. Gentlemen, the matters before you. For sending men and provisions to Fort Sumter, 3. For immediate withdrawal, 5. Gentlemen, I may have taken upon myself the responsibility of overriding your vote. It will be for me to satisfy Congress and public opinion. Should I receive any resignations? Thank you for your consideration. Will you send in that messenger?
Yes, sir.
You sent for me, Mr. President?
I did. Can you ride back to Fort Sumter at once?
Yes, sir.
Tell Major Anderson that we cannot reinforce him immediately. We haven't the men.
Yes, sir.
Say that the first convoy of supplies will leave Washington this evening.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Whereas the laws of the United States have been for some time past and now are opposed, and the execution thereof obstructed in the states of South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas, by combinations too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, or by the powers vested in the marshals by law. Now, therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, in virtue of the power in me vested by the Constitution and the laws, have thought fit to call forth and do hereby call forth militia of the several states of the Union to the number of 75,000 in order to suppress said combinations and to cause the laws to be duly executed.
You are listening to Orson Welles as Abraham Lincoln in Columbia's presentation of the Mercury Theater on the Air. The broadcast is an adaptation of John Drinkwater's Abraham Lincoln with original Lincoln speeches. The drama will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with the performance of John Drinkwater's Abraham Lincoln by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
Fellow citizens of the Senate and the House of Representatives, the war continues, and it continues to develop. That the insurrection is largely, if not exclusively, a war upon the first principle of popular government, the rights of the people. It is not needed nor fitting here that a general argument should be made in favor of popular institutions. But there is one point to which I ask a brief attention. It is assumed that labor is available only in connection with capital. That nobody labors unless somebody else owning capital somehow by the use of it induces him to labor. This assumed, it is next considered whether it is best that capital shall hire laborers and thus induce them to work by their own consent, or buy them and drive them to it without their consent. Having proceeded that far, it is naturally concluded that all laborers are either hired laborers or what we call slaves. And further, it is assumed that whoever is once a hired laborer is fixed in that condition for life. Now, there is no such relation between capital and labor as assumed. Nor is there any such thing as a free man being fixed for life in the condition of a hired laborer. Both these assumptions are false, and all inferences from them are groundless. Labor is prior to and independent of capital. Capital is only the fruit of labor, and could never have existed if labor had not first existed. No men living are more worthy to be trusted than these who toil up from poverty. Let them beware of surrendering a political power which they already possess, and which, if surrendered, will surely be used to close the door of advancement against such as they, and to fix new disabilities and burdens upon them, till all of liberty shall be lost.
Good morning, gentlemen. I've just had my summons. Is there some special news?
Yes, McClellan has defeated Lee at Antietam. It's our greatest success.
They ought not to recover from it. The tide is turning.
Have you seen the president, Mrs. Stanton?
I've just been with him.
Well, what does he say?
He only said at last. He's coming directly.
He'll bring up his proclamation again. In my opinion, it's inopportune.
I thought we had learned by now that the president is the best man among us.
There's a good deal of feeling against him everywhere, I find.
He is the one man with character enough for this business.
There are other opinions.
Yes, but not here, surely, Mr. Hook.
It's not for me to say. But there are some who would have acted differently.
And you may depend upon it that they would not have acted so wisely, Mr. Hook.
I don't altogether agree with the president, but he's the only man I should agree with at all.
Is Lee's army broken?
Not yet, but it is in grave danger.
Why doesn't the president come? I think this news was nothing.
I must say I'm anxious to know what he has to say about it all.
I shall oppose it if it comes up.
He may say nothing about it. I think he will.
Gentlemen, the president.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning. Great news we hear.
If we leave things with the army now to take their course, why, we ought to see through our difficulties.
An exciting morning, gentlemen. I feel rather excited myself. I find my mind not at its best in excitement. Would you allow me to read you something? It's not long, and it may compose us all. It is Artemus Ward's latest. High-handed outrage at Utica. In the fall of 1856, I showed my show in Utica, a truly great city in the state of New York. People gave me a cordial reception. The press was loud in her praises. One day I was given a description of my beasts and snakes in my usual flowery style, when what was my consternation, and showing my cage containing my wax figures of the Lord's Last Supper, I says, but up comes a fella and seized Judas Iscariot by the feet and drag him out on the ground. He then commenced for to pound him as hard as he could. What under the sun are you about? Cried I. Says he, what did you bring this pusillanimous cuss here for? And he hit the wax figure another tremendous blow on the head. Says I, you egregious ass, that is a wax figure. Representation of the false apostle. Says he, that's all very well for you to say, but I tell you, old man, that Judas Iscariot can't show himself in Utica with importunity by a downside, with which observation he caved in Judas's head. Young man belonged to one of the first families in Utica. I sued him, and the jury brought in a verdict of arson in the third degree. Gentlemen, I'd give up office if I could write like that.
May we now consider affairs of state?
Yes, we may.
Mr. Hook says, yes, we may.
Thank you.
Oh, no, thank Mr. Hook.
McClellan is in pursuit of Lee, I suppose.
You suppose a good deal, but for the first time, McClellan has the chance of being in pursuit of Lee, and that's the first sign of their end. If McClellan doesn't take his chance, we'll move Grant down to the job.
Grant drinks.
Well, then tell me the name of his brand. I'll send him some barrels. He wins victories.
Is there any other business?
There is. Some weeks ago, I showed you a draft I made, proclaiming freedom for all slaves. You thought then it was not the time to issue it. I agreed. I think now the moment has come. I will read it. Here it is again. It is proclaimed that on the first day of January, in the year of our Lord, 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then, henceforward, and forever free.
I must oppose the issue of such a proclamation at this moment in the most unqualified terms.
I do not quite understand, Mr. President, why you think this the precise moment.
Believe me, gentlemen, I have considered this matter with all the earnestness and understanding of which I am capable.
But when the New York Tribune urged you to come forward with a clear declaration 6 months ago, you rebuked them.
Because I thought the occasion not the right one. My duty, it has seemed to me, has been to be loyal to a principle and not to betray it by expressing inaction at the wrong time. That is why I conceive statesmanship. For long now, I've had two fixed resolves. To preserve the Union and to abolish slavery. How to preserve the Union, I was always clear. And more than 2 years of bitterness have not dulled my vision. We have fought for the Union, and we are now winning for the Union. With that victory and a vindicated Union will come abolition. I made the promise to myself and to my Maker. The rebel army is now driven out, and I'm going to fulfill that promise. I do not wish your advice about the main matter, but that I've determined for myself. This is, I say, without intending anything but respect for any one of you. But I beg you to stand with me in this thing.
Well, in my opinion, it's altogether too impetuous.
One other observation I will make. I know very well that others might in this matter, as in others, do better than I can. And if I was satisfied that the public confidence was more fully possessed by any one of them than by me, and knew of any constitutional way in which he could be put in my place, he should have it. I would gladly yield it to him. But though I cannot claim undivided confidence, I do know that all things considered, any other person has more. This I do not know, and moreover this may be, there is no way in which I can have any other man put where I am. I am here. I must do the best I can and bear the responsibility of taking the course which I feel I ought to take.
Could this be left over for a short time for consideration?
I feel that we should remember that our only public cause at the moment is the preservation of the Union.
I entirely agree with Wells.
Gentlemen, we cannot escape history. We of this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. In giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope on earth. I shall sign this proclamation now. Excuse me, gentlemen. For we, thenceforward and forever, free. Gentlemen, I pray for your support. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Good day, Mr. President.
Hook.
Yes, Mr. President.
Hook, will you stay a moment?
Yes, Mr. President.
Hook, one cannot help hearing things.
I beg your pardon?
Hook, there's a way some people have when a man says a disagreeable thing of asking him to repeat it, hoping to embarrass him. It's often effective, but I'm not easily embarrassed. I said one cannot help hearing things.
And I do not understand what you mean, Mr. President.
Come, Hook, we're alone. Lincoln is a good enough name, and I think you understand.
How should I?
Then plainly there are intrigues going on.
Against the government?
No. In it. Against me.
Oh, criticism, perhaps.
To what end? To better my ways?
I presume that might be the purpose.
Then why am I not told what it is?
I imagine it's natural compulsion.
Or ambition.
What do you mean?
Hook, you've been bitten by the White House bug. You think you ought to be in my place.
You're well informed.
You cannot imagine why everyone does not see that you ought to be in my place.
By what right you say that?
It is not true.
You take me unprepared. You have me at a disadvantage.
You speak as a very scrupulous man, Hook.
You question my honor?
As you will.
Then I resign.
As a protest against...
Your suspicion.
It is false.
Very well. I'll be frank. I mistrust your judgment, Mr. Lincoln.
In what?
Generally, you overemphasize abolition.
You don't mean that. You mean that you fear possible public feeling against abolition.
It must be persuaded, not forced. Besides, you have, in my opinion, failed in necessary firmness in telling the South what will be the individual penalties of rebellion.
This is war. I will not allow it to become a blood feud.
But we are fighting treason. We must meet it with severity.
We will defeat treason. I will meet it with conciliation.
It is a policy of weakness.
It is a policy of faith. It is a policy of compassion. Hook, why do you plague me with these jealousies? Once before I found a member of my cabinet working behind my back, but he was disinterested and he made amends. Nobly. But Hook, you have allowed the burden of these days to sour you. I know it all. I've watched you plotting and plotting for authority, and I, who am a lonely man and sick at heart. So great is the task God has given to my hand, and so few are my days, and my deepest hunger is always for loyalty in my own house. You have withheld it from me. You have done great service in your office, but you have grown envious. Now you resign as you did once before when I came openly to you in friendship. And you think that again I shall flatter you and coax you to stay. I won't do it. Let's take you at your word.
I am content.
Will you shake hands? No.
I beg you to excuse me.
Yes, Mr. President?
Mr. Hay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hay, I'm rather tired today. Read to me a little.
Certainly, sir.
The Tempest. You know the passage.
Our revels now are ended. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.
We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life ordered that the 4th day of April, 1865, be the day for a general movement of all the land and naval forces of the United States against the insurgent forces. That especially the Army of the Potomac, the Army of Western Virginia, the Army near Munfordville, Kentucky, the Army and flotilla at Cairo, and a naval force in the Gulf of Mexico be ready to move on that day.
General Grant.
Yes, Dennis?
7:30, sir.
An hour and a half. Ought to be something more from Meade by now, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Have you wired the president?
Yes, sir.
Take these papers to Captain Templeman. Ask Colonel West if the 23rd are in action yet. Tell the cook to send some soup at 10 o'clock. It was cold yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Give me that map, Maitland. Yes. There's no doubt about it. Unless Meade goes to sleep, it can only be a question of hours. He's a great man, but he can't get out of that.
It's all of the end, sir?
Yes. If Lee surrenders, we can all pack up for home.
I guess it'll be splendid, won't it, to be back again?
By God, sir, it will.
Beg your pardon, sir.
You're quite right, Maylands. My boy goes away to school next week. Now I may be able to go down with him, see him settle. Well, Dennis?
Colonel West says yes, sir, for the last half hour. The cook says he's sorry, sir. It was a mistake.
Tell him to keep his mistakes in the kitchen.
I will, sir.
His rifles went up this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
General Grant.
What is it?
The president has just arrived, sir. He's in the yard now.
Oh, all right, I'll come. General Grant? Wasn't expecting you, sir. No, I couldn't keep away. How's it going? Meade sent word an hour and a half ago that Lee was surrounded all but 2 miles, which was closing in. And not about settling, eh? Unless anything goes wrong in those 2 miles, sir. I'm expecting a further report from Meade every minute. Would there be more fighting? It'll probably mean fighting through the night, more or less. But Lee must realize it's hopeless by the morning.
Dispatch, sir.
Yes.
From General Meade, sir.
Thank you. You needn't wait. Yes, they've closed the ring. Meade gives them 10 hours. Timed at 8. That's 6 o'clock in the morning. We must be merciful. Bob Lee's been a gallant fellow. Perhaps you'll look through this list, sir. I hope it's the last we shall have. It's a horrible part of the business, Grant. Any shootings? One. Damn it, Grant, why can't you do without it? Oh, no. No, of course not. Who is it?
Jim Scott said it's rather a hard case.
And what is it?
Just on a heavy marcher and volunteered for double guard duty to relieve a sick friend. He was found asleep at his post.
I was anxious to spare him, but it couldn't be done. It was a critical place at a gravely critical time. When's it to be?
Tomorrow at daybreak, sir.
You don't see that it'll do him any good to be shot? Where is he?
In the barn, I believe, sir.
Thanks. Think I'll go see him.
I go with you, sir?
No, thank you. Oh, who goes there? Is this where the boy is held?
Yes, Mr. President.
Wait outside, will you?
Yes.
Are you William Scott?
Yes, sir.
Know who I am?
Yes, Mr. Lincoln.
General tells me you've been court-martialed.
Yes, sir.
Asleep on guard?
Yes, sir.
It's a very serious offense.
I know, sir.
What was it?
I couldn't keep awake, sir.
It had a long march.
23 miles, sir.
Doing double guard?
Yes, sir.
Who ordered you?
Well, sir, I offered.
Why?
Nick White. He was sick, sir. We come from the same place.
Where's that?
Vermont, sir.
You live there?
Yes, sir. We've got a farm down there, sir.
Who has?
My mother, sir. I've got her photograph, sir.
Does she know about this?
Oh, for God's sake, don't, sir.
There. There, my boy. There. You're not going to be shot.
Not going to be shot, sir?
No.
Not going to be shot?
There. I believe you when you tell me you couldn't keep awake. I'm going to trust you. Send you back to your regiment.
When may I go back, sir?
We'll go back tomorrow. Expect the fighting to be over, though.
Is it over yet, sir?
Not quite.
Oh, please, sir. Let me go back tonight. Let me go back tonight.
Very well. Know where General Meade is?
No, sir.
It's that guard to come here. Your person is discharged. Take him once to General Meade with this.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lincoln.
Mr. Hay.
Yes, sir?
What's the time, Mr. Hay?
Just on 9:30, sir.
Sleep here for a little. You'd better shake down, too. They'll wake us if there's any news. Mr. Hay.
Hello. What the devil is it? I beg your pardon, Mr. Lincoln.
Not at all. Slept well, Hay?
Well, I feel a little crumpled, sir.
What's the time?
6 o'clock, sir.
Listen.
I don't hear anything, Mr. Lincoln.
That's just it. Guns have stopped.
Good morning, sir. Morning, Hay.
Good morning, General.
I didn't disturb you last night. The message has come from Meade. Lee asked for an armistice at 4 o'clock.
An armistice?
Yes, sir.
An armistice? For 4 years, life has been but the hope of this moment. Strange how simple it is when it comes. Grant, you served the country very truly. Made my work possible, thank you.
Had I failed, the fault would not have been yours, sir. I succeeded because you believed in me.
Where is Lee?
He's coming here. Meade should arrive directly.
Where will Lee wait?
There's a room ready for him. Will you receive him, sir?
Oh, no, Grant. No, that's your affair. To mention no political matters. Be generous. I needn't say that.
I have written out the terms I suggest. Here they are, sir.
Yes, they do you honor.
General Meade is here, sir. Ask him to come here.
Yes, sir.
I learned a good deal from Robert Lee in early days. He's a better man than most of us. This business will go pretty near his heart, sir.
Glad it's to be done by a brave gentleman, Grant. Oh, congratulations, Meade. You've done well.
Thank you, sir.
Was there much more fighting?
Pretty hot for an hour or two.
How long will Lee be?
Only a few minutes, I should say, sir.
You said nothing about terms.
No, sir.
Did a boy named Scott come to you?
Yes, sir. He went into action at once. He was killed.
Killed? Queer world, Grant.
Is there any proclamation to be made, sir, about the rebels?
I hope
there will be no persecution, no bloody work after this war's over. I'll have nothing of hanging or shooting these men, even the worst of them. Frighten them out of the country, open the gates, let down the bars, scare them off. Shoo. Enough lives have been sacrificed. Goodbye, Grant. Report at Washington as soon as you can.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Is it known that you return to Washington tomorrow?
I think so.
Mr. President, I think you take too many risks. On the way here yesterday, you must have passed half a dozen places where a well-directed bullet might have taken you off.
Assassination of public officers is not an American crime. Goodbye, gentlemen. Come along, Harry.
Goodbye, Mr. President. Who is with Lee?
Only one of his staff, sir.
Dennis, let us know directly General Lee comes.
Yes, sir.
Well, Meade, it's been a big job.
Yes, sir.
We've had courage and determination. We've had wits to beat a great soldier. I'd say that to any man. But it's Abraham Lincoln, Meade, who has kept us a great cause clean to fight for. It does a man's heart good to know he's given victory to such a man to handle. Have a drink, Meade? No? You know, Meade, there were fools who wanted me to oppose Lincoln for the presidency.
General Lee is here, sir.
Meade, will General Lee do me the honor of meeting me in here? Where the deuce my hat, Dennis, my sword?
Yes, sir. General Lee, sir.
Sir, you have given me occasion to be proud of my opponent.
I have not spared my strength. I acknowledge its defeat.
You have come, General Lee,
to ask upon what terms you will accept surrender. Yes.
They are simple. I hope you will not find them ungenerous. Here they are.
You are magnanimous, sir. May I make one submission?
It would be a privilege if I could consider it.
You allow our officers to keep their horses, General Grant. That is gracious. Our cavalry troopers' horses also are their own.
I understand. They'll be needed on the farms. It shall be done.
I thank you. I accept your terms.
Deeply touched by this mark of your goodwill. After 4 dark and difficult years, we have achieved the great purpose for which we set out. I have but little to say at this moment. I claim not to have controlled events, but confess plainly that events have controlled me. But as events have come before me, I've seen them always with one faith. We have preserved the American Union. We have abolished a great wrong. The task of reconciliation, of setting order where there is now confusion, of bringing about a settlement at once just and merciful, and of directing the life of a reunited country into prosperous channels of goodwill and generosity, will demand all our wisdom, all our loyalty. It is the proudest hope of my life that I may be of some service in this work. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
Good Friday, April 14th, 1865. In the morning, there was a cabinet meeting at the White House. Lincoln was in a happy mood. He told Grant and the cabinet of a dream he had dreamed, which had come to him several times before. In this dream, whenever it came, he was sailing a ship of a peculiar build, indescribable but always the same, and being borne on it with great speed toward a dark and undefined shore. He had always dreamed this before a victory. He dreamed it before Antietam, before Murfreesboro, before Gettysburg, before Vicksburg. In the afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln drove together, and he talked to her of the life they would lead back in Springfield, Illinois, when this presidency was over. That night, Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln went to Ford's Theater. The theater was crowded. Many officers returned from the war were there and eager to see Lincoln. The play was Our American Cousin. A little after 8 o'clock, Mrs. Abraham Lincoln entered the official box with her husband and their guests following. Sometime after 10 o'clock, at a point in the play which no person present could afterwards remember, a shot was heard in the theater, and Abraham Lincoln fell forward upon the front of the box, unconscious and dying. He was carried to a house near the theater. His sons and closest friends were summoned. A dismal drizzle of rain was falling as the dawn came to Washington after a night of terror. In the streets, men stood in groups discussing the tragedy. Then at 7:30, a tolling of all the church bells in the town and a hush in the streets. Lincoln was dead.
that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, and the network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, has brought you a production of Abraham Lincoln by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. The famous play by John Drinkwater was supplemented by many of Lincoln's speeches, excerpts from his debates, proclamations, letters, and accounts of his own private conversations. In the cast this evening were Ray Collins as General Grant, Ed Jerome as General Lee, George Coulouris as Hook, Joseph Holland as Seward, Carl Frank as Scott, Carl Swenson as Hay, William Allen as Dennis, Agnes Moorehead as Mrs. Lincoln, and Orson Welles as Abraham Lincoln. Bernard Herrmann conducted. Dan Seymour speaking. Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. Next week at this same time, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air will bring you Schnitzler's Viennese romance, The Affairs of Anatole. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In Washington, D.C. On this 17th day of February, 1801, the members of the House are about to try again to elect a President of the United States. Soon they will take the 36th ballot and hope this time to break the 6-day deadlock between Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Jefferson is still one state short of the required 9-state majority, and unless he's elected on this 36th ballot, the events of the past few days indicate that violence and bloodshed will descend on this infant capital. The 16 tellers appointed by the Speaker of the House will poll their states. Then they will drop the votes in the 2 ballot boxes provided by the Sergeant-at-Arms. The votes...
Washington,
reported to
February 17, 1801. The House of Representatives. You are there.
CBS takes you back 147 years. It is less than a generation since the end of the revolution which established the United States of America. Now the young republic faces the threat of another revolution arising out of a deadlocked presidential election. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there...
You are there.
You Are There is produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. And Walter Hamden plays Thomas Jefferson in today's broadcast. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
1801, the gallery of the House of Representatives and John Daly.
This
dramatic deadlock has come about in spite of the fact that Jefferson received the majority of the popular vote. A group of willful men in the Federalist Party, losers in the popular vote, are still trying desperately to block the people's choice. A tie in the Electoral College through this election into the House of Representatives, and here the Federalists are still hoping to elect Aaron Burr when he was meant to be Jefferson's running mate on the successful Democratic-Republican ticket. They think of Aaron Burr a lesser evil than Thomas Jefferson. And now, on the 36th ballot, they're still pushing Burr against Jefferson for president. This confused situation. The Speaker of the House, Mr. Theodore Sedgwick, is pounding the gavel, and it looks as if the 36th ballot is about to be taken, so over to the rostrum.
The gentleman from Delaware, the Honorable James A. Bayard, has requested that we postpone the balloting for 30 minutes. Are there any objections?
Mr. Speaker, we've been confined to this hall for 6 days. We're like prisoners, eating here, sleeping here, going about in our nightcaps, never permitted to go to our hearths and homes. Why must we have further delay?
May I remind the gentleman that his colleague from Maryland is also dying here? If he can risk his life, we can risk another half hour. Are there any objections? I hear none. The request is granted. The 36th ballot will begin in 30 minutes.
And as you heard, a delay in the voting. Mr. Bayard, who asked for the postponement, is the only congressman from Delaware, and it has been rumored in this rumor-ridden capital that Alexander Hamilton, leader of the Federalists and a bitter foe of Thomas Jefferson, is nevertheless urging Bayard to switch the single vote of Delaware to Mr. Jefferson. This request from Bayard now for a postponement suggests that these rumors may be true. We shall see. Anyway, the supporters of Mr. Jefferson everywhere are grimly determined to elect the man of their choice. Around the nation, there are demonstrations and threats by armed men, Jefferson supporters, who are preparing to march on Washington. Virginia, Jefferson's home state, is probably the strongest center of pro-Jefferson feeling, so we take you now to Richmond, Virginia. Jack Walters reporting.
I'm in the executive office of Governor James Monroe. The roll of drums and the bugle you can hear are coming from the great courtyard below. The Virginia militia has been assembling down there since early this morning. I'd guess that there are about 1,000 men here, fully outfitted for a long march. Governor Monroe is here at our microphone. Governor, when will the Virginia militia march on Washington?
Upon my orders, Mr. Walter.
And can you tell me, Governor, when you will give your marching orders?
If the Federalist Party continues to plot treason, we are ready to put it down. If the political knaves of the Federalist Party succeed in their nefarious plot to elect Aaron Burr over Jefferson, we shall avenge this violation of the people's will. I've been in touch with Governor McKean of Pennsylvania. His militia, too, is fully armed and ready. We are prepared to march troops instantly upon the capital for the purpose not of promoting, but of preventing revolution and the shedding of a single drop of blood.
But, Governor, there are rumors that some 1,500 Democrats from Virginia and Maryland threaten to assassinate anyone who takes the presidency other than Thomas Jefferson.
This is a wild story, Mr. Walters, published no doubt by the same inflammatory Federalist paper that accused Mr. Jefferson of the Sabbath massacre of 2 million people, among them women, children, and 24,000 priests. A slight exaggeration. The Federalist bigwigs must learn that they cannot frighten the American citizen. They should have learned it when the people abolished the Federalist-inspired alien and sedition laws. Their plots against the people did not work then, and they will not work now.
Well, thank you, Governor Monroe. New York City is another stronghold of Jeffersonian supporters. We take you there now. Arthur Hannes reporting. Go ahead, Hannes.
I'm in the headquarters of the Sons of Tammany. The members of this so-called ancient order here in Manhattan are gathering in this somewhat ancient building to march on Washington. The men crowding this building, which they call the wigwam, wear Indian costumes and long, colorful feathers. They're men from the ordinary walks of life, the tradesmen, mechanics, and carpenters, the builders of this growing city. Here beside me is a man who calls himself an independent carpman, and he's a fiery speaker who just a few moments ago made a speech calling for a march on Washington. His name is Timothy Ryan. Mr. Ryan, will you tell us, does Mr. Burr know that you make speeches against him?
I care not a tinker's damn for the opinion of Aaron Burr.
He's deceived us like a Judas.
Well, Mr. Ryan, can you tell us where Mr. Burr is now?
As long as I have been a member of the Sons of Tammany, I have never seen Aaron Burr step foot in the wigwam. He works through his leaders, who will not sully himself to congregate in our midst. Right now, I hear tell that he's hiding in Albany, 100 miles away. And well, he might be to escape our wrath. We should not only march on Washington to put down the traitors, we should also march on Albany and put away Aaron Burr.
Mr. Ryan, our reports tell us that Mr. Burr is in Albany because his daughter is being married there. But you tell me, as a loyal son of Tammany, Mr. Ryan, did you not yourself vote for Aaron Burr?
Yeah, that I did, God help me. But I meant him for vice president, as all the voters did. It is Jefferson that we elected for president, and well does Burr know it. We were told to write 2 names on our ballot, and we wrote Jefferson and Burr. And we were not told to designate who for president, who for vice president. Any fool knew if he was on it.
But Burr has also done nothing to take the first place away from Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah, but he's done nothing to give it to him either.
Mr. Ryan. In any case, according to the Constitution, the House must now make the final choice.
Well,
that's the law. And you men, aren't you defying the law by your march on Washington?
Oh, defying the law, are we? Well, then I say we shall change the law. Change the Constitution. But let not the people be deprived of justice and cheated out of the man they voted for. Thanks be to the Lord that we defeated the Federalist Tories by a great majority. But if Burr is elected by the insidious plot of a band of apostates, I say, in vain have we fought for liberty. In vain have we fought the British misrule. I say upon to oppressors, on to Washington. We have declared we'll be free, and neither bully or coach will deprive us of our natural rights.
Thank you.
On to Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan.
Right.
While we've been reporting from here in New York, we've had word that Ken Roberts in the Capitol has succeeded in arranging an interview with Alexander Hamilton. So back to Washington and Ken Roberts.
I'm in the library of the home of Mr. Josiah Quincy, Federalist Whip. Alexander Hamilton is waiting to meet Congressman James Bayard here. And while waiting, he consented to an interview. He has, however, stepped into the drawing room at the moment. In spite of the tensions and threats of violence that are shaking the few buildings in this capital, Washington society has not abandoned its social life. Right now, there's a party going on in this splendid mansion in the wilderness. The music is coming from the drawing room. Mrs. Josiah Quincy, our hostess, is here beside me, and she has offered to tell us a little about her prominent guests. Are they all Federalists, Mrs. Quincy?
Oh, no, indeed, Mr. Roberts. Even a member of Mr. Jefferson's party can find a haven of refuge here from the torture of the miserable boarding houses in Washington.
Even Mr. Jefferson himself?
Oh, good grief, no.
Perhaps he would enjoy the excellent company here, and your wonderful canvasback duck.
Indeed, he'd be welcome. But I suspect that Mr. Jefferson would prefer to be surrounded by, shall we say, more loyal admirers at Conrad's boarding house where he resides. Moreover, I doubt that he's given to the singing of psalms. To be sure, even an atheist may love to sing psalms, but certainly not in close harmony with Federalists.
Mr. Jefferson and his minister would deny he is an atheist.
Oh, if you'll forgive me a moment, I'll close the door.
Certainly. There are many notables gracing this home today. Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor, is in the far corner of this library. Mr. Fulton is trying to raise capital for a new invention of his, a missile that can be fired underwater from a submarine vessel. Well, Mrs. Quincy has shut the library door, and Gouverneur Morris, the senator from New York, has come into the library with her. They're chatting now, and in a moment, Mrs. Quincy should be with us again. Right now, I can see Robert Fulton thumbing through a volume of Shakespeare. The English playwright is quite a favorite in this library. As a matter of fact, anything English is preferred in the home of a Federalist. Mrs. Quincy told me a blue ribbon evening was passed here last night when the senator from Kentucky read The Merry Wives of Windsor and the first act of Hamlet to the ladies. Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, I brought you Gouverneur Morris, but you mustn't ask him any questions about politics.
Thank you, Mrs. Quincy. And thank you, Senator Morris. Do you think, Senator, that Mr. Hamilton will persuade Bayard of Delaware to break the deadlock today by voting for Jefferson?
Oh, now, please, no embarrassing questions. Senator Morris has just ended a very weary and dangerous trip from New York. Ask the senator how he liked Washington.
Senator, how do you like Washington?
Washington's fine. I almost got lost in the woods through Maryland, but Washington's fine.
We only need here houses, cellars, kitchens, scholarly men, amiable women. You, of course, my dear Mrs. Quincy, are the exquisite exception.
Thank you, Senator Morris.
And a few more trifles are needed here to possess a perfect city. In a word, this is the best city in the world to live in the future.
We hope so, Senator. But as you know, there are threats of destruction of this capital by armed militia from Virginia and Pennsylvania if Jefferson is not chosen today. Do you think Hamilton will save the capital today by seeing...
You promised no questions on politics, Mr. Roberts, and I see that you're leading to a question on Hamilton again.
My dear, Washington is drunk with politics. The Federalists are like drunken men in their hatred for Jefferson. They believe that Jefferson's ideas on government are ideas of the rabble of revolutionary France. But Mr. Hamilton, alone among the Federalists, has remained sober. He believes, and I agree with him, that if the people want Jefferson, they must have him. A government must be fitted to a nation as a coat to an individual.
Thank you, Senator Gouverneur Moritz. Now, the door of the library has just been opened and Mr. Hamilton has come in. He's coming toward our microphone. Mr. Hamilton, is it true that you are trying to persuade Mr. Bayard to cast his vote against Aaron Burr on the 36th ballot?
It is true that I am against the cattle line of America becoming, in fact, the man of our party. Mr. Burr is far more cunning than wise, far more dexterous than able. If Mr. Burr acts ill, we must share in the blame and disgrace.
But, Mr. Hamilton, if your pressure to defeat Burr is effective, won't you then, in fact, be electing your greatest enemy, Thomas Jefferson?
Mr. Jefferson's ideas of democracy are a danger to our country, and the prospects of our country under the evil of foreign democratic doctrines and French Jacobism are far from brilliant. The mass of the people are far from sound. Democracy is the most visionary theory. Democracy is a disease, the poison of which is most virulent.
Mr. Hamilton, to what specific ideas on the platform of Jefferson are you opposed?
Mr. Jefferson would have a government with no army, no navy. A national defense not by arms, but by embargoes, and as little government as possible from within. These are the pernicious dreams which put our country on the steep descent to ruin.
But if you are opposed to the democracy of Mr. Jefferson and opposed to the politics of Mr. Burr, how are you urging Mr. Bayard to vote?
That will be for Mr. Bayard to decide. But for heaven's sake, let not the Federalist Party be responsible for the elevation of Burr. There is a man in the world I ought to despise, it is Jefferson. But the public good must be paramount to every private consideration.
I'm afraid I'll have to take Mr. Hamilton away now, Mr. Roberts. Congressman Baird has arrived.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Not at all.
This is Ken Roberts. I return you now to John Daly in the House of Representatives.
In this committee room of the House of Representatives lies Congressman Joseph H. Nicholson of Maryland. He is the representative referred to earlier by the Speaker of the House as the man who is risking his life here. Congressman Nicholson has just come out of a coma, the result of a raging fever, which has not abated for 6 days, ever since he was carried through the blinding snowstorm of last Wednesday. Somehow, as if by a miracle, this dying man gathers his strength to inscribe the name Thomas Jefferson on a slip of paper placed in his hands by his wife. Mrs. Nicholson has just guided his feeble hand as he wrote the name for the 36th time on the forthcoming 36th ballot. Mrs. Nicholson is kneeling beside her husband's bed, supporting his head on her arms. Gently, she lays his head back on the pillow and turns now to our microphone. Mrs. Nicholson, there are some who say that by awakening your husband in his condition to vote, you take upon yourself a dread responsibility.
It is my husband's fervent plea. My wish, too. For we are both faced with a more dreadful responsibility than the life of a single patriot. We're faced with the lives, the fortunes, and the sacred honor of a whole people. Of some, I know I must ask pardon for quoting the Declaration of Independence. For there are men among us who seek to bury alive this child of freedom, though it is but 105 years old.
But in this room, ma'am, there are many Federalists who have come out of respect and admiration for the patriotism and the courage of you and your husband.
Oh, yes. It is the custom of conspirators to pay homage in the manner that the senators of Rome paid homage to Caesar. I have heard that a certain Federalist fears that my husband takes his life in his hands by his determination to remain here for the final vote, and that this Federalist would not thus expose himself for any president on earth. To this summer soldier, I say, do not fear for your life, for you are already dead. The Federalist Party has been pronounced dead by the popular vote of the people.
Mrs. Nicholson, I hope that your husband need risk his life no longer and that the Congress elects a president on this 36th ballot. And now, if you'll excuse me, Ned Kelmer reports a heated quarrel in the corridor downstairs. Go ahead, Ned Kelmer.
Matthew Lyons, Democratic congressman from Vermont, one of the two states whose vote is divided, has just accused John Brown, the Federalist congressman from Rhode Island, of attempting to bribe him into voting for Burr. Only the intervention of cooler heads kept them from coming to blows. They've calmed down a little now, but Congressman Lyons says he's willing to repeat for us his denunciation of the Federalist representative. Mr. Lyons, as you know, spent 4 months in prison last year for opposing the alien and sedition laws. Congressman Lyons, sir, what did Mr. Brown say that made you attack him?
I have been warning him, but the man is ignorant of my principles. He's an agent of the Federalist traitors.
But what did he say to you, sir?
He urged me to vote for Burr just now, for Burr, and of course I refused. And then he said to me, the scoundrel...
What did you say, sir?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what you are, sir, a scoundrel. What is it you want, Congressman Lyons, he said. Is it office? Is it money? Only say what you want, and you shall have it.
Mr. Brown, sir, have you any comment to make?
Yes, the gentleman from Vermont is a liar. Like all atheists are liars, and all the followers of Jefferson are atheists.
Now, just a moment.
They despise the truth as they despise God. And their hatred for God is equal to their hatred for those who own property.
Oh, what
Why, these Democrats, these paupers, these vagabonds and outlaws, I say take away their vote. Or they will pillage our towns and stain our soil with blood.
Ridiculous. Perfectly...
Sir, I merely want to avoid bloodshed. For if Jefferson is elected, there is scarcely a possibility that we shall escape civil war.
But, Congressman, there are some who say that if Jefferson is not elected, there will be civil war.
Well, then let it come. It is bad, but far less than anarchy or slavery.
And I say that it is the Federalist Party that means to have a monarchy rather than a republic.
Well, better than rabble rule.
But the people will rise up, my dear sir. They will rise up and abolish the indignities of the Federalist Party.
By rise up, sir, do you mean revolution by force?
No, sir, I do not.
That's exactly what he means,
no,
sir.
No, I most certainly do not. My father-in-law was Ethan Allen. And when his Green Mountain boys wanted to storm the jail in which I was imprisoned in order to free me, I urged them to desist and go to the polls to vote for their freedom and mine. And as you see, they voted me out of jail and into Congress. And I shall vote, express the will of my fellow citizens, and continue to cast my ballot for Thomas Jefferson.
Well, that is your privilege, sir, but it is also mine.
Thank you, Congressman Lyons and Congressman Brown. I've just been informed that Thomas Jefferson is expected at the home of Mr. James Madison. Douglas Edwards is there, so we take you to him now. Come in, Douglas Edwards.
Our hostess, Mrs. James Madison, Dolly Madison, as she's known by all, has informed us that Thomas Jefferson is on his way from his boarding house to dine here. We hope to persuade him to make a statement. To all of official Washington, this new house on F Street is more than the home of the liberal Virginian Democrat. It's a haven for tired statesmen. Most any afternoon at 4, you'll find the distinguished and talented of Washington and Europe enjoying the sumptuous dinners prepared by Dolly Madison, dinners lasting far into the night. This cordial Quakeress brings a touch of warm Virginia hospitality to Washington to thaw the February cold in the frozen mud of the capital. Her parties and dances and card games have won over the bitterest political foes of Jefferson. Dolly Madison is here with me now. She's wearing her famed white silk turban, draped with the large ostrich feathers. Margaret Baird Smith, who writes about Washington society, has said of Dolly Madison that she moves like a goddess and looks like a queen.
Yes, that kind of flattery is reminiscent of my old friend Aaron Burr. Before Mr. Madison and I were married, Mr. Burr's extravagant flatteries and promises were meant to blind me to his true nature.
And what is your opinion of Mr. Burr now, Mrs. Madison?
His methods are the same in politics as they are in love, both deceiving. But let me tell you of some of our guests. They're all waiting for the outcome of the election. We have Joel Barlow, the poet of democracy, and there's a Bonaparte. And here is Mr. Merry, minister from Great Britain.
Your Excellency, are your hopes on Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr?
Well, His Majesty's government does not approve Mr. Jefferson's friendly views toward the Jacobins of France. My own opinion is that Mr. Jefferson has received the votes of a minority of free men and a majority of slaves.
And Mr. Burr, do you approve of him?
Mr. Burr, I do not want to seem too critical, but Mrs. Madison's food here is more like a harvest home supper than the entertainment of a statesman.
And I thought you were enjoying our hams, Ambassador.
Oh,
Forgive
but
us if our food is too democratic for you, but we have to sacrifice the delicacy of European taste for the less elegant but more liberal fashion of Virginia. This is Noah Webster, Mr. Edwards. He's a Federalist, but he enjoys the company of writers here. He's a writer himself, you know. What are you writing now, Noah?
I'm working on a compendious dictionary, my dear.
Good heavens, what sort of a dictionary is that?
A compendious, an adjective meaning briefly stated, succinct, concise, containing the substance in narrow compass, condensed, abridged, synonyms, see terse.
I see. Well, as a Federalist, Mr. Webster, will you give us your compendious opinion on Mr. Jefferson and his supporters?
They are a rabble, threatening the safety of the state. From my observations, republicanism is impossible unless the poorer classes are excluded from the vote. Witness how the mass voted for Jefferson. Witness how they are now corrupting law and order, descending upon the Capitol with pikes and muskets in their hands. Savages! Primitives. Too stupid, too abject in ignorance to think rightly, and too depraved to draw honest deductions.
You might do your dictionary a service, Noah, by consulting our Vice President, Mr. Jefferson, for a more compendious definition of the people. For here he is now. Mr. Jefferson, this young man has asked if you'll make a statement to him on the election.
Well, now, I believed it my duty to be passive and silent during the present contest, lest some Federalist senators accuse me of being partial, whilst I yet preside over the Senate. But what is it, sir, that you would like to ask me?
Mr. Jefferson, do you favor or oppose the threats of imminent violence raging about this election?
Whose violence? The violence of the Federalist Party to usurp the people's will? Or the violence of revolution that keeps governments in order to remind them of the rights of the governed?
I refer, Mr. Jefferson, to the actions of the militias of Virginia and Pennsylvania. Should that violence cause civil war or revolution, would you still hold favor with it?
Yes, if the will of the majority of the voters is denied by a cabal of selfish interests bent on the destruction of democracy.
But some argue, Mr. Jefferson, that the public good will be best served by keeping the peace and avoiding violence at all costs.
I know there are men who would prefer that I sacrifice my principles for the guarantee of safety. But I say this is a threat and is itself pregnant with violence. I believe in a jealous care of the right of election by the people. I believe in a mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Even if force must be invoked, the vital principle of republics is the absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority.
Mr. Jefferson, earlier in this broadcast, Alexander Hamilton derided certain aspects of your platform, particularly your belief in democracy. Would you care to comment on that?
Mr. Hamilton has a perfect right to his opinions. He has no faith in democracy. I have. I believe in, and I was elected on these principles: equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political; peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none; the supremacy of the civil over the military authority, the diffusion of information, and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of our civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety.
Mr. Jefferson, those are things that can't be said too often, I think.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. We've had word that the 36th ballot has been taken in the House of Representatives, and the results are about to be announced, so back to the House and John Daly.
The 16 tellers are down there on the floor of the House checking the results of the 36th ballot now. And by the way, we tried to get Congressman Bayard of Delaware to tell us whether he would swing the single vote of his state from Mr. Burr to Mr. Jefferson, but he refuses to make any comment. Sitting up here in the gallery is Alexander Hamilton, watching the proceedings down on the floor, and the Federalist Party leader seems a weary and disillusioned man. Whether Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr should win this election down there on the floor, it is going to be Alexander Hamilton who is finally the loser. The congressmen in the House are silent. There's a sense of high expectancy. All eyes are on the tellers. They're comparing totals. Seem to be in agreement now as one of the tellers is writing the results on a piece of paper. But there is no indication, no sign on the face of the tellers as to whether or not the deadlock has been broken. A while ago, there were rumors that the Federalists a teller has handed the paper now to Speaker Thomas Sedgwick. He glances at it. His face is impassive. There goes the gavel now down to the rostrum.
The results of the 36th ballot. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, 10.
It's Jefferson by 10 states, one more than is necessary. Jefferson has been elected. The members of the House of Representatives and the spectators in the galleries have broken into wild, jubilant cheering and applause. Jefferson picked up 2 votes on that last ballot, one more than was required, and Mr. Burr lost 2. I'm going to try to find out which state broke the tie and which cast the blank vote. Perhaps it was Delaware, maybe Maryland and Vermont, but we'll soon know. We'll know in a moment as soon as we...
Washington, February 17, 1801.
We're going to have to detain...
The House of Representatives elects Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
You have been listening to The Election of Thomas Jefferson, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Election of Thomas Jefferson was written by Joseph Liss. Walter Hamden was Thomas Jefferson, and the cast included Thomas Chalmers, Carl Swenson, Joan Wetmore, Bernard Lenrow, Guy Sorrell, Ann Seymour, Eric Dressler, Walter Grisey, Doris Dalton, William Podmore, Charles Webster, Gavin Gordon, Bert Cowlin, and others. Next week...
April 9th, 1865, Lee and Grant at Appomattox. You are there.
Next this afternoon, great music comes your way from the New York Philharmonic Symphony. This evening, great comedy with Amos and Andy, now exclusively on CBS, and with Hollywood star comedian Eve Arden, your favorite schoolteacher, in Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? You know, the problem of being peacemaker in an argument is not an easy one, particularly when you have 2 brilliant individuals involved, each firmly believing that he is right. You have to see both sides, but you can't take either side. And still you have to keep them together. as I tried to do in tonight's story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these incidents really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. The personal controversy between Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday had been going on for some time. But one morning it came right out in the open at a meeting of my cabinet. All right, gentlemen, we're ready for the report of the Secretary of State. Mr. Faraday, please.
Mr. President, the newly appointed minister, Charles Montreux, will soon be arriving in this country. I don't know him personally, but I've heard something of his reputation. He'll be very much in sympathy with the ideals of your administration, Mr. President, and with the ideals of our country.
A question, Mr. Faraday.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
It's not important whether Montreux is sympathetic with us or not. I'd like to know if we're apt to be sympathetic with him. I see a difference.
What do you mean, Ed?
France has just been through a revolution and civil war, and her new government is at war with England. The majority of Americans hope to see England win that war.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Taylor. The overwhelming majority of Americans are pro-French in sympathy, and they should be. The new French government is founded on the same liberal ideas as ours. Besides, France is an ally of ours by treaty.
Mr. President.
Yes, Ed.
I wish to make a motion for the Cabinet's consideration. I move that this government suspend the treaty with France.
Mr. President, we can't do that.
Please, gentlemen, please. Go on, Ed.
I move that this government suspend the treaty with France. We signed it with the previous government of France. That government no longer exists. We can no longer be bound by the treaty.
Good heavens, Mr. Taylor. The treaty is not between our government and their government. It's between our people and the French people. Your motion is dishonest and cowardly.
Calling me names won't change the facts, Faraday. Any mark of favor from us to France will only put us in danger of war with England. I say we should not even receive this new French minister.
Impossible.
Faraday, you're not even listening to my arguments. You're opposing me purely for the sake of opposing.
Gentlemen.
But, Mr. President,
Ed, please.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Gentlemen, we face one big question. Is our treaty with France still binding? Whatever we decide, there's the plain risk of war, and that's the last thing we want. Meanwhile, I want all of you to forget your personal feelings and ask yourselves only what's best for our country. Tom, when is Montreux due to arrive?
In about 2 weeks, sir. But I want to warn this meeting. We'll solve nothing by following advice such as Taylor's been urging. I am Secretary of State, and if I'm to be hampered and obstructed by the Secretary of Treasury, my advice ignored, I can no longer remain in this cabinet.
Oh, Tom, please now.
Mr. President, I don't know why you let those two men cause you so much trouble.
Oh, I don't suppose they realize it.
You're more important than Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday and the whole cabinet and Congress.
Now, just a minute, Miss Sarah. I'm not more important. My job is.
All right, your job then. But if they can't get together, you'll have to choose between them.
I need them both, Miss Sarah. I know their points of view clash. Taylor favors the notion of an aristocratic monarchy. Faraday is a democratic Republican. One believes in authority, and the other has faith in the people.
And neither is willing to give up his ideas in favor of the other.
Miss Sarah, in times like these, they will have to. England and France are at war. Other nations may join at any moment. We may be involved. We've got to have national unity.
It can't depend on only two men.
It does. I've got to bring them together, Miss Sarah. I've got to talk to them separately. First send me, send for Tom Faraday, then get me Ed Taylor. Sit down, Tom. I've asked you to come here because of what happened at the cabinet meeting this morning.
I would have said more, Mr. President, but I was afraid of losing my temper entirely. You heard Taylor in the meeting. Of all the short-sighted, dangerous, cold-blooded suggestions I ever heard. I have listened to him, sir, for over 3 years. I have seen him twist you around his little finger. Anything to block me.
Well, I have something to say about that, Tom.
Then I've got to ask you, sir. Either demand his resignation from the cabinet or let me resign.
Sour grapes, Tom?
Frankly, it isn't all on account of Ed Taylor. I want to go home, have some time with my family. I'm 50 years old, Mr. President, and I've been in government service for most of the last 20. I've got grown daughters. I want to know them better before it's too late.
I'd like to go home, too, Tom. But I can't.
Of course, but if I'm no longer in the cabinet, sir, things will go much more smoothly. Let Taylor have his way.
I will not. And I won't let you have your way either. I want you to promise to cooperate with Ed Taylor.
I don't see what good can come of it.
Tom, both you and Ed have a great deal to give your country. You've proven it already. You'll go on proving it in the years ahead. I'm not going to let either of you fail in your duty. You belong in the cabinet, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you both in it.
Mr. President, I don't like Taylor. I don't agree with anything he says or does.
Well, you can compromise. You've got to.
Oh, yes, we can compromise on small points. But when it comes to matters of principle, I'm sorry. I can't compromise. And let me say this about Taylor. I don't think he can either.
Well, what about my principles?
What?
Well, never mind. Do I have your promise? I want you both in the cabinet, almost at any cost. At least until we solve the French question.
Yes, Mr. President. I'll do my best.
Good. Now about the French treaty and Montreux.
Mr. President, you can see how impossible it is to suspend the treaty.
So far, I agree with you. But suppose Montreux insists we join France in her war against England.
I don't know, sir.
It seems to me it depends largely on what orders Montreux's got from his government in Paris. And it depends on public opinion here, doesn't it?
That means it depends on Montreux.
Exactly. So let's not try to decide everything now. Let's wait for Montreux to arrive in this country. Meanwhile, Tom, you won't forget your promise.
I'll try not to, sir.
I'm grateful to you. Thank you. Very grateful. I'm glad to see you, Ed. Sit down, won't you? I want to talk to you about what happened at the cabinet meeting.
If it's about Tom Faraday, that was disgraceful, sir.
I'm sorry that your feelings had to come to a head on such an important question. Ed, England and France are at war. If we're not careful, we can easily find ourselves in the middle. We cannot allow personal antagonism to threaten our nation's unity.
I agree entirely, Mr. President. But the situation's impossible, and you've got to do something about it.
Got to?
Faraday is a schemer. The ideas he gives you are false, dangerous, tricky.
Ed, I frequently get ideas of my own, you know.
Faraday knows how to make you think they're yours. He knows how to fight me through you. I can fight him alone and beat him. I can't fight him and you. I've reformed the finances of the country, but still he resists. And he won't be satisfied till he's spoiled everything I've done. Will you ask him for his resignation?
No, I won't.
Then I want you to accept my resignation.
Aren't you forgetting something? Aren't you forgetting that your work isn't the whole thing? It's only part of the whole?
Spoil a part and you spoil the whole.
I don't want to take any credit from you that's rightfully yours. But I'm the only one who can judge what each of you is.
Exactly, sir. I want you to judge between me and Faraday and choose between us.
I refuse to do that, Fred, emphatically.
Then I'll do it for you.
Ed, will you... And I'm sorry. I don't mean to get angry, but I've got to tell you a simple truth you're losing sight of. You're responsible to me, but I'm responsible to the whole country.
Of course, but...
Just a moment. You're an honest, conscientious public servant, and you naturally think only your ideas are best for the country. But maybe not all of them are. You have your opinion about the French situation. Tom Faraday has his. But we can only find out which is right by a little less fighting and a little more cooperation between you. You've got to learn to cooperate with Tom Faraday.
Me? Let him learn to cooperate.
Oh, cooperate doesn't mean give in, Ed. It means cooperate. If Faraday cooperates with you, give and take. Reasonable compromise. Will you cooperate with him?
Will he cooperate with me?
I've talked to him. I think he will. I'm asking you to do the same. Will you, Ed?
I'll do everything I can, which is in the best interest of my country.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to you.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Ed.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Well, Mr. President, have you soothed their ruffled feelings?
Well, frankly, Miss Sarah, I don't think I can change their feelings, but I have appealed to their intelligence. I hope it works.
But, Mr. President, if you can't change their feelings, is it really worth it?
As long as it keeps the country in one piece, it is, Miss Sarah.
But you're the one doing that. You as the president, not
Miss
they.
Sarah, with Taylor's financial reform, we're keeping the nation's economy in good shape. That's important to business people in the East. And with Faraday in the cabinet, farmers, small merchants, working men know that we're working for them. Unity in America, Miss Sarah. Unity in America.
Yes, I see. Unity at your expense.
Well, as to the rest of the world, Miss Sarah, I'd admire any country that could have in its government at the same time two such men as Taylor and Faraday.
President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Taylor is here to see
Oh,
you, sir.
good. Come in, Taylor. Come in.
Mr. President.
How are you?
Montreux has arrived in this country, sir.
Well, didn't we expect him to?
Yes, Mr. President. But where would you expect him to come on his arrival in this country?
Oh, to the capital, of course.
It might interest you to know, sir, that he disembarked at Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, he must have had a good reason. I see nothing to be alarmed about.
I tell you, Montreux is up to something. I wouldn't be surprised if Faraday hadn't arranged.
Now, just a moment, Ed. Let's not start this all over again. If Montreux is up to something, then it's more than ever necessary that we stop fighting among ourselves.
I only wanted to forewarn you, sir.
Thank you, Ed. But let's not anticipate trouble.
Our organization has been anticipating your arrival, Mr. Monroe. I assure you, you have many supporters here, sir.
Thank you, Monsieur Bellows.
Yeah, we've made all the preliminary arrangements, but these are the best accommodations we could get for you here in Charleston.
Oh, but they are charming, Monsieur Bellows. Charming. Listen to the people outside.
Yes, maybe you ought to say a few words to them, huh?
Speak to them?
Yes, sure.
Yes, a good idea. My friend, I bring you greetings from France, from the people of France, from your fellow fighters for liberty. I know you feel as I do, that France is the champion of freedom in all the world, and that England is the enemy of freedom. Thank you, my friends, thank you. Close the window, Monsieur Burroughs.
Yes.
I am pleased, my friend. The people are most friendly to me.
Yes, sir. I wrote you they would be, sir.
It will make my work and yours so much easier.
You won't have any trouble, Mr. Monroe. You can see for yourself. Nobody's neutral so far as your war is concerned.
Yes, I am satisfied.
Lots of men will be glad to go over to France to fight for you. My committee's got thousands of names already. And shipyards will be glad to sell your ships to fight against England, sir.
Monsieur Burroughs, I want much more than men and ships.
More?
I want the United States to declare war on England.
War? Well, that's a little more than any of your friends in this country expected, sir.
It is logical.
Well, you may find some people not willing to go that far, sir.
Then we will change their minds.
But we'd better think about that.
We have thought about it, monsieur, in Paris. And I have orders from my government to work secretly to stir up public opinion in favor of war against England.
Well, yes, that had better be very secret.
Perhaps not. In the cabinet is that great and good friend of France, Monsieur Thomas Faraday.
But don't forget the president.
The president? I have plans for him. I do not think he will give us any trouble.
Well, you'll be seeing him soon.
I do not want to see him soon.
What?
I have decided to take 2 or 3 weeks to see something of your beautiful country, to talk to the people, you see?
Yeah.
Now, Monsieur Burroughs, some dinner with some good wine, don't you think? We might even drink to France's new ally in our war.
Tom, Ed, I've asked you both here to find out your opinion about Minister Montreux. I've been reading reports of the speeches he's been making in every town on his way here from Charleston. He's not behaving like a minister. Trying to influence public opinion in a country where he's only an official guest.
It is very strange, Mr. President.
Strange? It's outrageous.
A number of papers are supporting him, too, and pro-French groups are forming. Especially in the South Town, with help from your friends.
Well, that's not my doing, sir. Besides, what about the pro-British sentiment stirred up by Taylor's organizations in New England?
Listen to me, Faraday. You
now, wait a minute. Wait a moment, both of you. Trying to beat each other isn't any help. Now, let's stick to Montreux.
Mr. President, I think his behavior is a deliberate insult to you.
Ed, I didn't think that would bother you.
I beg your pardon.
Anyway, that's not important. It's true he's taking his own time and coming here to be officially received. But on the other hand...
It's an outrage, sir. I urge you to refuse to see him when he does come. Let him go back to France, a failure, and face the humiliation.
What do you think, Tom?
I agree that Montreux is behaving badly, sir, but let's bear in mind there's great sympathy for France in this country. He may be overwhelmed by it.
That pro-French sympathy you're always talking about, Faraday, it comes from the most stupid part of the population.
Taylor, Well, let's not argue. Since the treaty is still binding, Mr. President, we cannot refuse to accept Montreux as minister. I'm sure he'll be more discreet in the future. Let's not act against him now.
You agree, Ed?
I don't see what difference it makes, what I think.
It does make a difference, Ed. Don't you see that...
Very well, sir.
Now, the important thing to remember, however, is that Montreux's got to be handled very carefully by all of us. For instance, when he presents his credentials, I must receive him as an accredited representative of a friendly power. Mr. Montreux, on behalf of the citizens of the United States, I welcome you to this country. There has always been great fellow feeling between your people and ours, and I'm sure your presence among us will only increase it.
I am confident it will, Monsieur le Président. The people of France look to America as the one nation in the entire world which truly understands their yearning for freedom.
We wish your country and every country the best of good fortune, sir.
Well, Mr. Montreux, how did the president receive you, sir?
Well, he was very polite, but, Monsieur Burroughs, I am not sure that he understands our problem.
Well, when it's presented properly, he will, sir. After all, you have an eloquent champion in the Secretary of State, sir.
Yes, Monsieur Faraday. But why not? Our cause is the cause of freedom. And is that not also the cause of this country? Whoever helps France helps the cause of freedom. Whoever keeps France and the United States apart is an enemy of freedom. But, Monsieur Burroughs, we have many friends here.
Gentlemen, we all realize our tremendous obligations to the nation which once assisted us so generously in our struggle for freedom. A nation to which we are still financially indebted. That nation is now fighting her own battle to win a similar freedom. Gentlemen, as Secretary of State, I am privileged to introduce to this club our great and good friend, the French minister, Monsieur Charles Montreux.
Gentlemen, France is fighting for her life. It is not enough for you, our American friends, to give us sympathy. We need you as an ally.
Gentlemen, as Secretary of the Treasury, I address this meeting of our party in New York. And I want to warn you, don't be carried away by the passions of those who are trying to take us into a war against England. If our sympathies belong anywhere, they belong with England.
Gentlemen of the newspapers, my colleague in the cabinet, Secretary of the Treasury, Taylor, sees fit to arouse public opinion against France. He forgets the bonds that unite us and that great country.
Bonds between us and France? I ask you, gentlemen, where can it lead us? Only to a war against England. The Secretary of State should choose his friends more carefully.
Tom, Ed, I can't let this go on any longer.
Mr. President.
Just a moment, Ed. You remember, both of you, just before I received Montreux, I asked you to be extra cautious. You remember that, don't you, Tom?
Yes, but Mr.
Both
President...
of you have ignored that request. Tom, you've openly favored Montreux, deliberately helped him arouse pro-French feeling. Ed, you've deliberately stirred up opposition feeling.
I've only been trying to strike a balance. Faraday...
All right. Which one of you started it isn't important now. The point is, how do we stop it? Gentlemen, I'm going to issue a proclamation of neutrality.
the proclamation for your signature, sir.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. There you are.
Is something wrong, Mr. President?
Oh, the usual, only more so.
Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday.
Everything I've done with those two may come to nothing, Miss Sarah. I've just got to hope they'll come to their senses of their own accord, or that something will happen to wake them up.
Monsieur Faraday.
Yes, sit down, Mr. Montreux. You've, of course, you know about the neutrality proclamation.
It is incredible, monsieur. I've talked to many people. I've been through many towns and cities. I know how everyone feels. They are not neutral.
The president wants to avoid war, Mr. Montreux.
And you, Monsieur Faraday, all over France, you are known to be our friend.
I was, and I am.
Do you intend to enforce the neutrality laws?
I am the Secretary of State. That is the law of my country, Mr. Montreux.
The proclamation says it is a crime for any American citizen to aid my country.
That is right.
It would not be a crime for me to help my country, would it?
I'd be very careful, Mr. Montreux.
Careful? Monsieur, I fight for liberty. The time to be careful is past. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. I have invited you here, gentlemen, because I know that the newspapers you represent are already friendly to my country. I know you will be interested, therefore, in these documents.
What are they, Mr. Montreux?
These are copies of the official correspondence between myself and the American administration. You may publish them all.
Well, this is an unusual thing to do, Mr. Montreux.
These are unusual times. In these letters, you will find all the true reasons why this country owes our allegiance to my country. And you will find, too, the ridiculous reasons given by the President and his cabinet for not honoring our treaty.
Mr. Montreux, only yesterday the President proclaimed neutrality. Well, you can't change that by publishing these letters.
You're wrong, my friend. Once the people and Congress read the truth, they will see that the President has acted like a coward. Congress, the true rulers of your great country, will obey the popular feeling. They will force the President and his cabinet to change.
Gentlemen of the cabinet, I think now is the time for me to tell you a decision I've come to. I may hurt some of your feelings, but what I've got to say is more important than anybody's feelings, including mine. I've taken great pains to prevent one part of our country from turning against another part. That's why I've literally begged you, Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday, to stay in the cabinet. But now we find the country split in a different way. Half the people are for France and half for England. And meanwhile, they're forgetting where our own interests lie. That's where our quarreling among ourselves has led us. Instead, let's think only of what's best for our country, now and in the future. I have decided to ask the French government to call Charles Montreux home.
President, sir, Mr. Montreux is very anxious to talk to you, sir.
Of course, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Montreux.
Monsieur le Président, you should be glad to know I have sent my resignation to Paris.
Well, frankly, I'm glad. Though I'm sorry this all happened.
I was, monsieur.
You were, Mr. Montreux?
Well, I am afraid... Well, I admit... I made many mistakes. But, Monsieur le Président, I have learned a great deal while I've been here. I have learned a great deal about the kind of freedom we are fighting for. That freedom exists only here. I like this country very much, Monsieur le Président. I am not going back to France.
Well, I'm glad to welcome a new citizen, Mr. Montreux. And what are your plans?
They are somewhat romantic, monsieur.
Oh, really?
I plan to marry.
Well, congratulations, Montreux. Congratulations.
And I shall settle down in New York State.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Montreux. At the beginning, I wasn't so sure we'd have a happy ending. But thank you for coming to see me. And, gentlemen, I think there's one thing we all agree upon. We all like it here. Well, have you guessed yet which president this story happened to? The time was 1793, when George Washington was Mr. President. The man I've called Taylor this evening was really Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, who was always at sword's points with Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson. Montreux was really Citizen Genet, who settled in New York State after losing his appointment, married a daughter of a governor of New York, and lived happily ever after. And as you know, Thomas Jefferson later became President of the United States and served 2 terms. Incidentally, since today is the day of Thanksgiving, it's interesting to remember that George Washington first proclaimed it a national holiday. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by incidents in the administration of President George Washington. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold will bring you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The name George Washington has become a symbol of liberty and freedom wherever man has read the records of history. In man's long and bitter struggle for the right to be free, for the right to govern himself, George Washington is a guiding beacon as enduring as history itself. 209 years ago today, George Washington, American, was born. To him, to his principles of freedom, of unity, of tolerance, of democracy itself, this program is dedicated.
Of government, which constitutes you one people, is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, in every shape of that very liberty which is so highly prized. The name of American, which belongs to you, in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations. With slight shades of difference, you have the same religion, manners, habits, and political principles. You have in a common cause fought and triumphed together. the independence and liberty you possess are the work of joint councils and joint efforts, of common dangers, sufferings, and successes.
This is a decisive hour in American history. What George Washington said almost 200 years ago is pertinent and meaningful today. For this reason, we have restored with faithful accuracy, from documents, letters, and other historical records, the wisdom, the ideals, the thoughts, and the hopes of George Washington for America. Playing George Washington will be the distinguished actor, writer, director, Orson Welles.
I want you to hear a story of America. A story of a people who came here to find a refuge of hope and security. I want you who live today to hear facts from an historical diary of one who faced a world as difficult and as troubled as your own. I want you, my countrymen, to know how we met those problems, how we faced them, and how we overcame them. It is April 19th, 1775. A fateful day in American history. First blood is shed in the American War of the Revolution.
Who is it? Courier from the Continental Congress.
Just a minute.
What is it? Important dispatch, sir.
Let me see it. You are hereby requested to attend the special meeting of the Second Continental Congress, which will sit in Philadelphia in May this year, 1775, for the purpose, among others, choosing a commander-in-chief of the Continental Armed Forces. Signed, John Hancock, President of the Congress.
Order, gentlemen, please. President. The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, members of the Congress, I believe that the commander-in-chief of the American army should be a man satisfactory to all. We want Virginia to support our New England cause. Therefore, we should give our suffrage to a commander-in-chief from Virginia.
Mr. President! The gentleman from Virginia, Edmund Randolph.
I propose Colonel William Byrd, commander of the Virginia Forces. No! I nominate General Andrew Lewis, that gallant soldier from Virginia. No! He has neither the experience nor the ability. I protest, sir. And so do I, your
Order! Mr. President, the gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, I propose we end this bickering. I name for your consideration Colonel George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Virginia, Patrick Henry.
If you speak of eloquence, there are others more experienced. If you speak of solid information and sound judgment, Colonel Washington is unquestionably the greatest man on the floor. I propose we take a vote.
Order. All in favor?
Aye!
Opposed? Then it is carried. Colonel Washington, this Congress has nominated you to be General and Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies. Will you accept the position tendered you?
Yes, gentlemen, I accept it. Though I'm truly sensible of the high honor done me in this appointment, yet I feel a great distress from a consciousness that my abilities and military experience may not be equal to the important trust. However, if the Congress desire it, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in the service and for the support of this glorious cause. Philadelphia, June 18th, 1775. My dearest Martha, I'm now set down to write you on a subject which fills me with inexpressible concern. I've used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from a consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay here were to be 7 times 7 years. But as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed to answer some good purpose. Your affectionate husband. Soldiers, last Thursday, the Continental Congress of our nation drafted the document which I hold here in my hands. The Declaration of Independence. I'll read it to you. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Our numbers were quite inadequate to the task of opposing General Howe, being reduced by sickness, desertion, and political death. We're obliged to retire before the enemy. New York, north into White Plains. We retreat across the river to New Jersey. Across New Jersey to the Delaware. Few people knew the predicament we're in. On 1,000 accounts. Fewer still would believe if any disaster happened to these lines, from what cause it flowed. I've often thought how much happier I should have been if, instead of accepting a command under such circumstances, I'd taken my musket on my shoulder and entered the ranks, or if I could have justified the measure to posterity in my own conscience, and retired to the back country and lived in a wigwam. So I shall be able to rise superior to these and many other difficulties. I shall most religiously believe that the finger of divine providence is in it. The hand of providence would seem to be in it indeed. For on Christmas Eve we attacked Trenton, capturing 23 officers and 866 men. Justice to the officers and men, I must add that their behavior reflected the highest honor among them. Princeton, too, we established ourselves more firmly on the Delaware. The odds soon told. For at Brandywine, our small army was beaten and forced into retreat. Through the want of shoes and stockings, the hard frozen ground, you might have tracked the army from White Marsh to Valley Forge by the blood of their feet. Strong symptoms of discontent appeared in particular instances. Nothing but the most active efforts everywhere could avert a shocking catastrophe. Come in.
General Washington.
Yes, Colonel?
General Washington. The men are in a bad way, sir. 10,000 starving, frozen men. What you're asking them to do is impossible.
And what do you propose?
Surrender on whatever terms we can get, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you cold, sir?
Of course.
Hungry?
Yes.
And discouraged?
Discouraged and beaten, too, sir.
Beaten? Huh. I'm cold. My home's a shelter like yours. I'm hungry. My food's no better than yours. I'm discouraged. What man wouldn't be? But beaten when we've nothing but a few wooden buildings to lose. Man, there's freedom to be gained.
The price is so great, sir.
We've fought long and hard together, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
And won sometimes, too. Haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Why can't we win again? And if we should win again, would the price then be too great? Would any price be too great for freedom? For liberty?
General Washington, tell me, do you really think we have a chance? Do you really believe that after this sort of sacrifice, that we can hold out?
Before God, before the men who entrusted me with this command, before all that I love, I do believe it, Colonel.
I'll tell the men that, sir.
Lux presents Hollywood. Radio Theater brings you Raymond Massey, Fay Bainter, and Otto Kruger in Abe Lincoln in Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When I was a boy, there were thousands of people alive who had known Abraham Lincoln, had watched his inauguration, heard him speak at Gettysburg, and looked on as a train draped in mourning took him back to his beloved Illinois. But tonight he lives for all of us again, portrayed by a gifted star, Raymond Massey in Robert E. Sherwood's great play, Abe Lincoln in Illinois, a Pulitzer Prize drama on Broadway and a distinguished motion picture. Mr. Massey starred in both productions and brings the stage play to Los Angeles this week, which gave us just the opportunity we'd been waiting for to get the original star in a radio adaptation of the Sherwood play. As Mary Todd, we present another favorite of Broadway and Hollywood, Miss Fay Bainter, in her first appearance here this season. And as Ninian Edwards, a friend of Lincoln, we have Otto Kruger. Abe Lincoln in Illinois is an American saga, the story of a young man with the courage, humor, and great heart that makes America American. It's the drama of Lincoln before he became a national hero. A man so simple, friendly, and unaffected that the politicians couldn't understand him at all. It's not easy to picture Illinois when Lincoln was a young man. Much of it was backwoods. Politics was strictly a man's affair because women couldn't vote. And the district forum was the general store where you could buy anything from sunbonnets to sassafras tea. Unfortunately for the ladies, you could not buy Lux toilet soap. But the march of civilization brings the progress of beauty. And today, the woman who values her appearance can find Lux soap everywhere. Luxurious, but not a luxury. It's with very special pride now that we raise the curtain on Act One of Abe Lincoln in Illinois, starring Raymond Massey as Lincoln, Fay Bainter as Mary Todd, Otto Kruger as Ninian Edwards, and Calvin Thomas from the stage cast as Josh Speed. In the early 1830s, a lonely cabin stands on the prairie near New Salem, Illinois. Across its bare logs, the wind blows steadily, creeping through the chinks in the rough wall, fluttering the oil lamp swinging overhead. Sitting at a table piled high with books and papers is Mentor Graham, a sharp but patient schoolteacher. And across from him in the shadows, his pupil, a beardless, gaunt young backwoodsman in ragged clothes.
And now for the moods. Every one of us has many moods. You yourself have more than your share of them, Abe. They express the various aspects of your character. And so it is with the English language. And name me the 5 moods, Abe.
Indicative, imperative, potential, subjunctive, and infinitive.
And what do they signify?
Well, the indicative mood's the easy one. That just indicates a thing like he loves or he is loved. The imperative mood is used for commanding, like get out and don't come back.
Is that the best example you can think of?
Well, you can put it in the Bible way, go thou in peace, but it's still imperative.
Here, Abe. This is a speech delivered by Mr. Daniel Webster before the United States Senate. Find me a good example of the imperative mood.
Oh, let's see. While the Union lasts, we have... Let their last feeble glance rather behold the glorious ensign of the Republic.
That's right.
Liberty first and Union afterwards. Liberty and Union, now and forever, one and inseparable. He must have had them up on their feet cheering at that, all right.
Oh, some cheered and some spat, depending on which section they came from.
What was he talking about?
It was in the debate over the right of any state to secede from the Union. And he proved that without Union, we'd have precious little liberty. Now, go on with the potential mood.
That signifies possibility, usually of an unpleasant nature. Like if I ever get out of debt, I'll probably get right back in again.
Why did you select that example?
It just happens to be the thought that's always heaviest on my mind.
Is the store in trouble again?
Yeah. Barry's drunk all the whiskey we ought to have sold, and we're going to have to shut up any day now. I guess I'm my father's son, all right. Give me a good, steady job, and I'll fail at it.
You haven't been a failure here, Abe. There isn't a man-jack in this community that isn't fond of you and anxious to help you get ahead.
I know, just like you, Mentor. Sitting up late nights to give me learning just out of the goodness of your heart. Now, Josh Speed and Judge Bowling Green, some of the others I owe money to, want to get me the job of postmaster, thinking that maybe I can handle that since there's only one mail comes in a week. Well, I got friends, all right, but they can't change my luck. It'll always be the same story with me. More friends and more debts.
Well, Abe, just bear in mind that there are always 2 professions open to people who fail at everything else. There's school teaching and there's politics.
And I'll choose school teaching. You go into politics and you may get elected.
Yes, there's always that possibility.
If you get elected, you got to go to the city. I don't want none of that.
Oh, what's your objection to cities, Abe? Have you ever seen one?
Sure. I've been downriver twice to New Orleans. You know, every minute of the time I was there, I was scared.
Scared of what, Abe?
Oh, it sounds kind of foolish. I was scared of people.
Oh, did you imagine that they'd rob you of all your gold and jewels?
No. I was scared they'd kill me.
Why? Why should they want to kill you?
I don't know.
Oh, you're a hopeless mess of inconsistency, Abe Lincoln.
What do you mean, Mandor?
I've never seen anyone who's so friendly and at the same time so misanthropic.
What's that?
Misanthrope is as one who distrusts men and avoids their society.
Oh, or maybe that's how I am. Oh, I like people well enough when you consider them one by one, but they seem to look different when they're put into crowds or mobs or armies.
Abe, there's one more thing I want to show you tonight. It's a poem on death written at the age of 19 by John Keats. You read it, Abe.
Can death be sleep when life is but a dream, and scenes of bliss pass as a phantom by? The transient pleasures as a vision seem, and yet we think the greatest pains to die. How strange it is that man on earth should roam and lead a life of woe, but not forsake his rugged path, nor dare he view alone his future doom, which is but to awake. That sure is good, Manor. It's fine.
Abe Lincoln.
Morning, Josh.
Well, it's come. Letter just arrived from Washington. You're the new postmaster, Abe.
The new postmaster. Well, that's nice, Josh. Do you think I'll be able to carry all the responsibility?
Foot race, Abe?
Don't try. Got to take a letter over to Rutley's Tavern first.
Well, hurry up, Abe. We'll be waiting for you.
Morning, Miss Ann.
Oh, Abe. I'm glad you came, Abe.
Got a letter here.
A letter for me?
Miss Ann Rutley at Rutley's Tavern. That's you, Miss Ann.
Thank you, Abe.
What's all that?
Abe, it's that ruffian Jack Armstrong. I'm afraid there's going to be a fight in there.
Fight? Who and why?
Well, the governor's son is here.
Abe, come in here, will you?
Coming, Judge Green.
Come on. Stand up. Stand up, Mr. Edwards.
Careful, Mr. Edwards.
I'm afraid there's nothing else I can do.
Come on. Come on.
Oh, Jack. Hello, boys. Ain't you fellas drunk yet?
Abe, there's going to be a fight.
What about?
This is the son of Governor Edwards, Abe. Come from Springfield looking for a little fight, and I'm aiming to oblige.
Quick, stop it, Abe. It'll be next door to
You
murder.
set your trap, Judge Green. Murder's too good for any goose-livered enemy of Andy Jackson. Come on, boys, get in.
Wait a minute, boy, Jack. You forgot what day it is?
No, I ain't. But I reckon the 4th is as good a day as any to whip a politician.
Well, if you just got to fight, Jack, you shouldn't give preference to strangers. Being postmaster of this thriving town, I rate as a politician, so you better try a fall with me.
Now, look here, Abe. You're stepping into something that ain't none of your business. This is a private matter, a patriotic army.
Everything in this town's my business, Jack. It's the only kind of business I got. Besides, I seen Hannah down by the grove, and she says to tell you to come on to the picnic, and that means now. You better hurry, Jack, or you'll get a beating from Hannah.
All right. Abe Lincoln saved your hide, Mr. Edwards. I'll consent to calling off the fight just because he's a friend of mine.
Because I'm the only one around here you can't lick.
Oh.
Go on, Jack. Hannah's waiting.
All right, but it ain't because I'm afraid now.
Well, congratulations, Ninian. I shouldn't have enjoyed taking you home to Mrs. Edwards after those boys had done with you.
Well, I was aware of the certain consequences, Josh. I'm deeply in your debt, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, never mind any thanks, Mr. Edwards. Jack Armstrong talks big, but he means well.
Won't you join us in a drink?
No, thank you.
Abe, sit down. We want to talk to you.
Me? What about bowling?
Abe, we brought Mr. Edwards here for the sole purpose of meeting you, and with his permission, I shall tell you why.
Go right ahead, Josh.
Abe, how would you like to run for the State Assembly?
When?
Now, for the election in the fall.
Why?
Mr. Lincoln, I've known you for only a few minutes, but that's long enough to make me agree with Josh Speed that you're precisely the type of man we want. The whole Whig organization will support your candidacy.
This was all your idea, Josh?
Oh, no, Abe. You're the people's choice.
What do you think, Abe?
Well, it's a comical notion, all right. Don't know as I can give an answer to it offhand, but my first hasty impression is I don't think much of it.
Abe, what's the one thing you want most? You want to learn. Well, this will give you a chance to get at a good library, to associate with the finest lawyers in the state.
Well, I got a copy of Blackstone already. Found it in an old junk barrel. How do I know that the finest lawyers would welcome association with me?
You needn't worry about that. I saw how you dealt with those ruffians. You quite obviously know how to handle men.
Oh, I can handle Armstrong and his boys because they can out-wrestle them, but they can't go around Sangamon County throwing all the voters.
We'll take a chance on that, Abe.
Now, think it over, Mr. Lincoln. This is an opportunity unlimited in scope. We're becoming a continent, Mr. Lincoln, and all that we need is men.
And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I've got to be moving on. Goodbye, Mr. Lincoln. This meeting has been a happy one for me.
Goodbye, Mr. Edwards.
Abe, think it over carefully. This is your chance, Abe.
I'll think about it, Josh, but I can tell you now I don't like it.
Well, goodbye, Abe.
Miss Ann,
Yes? What is it, Abe?
I just thought you might like to talk to me, Miss Ann.
What about?
That letter you got from New York State.
What do you know about that letter?
Well, I'm the postmaster. Guess I know more than ought to about people's private affairs. I couldn't help seeing that was the handwriting of Mr. McNeil, and I can't help seeing from the look on your face that the bad news you've been afraid of has come.
Whatever the letter said, it's no concern of yours, Abe.
I know that, Ann. But it appears to me that you've been crying, and it makes me sad to think that something could have hurt you.
You're a Christian gentleman, Abe Lincoln.
No, I ain't. I'm a plain, common sucker with a shirt tail so short I can't set on it.
Well, sit down anyway, Abe. Here, by me. You're right about that letter, Abe. It's the first I've heard from him in months. And now he says he's delayed by family troubles and doesn't know when he'll be able to get to New Salem again. By which he probably means never.
I wouldn't say that, Ann.
I would. I reckon you think I'm a silly fool for ever having promised myself to Mr. McNeil.
I think no such thing. I liked him myself and still do. He's a smart man and a handsome one, and I wouldn't blame any girl for loving him.
I guess I don't love him, Abe. I guess I couldn't love anybody that was as faithless as that.
Well, then, there's nothing to fret about.
I don't believe you know much about females, Abe.
Well, maybe I don't. I certainly spend enough time thinking about them.
Well, you're a big man, and you can lick anybody, and you can't understand the feelings of somebody who is weak. But I'm a female, and I can't help thinking what they'll be saying about me. All the old gossips all over town. They'll make it out that he deserted me. I'm a rejected woman. They'll give me their sympathy to my face, but they'll snigger at me behind my back.
Yes, that's just about what they would do. But would you let them disturb you?
I told you. It's just weakness. It's just vanity. It's something you couldn't understand, Abe.
Maybe I can understand it, Ann. I got a kind of vanity myself. It's nothing but vanity that's kept me from declaring my inclination toward you.
Abe.
See, I don't like to be sniggered at either. I know what I am. I know what I look like. I know I got nothing to offer any girl I'd be in love with.
Are you saying that you're in love with me, Abe?
Yes, I am saying that. I've been loving you for a long time with all my heart. You see, Ann, you're a particularly fine girl. You got sense and you got bravery. Those are two things I admire particularly. And you're powerful good to look at, too, so it's only natural I should have a great regard for you. But I don't mean to worry you about it, Ann. Only mention it because if you do me the honor of keeping company with me for a while, it might shut the old gossips' mouths. They'd figure you'd chuck McNeil for someone else, even me.
I thought I knew you pretty well, Abe, but I didn't.
Why do you say that, Ann? Do you consider I was too forward in speaking out as I did?
No, Abe. I've always thought a lot of you, the way I thought you were. The idea of love between you and me. Well, I can't say how I'd feel about that because now you're like some other person that I'm meeting for the first time. But I can tell you this much, now and truthfully. If I ever do love you, I'll be happy about it and lucky to be loving a good, decent man.
I've always tried hard to believe what the orators tell us, that this is a land of equal opportunity for all. But I've never been able to credit it any more than I could agree that God made all men in his own image. But if I could win you, Ann, I'd be willing to disbelieve everything I've ever seen with my own eyes and have faith in everything wonderful that I'd ever read in poetry books. But I'm not asking you to say anything now, Ann. And I won't ask you until the day comes when I know I've got a right to.
Abe, where are you going?
I'm going to find Bowling Green and tell him a good joke.
A joke? What about?
I'm going to tell him that I'm a candidate for the Assembly of the State of Illinois.
Well, there it is, Abe. You're elected.
State Assembly. Well, I guess I'll have to do my best. My past ain't none too good. I've been here in the assembly for over a year now without accomplishing a blessed thing. Sometimes I think...
Abe?
Yes?
There's a man here from New Salem. Says he's got news about a friend of yours.
Who?
A Miss Ann Rutledge. What about her? She's sick, Abe. She's sick, pretty near to dying.
Oh, that must be Abe now. He said he'd come right over from the Rutledges.
Well, let him in, Bowling.
Why, hello, Abe. Nancy, I, and Josh here have been sitting up waiting for you. Come in out of the wet.
Hello, Abe. Hello, Josh. Glad to see you. Nancy,
Yes, Abe?
she's dead.
Ann?
Yes, tonight the fever suddenly got worse. They couldn't seem to do anything for it.
Oh, Abe, I'm so sorry.
Sit down, Abe, and rest yourself.
No, I'm not fit company for anybody. I'd better be going.
No, you don't, Abe. You stay right here.
You better do what Josh tells you. This is your home, Abe. This is where you're loved.
Yes, that's right. And I love you, Bolin and Nancy. But I loved her more than anything else I've ever known.
I know you did, Abe. I know it.
I used to think it was best to be alone. I was always most contented when I was alone. I had queer notions that if you get too close to people, you could see the truth about them. That behind the surface, they're all insane, and they could see the same in you. And then, when I saw her, I knew there could be beauty and purity in people, like the purity you sometimes see in the sky at night. And I took hold of her hand and held it. All fear, all doubt went out of me. I believed in God. And I've been glad to work for her until I die, to get for her everything out of life that she wanted. If she thought I could do it, then I could. That was my belief. And then I had to stand there, as helpless as a twig in a whirlpool. I had to stand there and watch her die. And her father and mother were there, too, praying to God for her soul. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. That's what they kept on saying. I couldn't pray with them. I'm making a pretty poor exhibition of myself, and I'm sorry. But I can't stand it. I can't live with myself any longer. I got to die and be with her again, or I'll go crazy. I can't bear to think of her out there alone.
Abe, wait. I want you to go upstairs and see if you can't get some sleep. Please, Abe. As a special favor to Nancy and me.
All right, boy.
Here's a light for you, dear Abe.
Thank you, Nancy. Good night.
Poor lonely soul. Poor lonely soul.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Raymond Massey, Fay Bainter, and Otto Kruger, will bring you Act Two of Abe Lincoln in Illinois. For the next few moments, let's look in on a little home over on Vine Street, where a couple of very young ladies are talking over their first formal party.
Oh, Julie, aren't evening parties simply super? I mean, aren't they wonderful? Oh, gosh, I hope we go to millions more. These long dresses make you feel practically 18, don't they? Oh, Julie, you know what Joe Billings said? First he said I looked okay, and then he said, I mean you look swell. Doesn't Joe make you think of Tyrone Power, kind of? And isn't it divine? You and I both danced every dance. Oh, gosh, Mother will be upstairs soon. We better be getting ready for bed. Let's make a dive for the bathroom. Here's a brand new cake of Lux soap for you. Why, Julie Davis, you mean you're not going to bother about your complexion? Well, it's a good thing Mother can't hear you. She'd practically die. Why, she thinks it's just reckless of a girl not to take good care of her skin, no matter how young she is. So I always use Lux soap like she does. You've got to admit, Julie, my mother has a complexion that's simply super.
Betty is only 15, but already she knows a real beauty secret. Betty has a wise mother, A mother who gives her own complexion regular active lather care and sees to it that her young daughter does, too. She knows that even the youngest complexion needs the protection that Lux Toilet Soap gives, because its active lather does a thorough job, gently carries away every trace of dust and dirt. And there are millions of mothers like Betty's mother. That's one reason why Lux Toilet Soap is so very popular the country over. It's a fact that it's as fine a soap as money can buy. Lux Toilet Soap is really pure, and it's laboratory tested for mildness. Complexions that are world famous get Lux Toilet Soap care. This luxurious white soap is the choice of 9 out of 10 screen stars. So why not make it your regular complexion care, too? Get 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow, and let this fragrant soap with active lather give your skin the gentle, protecting care it needs to stay smooth and lovely. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Abe Lincoln in Illinois. Starring Raymond Massey as Lincoln, Fay Bainter as Mary Todd, Otto Kruger as Ninian Edwards, and Calvin Thomas as Josh Speed. "5 years have passed. Abe Lincoln is still a young man, but he looks more than his 31 years, for his youth was buried with Anne Rutledge. His term in the Assembly over, Abe has taken up law practice in Springfield. He's returning now from a trip as Billy Herndon, the junior member of the firm, greets him at the door.
I do, Mr. Lincoln. Glad to see you back. How was it on the circuit, Mr. Lincoln?
Oh, by the usual.
Did you have occasion to make any political speeches?
Oh, they got me up in the stump a couple of times. Ran into Stephen Douglas. He was out campaigning, of course, and we had some argument in public.
That's good. What issues did you and Mr. Douglas discuss?
No, don't get excited, Billy. We weren't taking it serious. There was no bloodshed. Well, what's the news here?
Well, this letter, they want you to speak at an abolitionist rally next Thursday evening.
Billy, I was on the boat coming from Quincy to Alton the other day, and there was a gentleman on board with 12 Negroes. He was shipping them down to Vicksburg for sale, had them chained 6 and 6 together. They were going to be whipped into perpetual slavery and no questions asked. Quite a shocking sight.
And you will give a speech at the Lovejoy rally?
I doubt it. That Freeman's League is a pack of fanatics. Talk reason to them, and they scorn you for being a mealy-mouthed. Let them make their own noise.
Hello, Abe. Are we interrupting the majesty of the law?
Bolin.
I found him at the station, Abe.
How are you, Bolin?
Tolerably well, Abe, and glad to see you. Not interrupting.
Not at all. This young firebrand Billy here was just about to launch into another speech on abolition. He's a wildcat, this Billy. Can't stand for anybody who wants to remain peaceful.
Billy, my profound compliments. But I thought you were opposed to slavery, Abe.
I am opposed to slavery, but I'm even more opposed to war, especially civil war. But I see what you're getting at, Bolin. You're following Billy Herndon's lead. You're troubling your kind hearts with concerns of me, and when am I going to amount to something?
Well, we've all been hoping you'd run for Congress, Abe.
No, I'm no fighting man, Judge. If I got elected and went to Congress, I might find myself someday having to cast my vote on the terrible issue of war or peace. I want no part in deciding things like that, or voting to avoid war at all costs at the expense of the Union.
You always were an artful dodger, Abe. And maybe you'll live to go on to the end of your days, avoiding the clutch of your own conscience.
Afternoon, Abe. How are you, gentlemen?
Ninian, come in.
Hello, Ninian.
Sit down.
Thanks, Abe. Well, I just called in to tell you, gentlemen, that you must dine with us.
Delighted.
We're proudly exhibiting my sister-in-law, Miss Mary Todd, who has just come from Kentucky to grace our home. She's a very gay young lady, speaks French like a native, recites poetry at the drop of a hat, and knows the names and habits of all the flowers. Well, I've asked Steve Douglas and some of the other eligibles to meet her, so you boys had better get in early. You'll be along presently, Abe?
Shouldn't be surprised.
Good. You'll meet a delightful young lady, and I'd better warn you, she's going to survey the whole field of matrimonial prospects and select the one who promises the most. So you'd better be on your guard, Abe, unless you're prepared to lose your standing as a free man.
Ninian, I thank you for the warning.
Can't believe what, dear?
Mary, I am your sister, and I want the truth. Now, you have known Abraham Lincoln for 6 months. Have you ever given one moment's serious thought to the possibility of marriage?
I shall answer you, Elizabeth. I've given more than one moment's thought to the possibility you mentioned. and I've decided that I shall be Mrs. Lincoln.
So, Ninian, you were right.
Thank you, my dear.
Mary, do you expect me to congratulate you upon this amazing selection?
No. I ask for no congratulations, nor condolences either.
Well, forgive me for prying, Mary, but have you as yet communicated your decision to the gentleman himself?
Not yet. But he's coming to call this evening, and he will humbly ask for my hand in marriage. And after I've displayed the proper amount of surprise and confusion, I shall murmur timidly, yes.
Well, you make a brave jest of it, Mary. But as for me, I'm deeply and painfully shocked.
Mary, I should like to know...
I think, Ninian, that this is a matter for discussion solely between my sister and myself.
No, I want to hear what Ninian has to say.
Well, understand, my dear, I'm not quarreling with you. My affection for Abe is eternal, but I'm curious to know what is it about him that makes you choose him for a husband?
I should like to give you a plain, simple answer, Ninian, but I cannot.
Of course you cannot. You're rushing blindly into this. Oh, haven't you sense enough to see you could never be happy with him? His breeding, his background, his manner, his whole point of view.
I could not be content with a happy marriage in the accepted sense of the word. I have no craving for comfort and security, so long as there's forever before me the chance for high adventure, so long as I can know that I'm always going forward with my husband along a road that leads across the horizon.
And how far do you think you will go with anyone like Abe Lincoln, who is lazy and shiftless and prefers to stop constantly along the way to tell jokes?
He'll not stop if I have strength enough to make him go on, and I'm strong. In Abraham Lincoln, I see a man who split rails for other men's fences, but who'll never build one around himself.
What are you saying, Mary?
I imagine it does seem like insanity to you, but not to me. I want the chance to shape a new life for myself and for my husband.
Mr. Lincoln, ma'am. He's here.
I shall see him. Send him in, please.
Good evening, Mrs. Edwards. Evening, Miss Todd.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Lincoln.
Evening, Ninian.
Well, glad to see you, Abe. If you'll excuse Elizabeth and me, we must hear the children's prayers and see them safely obeyed.
Oh, I'd be glad to hear the prayers, too.
Oh, no. You'd only keep them up till all hours with your stories. And come along, Elizabeth.
Mary, won't you come with us and say goodnight to the children?
No, my dear. No, leave Mary here to keep Abe entertained.
I don't blame Ninian for keeping you away from those children. They all adore you.
Well, I always seem to get along well with children, probably because they don't want to take me seriously.
You understand them. That's the important thing. But do sit down, Mr. Lincoln.
Thank you. I will.
No, not there. Over here, by me.
Finished the letter?
Yes.
Do you think it's all right?
No, Abe, I don't. I think the sending of this letter to Mary Todd would be a most grave mistake.
Do I understand that you will not deliver it for me?
No, Abe, I won't.
Then someone else will.
Yes, you can give it to the minister this afternoon to hand to the bride when she arrives for the ceremony. But I hope, Abe, you won't send it until you're feeling a little calmer in your mind.
How can I ever be calm in my mind until this thing is settled and out of the way once and for all? Have you got eyes in your head, Josh? Can't you see that I'm desperate? Got to get out of this marriage. I can't go through with it. I've got to have my release.
Hello, Abe.
Hello, Nina.
Good morning, Josh. You helping to keep the bridegroom quiet on his wedding day?
Best I can, Ninian.
Well, I can promise you, Abe, it'll be quite painless. Elizabeth and I have arranged for a bang-up wedding dinner. Good morning, Mr. Edwards. Good morning, Billy. Oh, Abe, I've only got a moment, and this is the last chance I'll have to speak to you before the ceremony. Well, the fact that the bride is my sister-in-law gives me a little added responsibility in wishing to promote the success of this marriage. And a success it will be, Abe, if only you'll bear in mind one thing. You must keep a tight rein on her ambition. My wife tells me that even as a child, Mary had delusions of grandeur. She predicted to one and all that the man she would marry would be President of the United States. Well, I urge you to beware, Abe. Don't let her talk you into any gallant crusades or wild goose chases. You let her learn to be satisfied with the estate to which God hath brought her, with which I shall conclude my prenuptial sermon. Well, I'll see you all at the house at 5 o'clock, and I want you gentlemen to make sure that Abe Lincoln is looking his prettiest.
Goodbye, Ninian. Well, Abe, you'd better go along home.
That's right. You'll be late for the wedding, Mr. Lincoln.
There's not going to be a wedding. Billy, I have a letter that I want you to deliver to Miss Todd.
What letter?
Give to him, Josh.
No, Abe, this letter will never be delivered.
Josh, you got no right to tear that up. You got no right.
I know I haven't, but it's done. Billy, in that letter, Mr. Lincoln asked Miss Todd for his release. He told her that he'd made a mistake and couldn't go through with the marriage, which could only lead to endless pain and misery for them both.
That isn't the truth. What is?
I'm not disputing the truth of it, Abe. I'm only asking you to tell her so to her face in the manner of a man.
It'd be a more cruel way. It would hurt her more deeply. I'd have to tell her that I have hatred for her infernal ambition. That I don't want to be ridden and driven onward and upward through life with her whip lashing me and her spurs digging into me. If her poor little soul craves importance in life, then let her marry Stephen Douglas. He's ambitious, too. I want only to be left alone.
Mr. Lincoln,
I doubt if
may I say something?
What is it, Billy?
Well, it's just this. Mr. Lincoln, you're not abandoning Miss Mary Todd. No, you're only using her as a living sacrifice in the hope that you'll gain forgiveness of the gods for your failure to do your own great duty.
Yes, my own great duty. Everyone feels called upon to remind me of it, but no one can tell me what it is.
Well, I can tell you. I can tell you what's the duty of every man who calls himself an American. It's to perpetuate those truths which were once held to be self-evident. That all men are created equal. That they're endowed with certain inalienable rights. That among these are the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Are those rights denied to me?
Could you ever enjoy them while your mind is full of the awful knowledge that 2 million of your fellow beings in this country are slaves? Can you take any satisfaction from looking at that flag above your desk when you know that 10 of its stars represent states which are willing to destroy the Union? That's your flag, Mr. Lincoln, and you're proud of it. But what are you doing to save it from being ripped into shreds?
I'm minding my own business. That's what I'm doing. And there'd be no threat to the Union if others would do the same. And as for slavery, I'm sick and tired of all this righteous talk about it. When you know more about the law, you'll know that those property rights you mentioned are guaranteed under the Constitution. And if the Union can't stand on the Constitution, then let it fall.
Abe, where are you going?
I'll go up now and I'll talk to Mary. Tell her I can never marry her. Then I'm going away.
Where, Abe?
I don't know.
You're quitting, Mr. Lincoln. As surely as there's a God in heaven, he knows that you're running away from your obligations to him and to your fellow men and to your own immortal soul.
Billy, leave him alone. He's a sick man.
2 years later, on the great plain near New Salem, a covered wagon stands in the moonlight facing west. To that wagon across the prairie comes Abe Lincoln.
Abe, I'm glad to see you.
Evening, sir. I hear your boy is mighty sick.
Yes, he is. Aggie's tending him in the wagon now. She once preacher. That looks as if she'd given up, don't it?
Might be a comfort.
Why don't you speak a prayer, Abe? You could always think of something to say.
Afraid I'm not much of a hand at praying. I couldn't think of a blessed thing be any real comfort.
Never mind. Sit down, Abe.
So you're heading west, are you, sir? You're doing what you and I used to talk about. You're moving. How far are you going?
We're going right across the continent. All the way to Oregon.
Oregon.
We're going to free country, Abe.
How do you know it'll be free, sir? With the politicians selling the new territories piece by piece to the slave traders.
Because we'll keep it free if we have to fight for it. Even if we have to cut loose and make it a new country.
A new country? Yes, I remember Mentor Graham saying once that this country might be split up into hostile countries, just like Europe. It'd be a bad day for us Americans if we lost you and your wife and your son and all the others like you said.
Seth, he's worse. He's moaning in his sleep. He's gasping for breath.
Don't cry, Aggie. The doctor will come soon.
Oh, it's so far from anyone, anything. Oh, Seth, what'll we do?
If you wish me to, Mrs. Gale, I'll try and speak a prayer.
We'd be grateful for anything you might say, Abe.
Oh, God, the Father of all living, I ask you to look with gentle mercy on this little boy here, lying sick in this covered wagon. His people are traveling far to seek a new home in the wilderness, to do your work, God, to make this earth a good place for your children to live in. They can see clearly where they're going, and they're not afraid to face all the perils that lie along the way. I humbly beg you not to take this child from him. Grant him the freedom of life. Let him know the sight of great plains and high mountains, of green valleys and wide rivers. For this little boy is an American, and these things belong to him and he to them. Spare him that he too may strive for the ideal for which his fathers have labored so faithfully and for so long. Spare him and give him his father's strength. Give us all strength, O God, to do the work that is before us. I ask you this favor in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, who died upon the cross to set men free. Amen.
Miss Todd?
Yes?
Mr. Lincoln is here.
Mr. Lincoln?
Will you see him, Miss Todd?
Yes. Ask him to come in.
This way, Mr. Lincoln.
I'm glad to see you again, Mr. Lincoln.
Thank you, Mary. You may well wonder why I have thrust myself on your mercy in this manner.
I'm sure you're always welcome. We heard through Joshua's speech you'd been very ill. We've all been greatly concerned.
You've been most kind.
I'm glad you're restored to health. Now you'll return to your work? Or perhaps you have other plans?
I have no plans, Mary. I only want to tell you that I'm sorry for things that I said on that unhappy occasion that was to have been our wedding day.
You needn't worry about that. Whatever happened then was my own fault. I was blinded by my self-confidence. I loved you, Abe, and I believed I could make you love me, that I could inspire you to become the leader of men. I believe you are. I didn't think you'd turn that strength against me.
Mary, I know now I was wrong. I presume again to ask you to be my wife.
Abe.
I know that taking me back would involve humiliation for you.
I'm not afraid of humiliation, Abe. What has brought about this change of heart?
On the prairie, I met an old friend who was moving west with his wife and child. He asked me to go with him after the child recovered, and I was strongly tempted to do so.
Abe.
But even then, I knew that that was not my direction. The way I must go is the way you have always wanted me to go.
And you will never again falter or try to run away?
I promise you, Mary, that if you will have me, I shall devote myself for the rest of my days to trying to do what is right, as God gives me the power to see what is right.
Then I shall be your wife. I shall fight by your side till death do us part. Oh, Abe. Abe, I love you. I love you. Whatever becomes of the two of us, I'll die loving you.
The curtain falls on the second act. Before Mr. DeMille brings you Act 3 of Abe Lincoln in Illinois with Raymond Massey, Fay Bainter, and Otto Kruger, I'd like to ask Sally here a question. Sally, are you married?
No, Mr. Ruick, but I hope to be.
Have you any brothers?
No, I haven't. But why?
Well, you must have a father.
Naturally, Mr. Census Taker.
Sally, does your father sing in the shower?
Mr. Ruick, he does.
Well, Sally, tell your father that 3 professors of the University of Southern California approve of it. They say that under a shower, your voice sounds better because hard walls and water around you reflect the sound, and so the voice sounds resonant and full. They say the water striking your body gives you pep. I'll bet many a man is glad to have a sort of official excuse for singing in the shower.
Well, my father has an excuse, if he needs one. And you know what it is, too.
Certainly, the walls reflect sound and...
Mr. Ruick, my father sings in the shower because he has Lux toilet soap to use. And that's something worth singing about because it lathers so smoothly and richly and does such a thorough job of cleansing so quickly. Makes you feel good all over. That's why my dad sings, Mr. Ruick, and he has a swell baritone at that.
I'll bet he has, Sally. You're right. The smooth, rich, active lather Lux toilet soap gives inspires many a bathtub baritone. Men like that grand, luxurious soap that lathers so quickly. It carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, pronto. Does a real job of cleansing the pores. Yes, a Lux Toilet Soap Active Lather Bath leaves a man feeling like a million. So, here's a way to make the menfolk in your family happy. Get a generous supply of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. You can buy a dozen cakes for very little, you know. Make this fine white soap that you use the family bath soap, too. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on Act 3 of Abe Lincoln in Illinois. In the years that followed his marriage, Abe Lincoln walked the path that Mary Todd had dreamed of, climbed step by step, until at last, in a series of debates with Stephen A. Douglas, he emerged into national prominence, the champion of liberty and union.
There can be no distinction in the definition of liberty as between one section and another, one race and another, one class and another. A house divided against itself cannot stand. This government cannot endure permanently, half slave, half free.
What time is it now, Mary?
It's nearly 4:30. What?
You hear that, Abe? Those men will be coming here any minute.
So they will. I almost forgot.
What men? Who, Abe?
Just some men from the East. One of them's a political leader named Crimmins, and there's Mr. Stuyvesant. He's a manufacturer.
Henry D. Stuyvesant?
That's the one, and also the Reverend Dr. Barrick from Boston.
What are they coming here for?
Well, I don't precisely know, but I presume it's to see if I'm fit to be a candidate for President of the United States.
Why?
I suppose they want to find out if we still live in a log cabin and keep pigs under the bed.
And you didn't tell me.
I'm sorry, Mary. The matter just slipped my mind.
You forgot to tell me that we're having the most important guest who ever crossed the threshold of my house.
They're not guests, Mary. They're just here on business.
Yes, rather important business, it seems to me. They want to see us as we are, crude, sloppy, vulgar, Western barbarians, living in a house that reeks of foul tobacco smoke.
We can explain about having a son at Harvard.
If I'd only known, if you'd only given me a little time to prepare for them. Why didn't you put on your best suit and those filthy old boots?
Oh, Mary, I clean forgot.
I declare, Abraham Lincoln, I believe you would have treated me with more consideration if I'd been your slave instead of your wife. You've never for 1 minute stopped to think that perhaps I have some interest, some concerns in the life we lead together.
All right, Mary. I'll try to clean up my boots a little.
You've seen it all, Joshua Speed. Every bit of it. Courtship, if you could call it that. Change of heart, change back again, and marriage. 18 years of it. And you probably think, just as all the others do, that I'm a bitter, nagging woman. I've tried to kill his spirit, drag him down to my level.
Oh, Mary, I think no such thing. Remember, I know Abe, too.
There never could have been another man such as he is. All these years I've tried and tried to show him the way, and all my efforts have been like so many puny waves dashing against the Rock of Ages. And now opportunity, the greatest opportunity, is coming here to him, right into his own house. And what can I do about it? He must take it. He must see that this is what he was meant for. But I can't persuade him to it. I'm tired. I'm tired to death. I thought I could help to shape him as I knew he should be. And I've succeeded in nothing but in breaking myself.
Gentlemen. Mr. Lincoln, you'll forgive us, I'm sure, if we come directly to the point.
Yes, sir. I understand that you wish to inspect the prairie politician in his native lair, and here I am.
Mr. Lincoln, it is no secret that we are desperately in need of a candidate. One who is sound, conservative, safe, and clever enough to skate over the thin ice of the forthcoming campaign. Your friends believe that you are the man.
Well, Mr. Chesterton, I can only tell you that when I was first considered for political office, that was in New Salem 25 years ago, I assured my sponsors of my conservatism. I have subsequently proved it by never progressing anywhere.
Then you agree that you are the man we want?
I'm afraid I can't go quite that far in self-esteem, Dr. Barrett.
Please understand that this is not an inquisition. We merely wish to know you better, to gain a clearer idea of your theories on economics, religion, national affairs in general. To begin with, in one of your memorable debates with Senator Douglas, your opponent indulged in some of his usual demagoguery about industrial conditions in the North. And you replied shrewdly that...
Yes, I remember the occasion. I replied that I was thankful that laborers in free states have the right to strike, violently if need be, against authority that is unjust or oppressive. The Boston Tea Party was a kind of strike. So was the Revolution itself.
All perfectly true. But the days of anarchy are over. To put it bluntly, would you, if elected, place the interests of labor above those of capital?
I cannot answer that bluntly or any other way because I cannot tell what I should do if elected.
But we of New England are most anxious to know whether you admit one authority to whom devotion is unquestioned.
I presume you refer to the Almighty.
I do.
I think there can be no doubt as to my submission to His will.
I'm afraid there is a great deal of doubt as to your devotion to His church.
I realize that, Doctor. They say I'm an atheist because I've always refused to become a church member.
What have been the grounds of your refusal?
My own form of worship is obedience to the Savior's own statement of law and gospel. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. And thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Close that window, Ninian. What does it look like in Pennsylvania, Ninian?
There's nothing to worry about, Mary. It's safe for Abe. In fact, you needn't worry at all.
Yes, you've been saying that over and over again all evening. There's no need to worry. But how can we help worrying when every new bulletin shows Douglas ahead?
But every one of them shows Abe gaining.
Just give them time to count all the votes in New York, and then you'll be on your way to the White House.
Why don't they hurry with it? Why don't the turns come in?
They'll come in soon enough.
Any news, Billy?
Not yet. Lots of reporters down there, Mr. Lincoln. They want to know what'll be your first official action after you're elected.
What do you want us to tell them, Abe?
Tell him I'm thinking of growing a beard.
A beard? Whatever put that idea into your mind?
I had a letter the other day from some little girl who said I ought to have whiskers to give me more dignity. I'll need it if elected.
Bulletin, Mr. Edwards.
Here, give it here.
What do they say now? Is there anything new from New York?
Connecticut. Abe far in the lead. Missouri. Douglas, 35,000.
What are they cheering for?
I don't know.
16,
Listen to this clipping. The Chicago Times says Lincoln breaks down. Lincoln's heart fails him. His tongue fails him. His legs fail him. He fails all over. People refuse to support him. They laugh at him. Douglas is champion of the people. Douglas skins the living dog.
I can't stand it any longer.
Yes, my dear. I think you better go home. I'll be back before long.
I won't go home. You only want to be rid of me. That's what you wanted ever since the day we were married, and before that, anything to get me out of your sight because you hate me. And it's the same with all of you, all of his friends. You hate me. You wish I'd never come into his life.
No, Mary.
Josh, will you please step out for a moment?
Certainly, Abe.
Why did you do that? Why do you take every opportunity you can to make a public fool out of me and yourself? Bad enough when you act like that in the privacy of our own home, but here in front of people. You're not to do that again, do you hear me? You're never to do that again.
Abe. Abe, you... Oh, Abe.
I lost my temper, Mary, and I'm sorry. But I still think you should go home rather than endure the strain of this death watch.
This is the night I dreamed about when I was a child. When I was an excited young girl and all the gay young gentlemen of Springfield were courting me. And I fell in love with the least likely of them. This is the night when I'm waiting to hear that my husband has become President of the United States. And even if he does, it's ruin for me. It's too late.
Mr. Lincoln, there's a bulletin from New York.
Douglas, 183,000. Lincoln, 181,000.
Look out, Abe. You're catching up. Congratulations, Mr. Lincoln. The next bulletin from New York will show you in the lead. We've fought a good fight, and we've won.
Seems to me the battle is just beginning, Mr. Sturby. Down in South Carolina, they raised 10,000 volunteers. They're arming them. The governor has issued a proclamation that if I'm elected, South Carolina will secede tomorrow. And every other state south of the Dixon line will secede with it. Can you see what that means? It means war. Civil war.
Here it is. Lincoln is elected. Honest Abe is our next president.
Stand back now.
Is this Mr. Lincoln's train?
Yes, but stand back. Get back, please. Come on.
Come on, Abe, through here.
There he is. There's Abe Lincoln.
You'd better say something to them, Abe.
My dear friend, I have to say goodbye to you now. I'm leaving for Washington with my new whiskers, of which I hope you approve. No one not in my situation can appreciate my feelings of sadness at this party. To this place and the kindness of you people, I owe everything. I have lived here for a quarter of a century, and passed from a young to an old man. Here my children have been born, and one is buried. I now leave, not knowing when or whether ever I may return. I am called upon to assume the presidency at a moment when 11 of our sovereign states have announced their intention to secede from the Union. And threats of war increase in fierceness from day to day. It is a grave duty which I now face. In preparing for it, I have tried to inquire what great principle or ideal it is that has kept this Union so long together. And I believe that it was not the mere matter of separation of the colonies from the motherland, but that sentiment in the Declaration of Independence which gave liberty to the people of this country and hope to all the world. That sentiment was the fulfillment of an ancient dream which men have held through all time. A dream that one day they might shake off their chains and find freedom in the brotherhood of life. We gained democracy. Now there is doubt whether it is fit to survive. Perhaps we have come to the dreadful day of awakening. The dream is ended. If so, I am afraid it must be ended forever. I cannot believe that ever again will men have the opportunity that we have had. Perhaps we should concede that and admit that our ideals of liberty and equality are decadent and doomed. I have heard of an Eastern monarch who once charged his wise men to invent him a sentence which should be true and appropriate at all times and situations. They presented him with the words, "And this too shall pass away." That's a comforting thought in times of affliction. And this too shall pass away. Yet, let us believe that it is not true. Let us live to prove that we can cultivate the natural world around us and the intellectual and moral world within it, so that we may secure an individual, social, and political prosperity, whose course shall be forward, and which, while this earth endures, shall not pass away. I commend you to the care of the Almighty, as I hope in your prayers you may remember me. Goodbye, my friends and neighbors.
Abraham Lincoln goes on to Washington and his place in this democracy. Now Raymond Massey is returning to the microphone with Fay Bainter for a curtain call.
I'd like to join an audience from coast to coast in saluting Raymond Massey's fine performance as Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you, Fay. You've given us all so many very great moments in the theater that I appreciate that more than I can say.
After playing the part 600 or 700 times, Mr. Massey, it's evident that you still like to do it.
I wanted to play Mr. Lincoln for about 20 years. When I was a boy, there was a friend of my father's who had talked to Mr. Lincoln, and he told me many stories about him over and over again. It always made him seem much more to me than just a picture in a history textbook. And I think in times like these, his story and himself has a new meaning not only for America, but for the whole world. Ever since I became an actor, I've been hoping that someone would write a play like Abe Lincoln in Illinois. Very fortunately, my old friend Robert Sherwood did so I had an inside track on the part. Just now, I'd like to say that I've enjoyed my first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater, and I hope very much it won't be the last.
We'll guarantee that with one hand and shake a warning finger at Fay Bainter with the other. A warning that our next vacation from this microphone is going to be very short.
Well, Mr. DeMille, that's more than all right with me. Matter of fact, the product behind this radio theater is a regular part of my household. Lux Soap has been my complexion care for years, whether I've been working in Hollywood or working in the flower garden on my farm in New York State. To put it in a few words, I like it.
I think you'll like our bill for next Monday night, too, Fay.
What is it, Mr. DeMille?
Well, next week, we're going to have Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor in one of the world's great love stories, Smiling Through. The drama of a man and woman meant for each other, but kept apart by a strange secret hanging over them from the past. The play was a Broadway and motion picture success, and we predict that Smiling Through will score again next Monday night with Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck.
I remember the stage production, Mr. DeMille. It's a grand show. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You've made history of your own tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor in Smiling Through. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Ted Bliss as Billy Herndon, Doreen Tuttle as Anne Rutledge, Cy Kendall as Servison, Warren Ash as Mentor Graham, Forrest Taylor as Judge Bowling Green, Claire Videra as Elizabeth Edwards, Earl Ross as Jack Armstrong, Lou Merrill as Ben, Verna Felton as Nancy, and Harry Humphrey and Marcella Powers. Now, an important announcement. As you know, many localities switch to daylight saving time next Sunday. If your community is one of those changing to daylight saving time, you will hear this program at the usual hour. If your community remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier. Check your newspaper or radio magazine for the correct time. Fay Bainter will soon be seen in the picture Our Town. Otto Kruger's current picture is the Warner Brothers production, Dr. Ehrlich's Magic Bullet. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Edward Arnold, and today we are repeating one of my favorite Mr. President stories because so many of you have asked to hear it again. It's about a president who once said, "Let us raise a standard to which the wise and honest can repair. The event is in the hands of God."
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I'd like to say a word about the generations of American men and women who have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the men who have become the leaders of their country. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals, with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for today's story of Mr. President. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Have you ever found yourself suddenly responsible for a high-spirited girl of 18? I did once, and it was a problem. It was even more than that because I faced a serious situation in the government at the same time. Now, of course, you want to ask me which president was I when it happened. Well, I'll tell you that later on, but meanwhile you may be able to guess. One afternoon, I had a visitor, a hard-headed man from Pennsylvania who wasn't afraid to speak his mind, even though my wife was sitting with me.
Mr. President, I'm talking for the farmers in the farm towns of 4 whole counties in western Pennsylvania. We see no reason why our people should have to pay an excise tax. We want the tax laws changed,
Trent, I'm trying to keep a reasonable attitude in this whole situation.
So are we, Mr. President.
You, reasonable? In the past 2 months, you and your group have rebelled against the federal government. You've driven our Internal Revenue people out of your towns by mob violence, and 2 of our men have been killed. Do you call that being reasonable?
Our people won't stand for such heavy taxes, that's all.
Trent, these laws were passed in the interest of the whole country. They're fair and reasonable, and I mean to enforce them.
With more tax collectors, they'll be driven out, too.
You're missing the real issue.
No, that's the way politicians talk when they want to confuse me.
Trent, our government is unique in the entire world. A careful balance of power between the states and the federal government. I give you 1 week to restore order and acknowledge federal authority again. 1 week, that's all.
I was hoping you'd understand us better than this, Mr. President.
I understand you much better than you think. Good day, Mr. Trent.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Well, we're going to hear from Mr. Trent again.
Tell me, my dear, do you remember when you were a little boy?
Well, I remember when I was a little girl. Will that help?
Yeah, I suppose little girls are the same as little boys. I used to get ideas of disobeying my father until I came face to face with him. Then he'd sit down and explain why I shouldn't act the way I did, and that would end it.
You think Mr. Trent and his followers are still little boys?
I hope they are.
And what if they aren't?
In that case, we're in real trouble.
Then what about Harriet?
Harriet?
Maybe she shouldn't come here to live.
Why?
Well, if there's trouble, you won't have much time for her.
Oh, no, look, she's not a stranger. She's my niece, 18 years old.
Well, it's a grave responsibility trying to act as her father.
Oh, she won't give us any trouble. She's a charming girl.
I thought you hadn't seen her since she was 5 years old.
Well, she was charming then.
Oh, I'm only afraid it won't be fair to her. After all, with her parents not living, she may be lonely and need guidance and encouragement. All that takes time.
My dear, I can see where a young boy would be difficult, getting into trouble, making a lot of noise. But girls, they're different. Probably the most exciting thing she'll ever do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. You wait and see.
Let me kiss you. And this must be my aunt. Just as sweet as I thought you'd be. Oh, it's wonderful to be here. Uncle, do you think I'll do?
Do what, Harriet?
As the youngest member of your family, Uncle, aren't you glad I've come?
Oh,
I am.
Yes, I'm delighted. And so is your aunt, aren't you, my dear?
I hope you'll be very happy living here, Harriet.
Oh, I will. Unless you're terribly solemn.
No, I don't think so.
Then don't frown at me so.
Well, I was just remembering your father.
Oh, now don't let's be sad.
And the last time I saw you...
Please don't tell me I've grown, because if I hadn't grown in 13 years, that would be embarrassing. Tell me, what's it like here?
It might seem very quiet at times, Harriet.
Yes. My dear, would you mind showing Harriet to the room she's to have?
Of course not.
Oh, don't bother. I can find it. I'll ask one of the servants. What time is dinner?
Well, 7:30.
I'll be starved by 7:30. See you both later.
She's lovely.
Am I terribly solemn, ever?
I don't think so.
Come here. How old are we, my dear?
Over 21.
Well, maybe that's why, to me anyway, she seems so...
Seems so what?
Well, on the other hand, maybe she'll do us good. We can tell better tonight when we all have dinner with General Essex.
Are you still planning on sending Essex to the West Indies?
Yes, if I can. You can help on that, and so can Harriet, just by being here. The general won't want to go, but he'll do almost anything to have two charming ladies smile at him.
General, you're wonderful.
Thank you, my dear.
Uncle, make him tell some more stories.
In a few moments, Harriet.
General, I'm going to ask a great favor of you.
Really, sir?
I want you to go to the West Indies for me on a special mission.
Oh, my heavens, how dull.
I think, Harriet, will you pour some more coffee, please?
It's a highly important mission, General. There are certain commodities we want to purchase direct.
Oh, but what a long, long trip.
The girl's got a point there.
What I'd like you to do, General, is to have a talk tomorrow with the Secretary of
Oh,
State.
besides, the mosquitoes there are huge. Or don't you mind mosquitoes, General?
Frankly, I'm very susceptible to mosquitoes.
How would you feel about going, General?
I rather think my work here is more important.
Yeah, if that settles that. General, come in the next room and tell me some more of those wonderful stories.
Harriet.
Yes, Uncle?
Oh, never mind. I'll join you in a moment, General.
Will you take my arm, my dear? Now, one time I was fishing in Lake George.
What's so funny, my dear?
Remember what you said. The most exciting thing she'll do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. Here, dear, something they gave me outside. It's another report from Pennsylvania.
Let me see it, please. Oh, my, that's bad. More outbreaks of violence and other men killed. Seems like every time I hear from there, the situation is getting worse.
They aren't acting much like little boys.
They certainly aren't.
What can you do?
There's one final thing I can do, but I'll use it only as a very last resort. Speaking of problems, where's Harriet?
She went riding early this morning.
Alone?
I understand she wouldn't let the groom go with her.
She's a very high-spirited girl, isn't she?
That's putting it mildly.
Oh, there's no harm in her, though. Only she does make me feel terribly...
solemn.
And inadequate. You were right. She needs more time than we've got to give her. Somebody has to finish the job of bringing her up. Get her married, see her launched into her life, so to speak.
Well, she seems well able to launch herself, I'd say.
Well, a little too able, don't you? What's that? What's all that noise?
Something out on the lawn.
Look, Harriet on her horse.
Is it running away with her?
No, I think it's the other way around. Oh, right over the flower beds, the bushes. My dear, make sure she comes right in here. I've got to talk to that young lady.
Oh, what a wonderful ride, Uncle. Did you see me?
Harriet, sit down.
Oh, you're not going to be terribly solemn, I hope.
Harriet, I am the President of the United States. And you are my niece.
Mm-hmm.
And as such have certain obligations.
Oh, to be demure and lifeless, I suppose you mean, Uncle.
To be well-behaved and discreet.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Harriet, please. I'm not only your uncle, I'm trying to be your father, too. Tell me, can you cook?
Oh, I can cook if you can eat it.
Can you sew, keep house, take care of your own clothes? Why, you don't seem to care how you look.
Oh, those things aren't important, Uncle.
They're the foundation of a happy married life.
You sound just like a textbook for young girls. Besides, I'm not even married yet.
But you will be someday. You'll have children. You've got to learn self-discipline. You wouldn't want your children to grow up to be irresponsible, would you?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it a thought.
Harriet, sooner or later, you'll meet a young man who'll fall in love with you.
Oh, I already have.
Already?
Yes. And Andrew won't care anything at all about the things you're discussing. At least not yet.
Andrew?
I met him back home. We were engaged.
Who is he, Harriet?
Oh, nobody really. But he will be.
What do you mean, nobody?
Well, I mean, he's poor, and he doesn't believe in marriages of convenience.
Harriet, what are you talking about?
Marriages of convenience.
What do you know about such things?
Well, I know that people of famous, important families like ours are always marrying off their families to somebody else famous and important, and rich, too, if possible. Well, Andrew and I don't believe in such things.
Harriet, in our family, we do not marry off our females, as you put it, as if we were African trade slavers. All I want from you is a sane and sensible husband. I want you to be well fitted to be the wife of a sane, sensible man. Now, who is Andrew?
Parks. Andrew Parks. Oh, you'll love him, Uncle.
Well, I'll have to meet him first. Now, no more riding horses across the lawn. No more running around as if you didn't care how you looked. No more... You do understand, don't you, Harriet?
Well, no, frankly, I don't. But I'll try, just to please you.
Thank you. And now, if you'll excuse me, there's an important visitor coming in that I must see.
You sent for me, Mr. President. I came as soon as I could.
Mr. Trent, last week I warned you that the state of rebellion in your section had to end. Instead of that, it's grown worse.
I warned you, sir. It'll get no better until you stop trying to collect those taxes.
Mr. Trent, you heard my warning. Now I'm going to see that the power and authority of the federal government are respected.
Mr. President, you can send your people in amongst us till you got somebody alongside every man, woman, and child. It won't change anything.
I'm going to send people among you, Trent, and it's going to surprise you who they are. That's all, Trent. Thank you for coming. Here's the door. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Well, Mr. Trent is still a problem, isn't he?
Then you heard our discussion.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, and I wish to heaven there were another way.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
When you hear about an automobile accident, do you ever identify yourself with it? Do you ever stop to think of yourself in that wrecked car you're reading about? It could be you. That's why we urge you to take normal precautions and obey common sense safety rules when you're out on the road. For instance, adjust your speed to the road. Avoid hogging the road or riding the bumper of the car in front, or passing another car without a full view of the road ahead. They're all things to be avoided if you want to stay out of accidents. Of course, pedestrians come into this accident picture, too. Crossing between intersections is one unsafe act. Crossing against the light or failing to look both ways before crossing the street, or getting out of the car on the traffic side are others. Keep highway safety in mind. Don't be one of the 32,000 people who are killed each year. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed the name of the president in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. Well, I had made a decision about the trouble in Pennsylvania. I had decided that you can't look backward and hope to go forward. As I was thinking about this, my wife came in, and it was plain that something else had happened.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. It seems unimportant now.
Harriet, huh?
Yes.
Well, what has she done now?
Well, it's silly and still... Well, she's been everywhere buying clothes for herself.
Clothes? Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Oh, she's bought things that would look much better on a... Well, she's only 18, and for her to dress up like a...
Oh, I see. I suppose that is really serious.
Yes.
Making up one's mind is an interesting process.
What do you mean?
I mean, when you make it up about one thing, it's easier to make it up about another.
Oh, I see.
Ask Harriet to come in, will you, please? There's only one way to settle this.
Uncle, I've never seen you look so solemn.
Harriet, I'm afraid I'm being a failure as a substitute father.
Oh, no, you're not.
And so I've decided it would be much better for you to go and live with your Aunt Helen in Virginia.
Leave here?
After all, I can't give you enough time. I feel that a young girl and her father, even her substitute father, ought to spend some time together, get to know each other, become friends. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think so.
Well, here I am. Naturally, my official duties come first, and naturally, with the decision I've had to arrive at, during the time you've been here,
You're not telling me the real reason you're sending me away.
Believe me, I am.
I've disappointed you, haven't I?
No, you haven't.
I've behaved badly, thoughtlessly. I didn't think it was important. I didn't realize...
Now, there. There's nothing to cry about, huh? You'll be much happier with your Aunt Helen. She has 2 girls about your age. You'll have friends. There's nobody here but my wife and I.
Well, it's not important, Uncle. I've been so much trouble to you already. When do you want me to go?
Well, I thought next week.
Maybe in a week you'll get over thinking that you're not a good substitute father.
Well, I'm going away, Harriet, tomorrow morning.
Oh?
To the town of Bedford, near where all the trouble is.
And I won't wait till next week, Uncle. I'll go tomorrow. It won't take me long to pack.
Harriet.
Yes?
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Uncle.
She's like her father, impulsive, headstrong, always wanting her own way.
Come in. Good evening, Mr. President.
Oh, Major Ferris, you and I leave for Bedford tomorrow. I want the troops to arrive the next morning.
They're all ready, sir. They'll be camped just outside the town.
All right, Major. Now we'll see what kind of history we make in Bedford.
Mr. President, Trent has just arrived to see you. He followed us here to Bedford.
Show him in, Major.
Yes, sir. Trent, come in, please.
Mr. President.
I'm very glad to see you, Trent.
Mr. President, I've just come into town by the South Road through an encampment of soldiers. Thousands of them.
I'm glad you saw them yourself.
You mean you're going to use troops?
Trent, you and your followers are fomenting rebellion against the federal government and against the majority of your fellow citizens.
Oh, but soldiers...
Exactly. Unless your people drop their course of action, those men will move into every town and village in this region. They'll patrol the roads. They'll accompany federal tax collectors. Martial law, Trent.
There'll be bloodshed, Mr. President.
You can stop it.
It's for you to stop it.
No. You started this trouble. Now you've got to make your people understand what they're doing. If this minority dictates to the majority, there can be no security for life, liberty, or property, either yours or mine. I'm here to represent the great majority of Americans. Whatever comes out of these days, I want to be able to say to myself, I did everything I could. I left no stone unturned. Now you go and tell your people what I've told you. I'll give you 2 days' grace. Until day after tomorrow at 6 in the morning.
Mr. President, this note from your wife.
Oh, thank you, Major. A message has come from your sister Helen in Virginia. Harriet stayed with her only 2 days, then left suddenly. She doesn't know where she has gone and is terribly worried. Major Ferris, have you got a daughter?
Yes, sir.
If she ran away from home, what would you do?
Put her back in her cradle, sir.
Cradle?
She's only 8 months old, Mr. President.